fly a plane would cancel the aging part out. So it's so dumb, dude. It's like on the one hand, you would age differently, so you would age, a little bit slower. You'd have that on the advantage side. On the disadvantage side, it would be adverse health effects would happen if you would always up in the air. You see how that cancels out? It's so dumb, dude. Like it really is. This whole narrative that you think that the Earth is a globe, time dilation, and the guy who just chimed in said that I didn't understand it correctly. It's exactly what he's saying, bro. He's saying the very same thing. Well, you don't understand relativity. Bullshit, dude. It's science fiction. That's all you believe in. Is this like, Star Trek, Star Wars kind of mentality? You guys think that shit is real?
This question is, how does this work in pseudo-Riemannian force space?
Yeah, I don't get it, man. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, the geometry is pseudo-Riemannian force space. The clue is in the name, pseudo. Reification fallacy, man.
Yeah, I'll unmute him if you guys want to keep letting him talk through you guys. Sultan Khan, go and turn off your camera, man. You limit the room to 25 people when you have it on. I know your turtle's hungry, but we can't have it on.
That'd be awesome to watch while people are talking if it didn't clog the room. But
No,
That turtle's only.
he's just going to get booted for not listening.
yeah.
Just turn your camera off, Sultan. He's going back in his home anyway. Show's over.
He's camera shy. He's not listening.
And we can just kick him.
He'll learn. Maybe
You guys
he
want to
can't
go?
hear us.
You guys gonna try to? He's like, I have friends. I have a flat Earth mechanic friend, and it's like I feel sorry for the poor guy. Couldn't get 2 words in edgewise with dogs, man.
Oh man, I don't know who's worse though. Dogs or I don't know who's worse, dogs or echo chamber at this moment. In text chat, echo chamber is pretty
staunch.
He's pretty. He's just as worse. He's just as bad as dog.
Yeah, what does he say here? Even if the moon landing are fake, okay, so you don't need flat earthers for that. The majority of people who call out the moon mission are globalists, okay? So I don't know why that red herring even matters. So all flat earthers have is anti-childish arguments and no evidence. What's an anti-childish argument? Is he even in here? He's like,
he's listening. Yeah.
You talking about Echo or Sultan?
Yeah, Echo.
Yeah, Echo's in here. I'm not running from you, dogs. I just don't want to hear you, man. Like, there's some mornings that you just don't want to listen to you, like, incessantly go on and on.
Yeah, dogs ran away. He'll run away to tell you that you're running away. What? So anti-childish arguments. What is it? I mean, just kind of make shit up.
Did he say that?
No, Echo Chamber did. Dogs just say
Echo?
that. Yeah, that everyone's running from them.
Yeah, you.
See, look at he contradicted. He said, flat earthers have anti-childish arguments and no evidence. Then he asked for evidence. The dude is a very contradictory, broken person. You can just see the view into madness just right on display.
Well, of course. Yeah.
I mean, it took him less than a minute to contradict himself. Then any evidence will do. Use you. Like you said, there is no evidence. You ask for evidence, no evidence. Use that.
I'll be back.
You will freak out over this topic. You will panic. This is evidence using you.
Still look over
Yeah, you just look in the mirror.
Some of these guys, dude.
It's like just have these guys look in the mirror and say exactly what they said out loud and hear themselves say the words they say.
Come on.
No, word it better for you. This is for you, not for me. Fix your shit.
It's really funny that he called the belief that the farther away you get, the younger you be than those that are on Earth, and he called that a basic. Like, bro,
Is he saying that going away from a horizontal plane of reference and returning to the same horizontal plane of reference will have what?
you'll come, he'll come back, right? He'll fly away, you know, maybe over to the other islands. I don't know, whatever's over. And you're saying that when you come back, you'll be younger than everybody else.
Maybe didn't got the memo. Yeah, going up or down is in relationship to a horizontal plane of reference.
True.
Last I checked, spheres they don't have horizontal plane of references, so this couldn't be done on a sphere.
Oh man, yeah. Now he's saying that atomic clocks are contained in a vacuum. He needs to watch that video I posted of Alan destroying Kosho. He destroyed Kosho. I've never seen Kosho so destroyed. Alan destroyed him, smacked him down with the truth.
Cocoa butter.
Coco, what?
Well, I'm just like I always think of Kosho just like
As
all the sock accounts he's had over the years.
oh yeah,
It's like
he has.
he'll get kicked out of the channel or something like that.
He'll come
Upset,
back.
come back with a sock account and just continue the conversation like you know.
like
And I'm
if
like,
we didn't leave.
yeah, like he didn't leave at all. And then
That's funny.
he'd be like, I'm only doing this for whatever reason, you know, like hey, I don't respect moderators, whatever. But be
Yeah.
on a server where he's a mod and watch what he does. He'll ask you a question, and before you even get a chance to say the answer, he'll mute you because it took you too long to answer.
Oh wow. I
Like he'll
I
just go
haven't heard.
down. Who's the flat earthers here? Mute, kick, ban, mute, ban, kick, deleted. You know. And then ask a question. Then be like, I got a question for the flat earthers. Dude, you just systematically went down the user list and kicked or banned every single one of them. Then wondered why no one's answering your questions. Like, there's no one left, dude. Like,
I wonder. There was this one Glober. There was this one Glober that man he used to bug every. He had a really heavy, thick Indian accent, and he had. I think it was Lauren. I think his name was Lauren, and he had like dozens and dozens of soccer. He would come in like there'll be like five of his own accounts in the room at the same time, just in case he got kicked off of one. He's at least still in the room. You remember that guy?
I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar. With a
His name was Lauren.
the other guy I can think was like an Indian accent. I mean,
Yeah, he has an Indian accent.
uh,
He was like just one of the worst Glovers, like worse than dogs, worse than Kosho. He
it's
was
like
like,
where they ask questions that they think they already have the answers to. You give them an answer, They tell you your answer is wrong, and you also didn't answer the question at all. Like, how many layers of inception, of contradiction can you present? You're asking questions you have answers to. That's contradictory. B, you think the person doesn't have an answer. You have the answer. C, they give you an answer. You adjudicate the answer as a wrong answer. And D, the whole time, no one gave you any answers at all. This is what this topic does to people. Just that alone. It's like, watch. I'll describe this surface as flat, and watch this dude literally shit his pants and beg for a diaper change. And then once you change his diaper, he just shits his pants again. And then tomorrow, exactly the same results, the same questions, the same answers.
Reset.
Yeah, just a full reset. That's why I tell them that the science of space news is important. This stuff should be enough to at least get them thinking about the globe for the day. I mean, one of them should work.
Right.
So, like today, dinky asteroid found orbiting a dinky asteroid found orbiting asteroid. Dinky asteroid has a tiny companion that has baffled astronomers. Solar radiation triggered a quake that likely caused the dinkish to lose material.
Wow.
Some of it to become a moon that orbits the space rock. New research finds. So they've got new research today that is challenging the concepts of Newton or gravity or
Can you tell me
orbit.
what size that asteroid is? Because I want to try something really quick, or give me an approximation. Did it say?
Yeah, it did. I have to click on it again. I don't remember exactly what it said.
We're gonna assume it's the size of the Empire State Building. Okay, I should be able to go ahead and hang a ball off the side from the top of that thing, and that rock should start orbiting the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for that description of orbits, you're going to need a flat plane for that. That's based on from elevation angles to the stars, and then imagine that they are just falling around themselves. But the motion of the celestials is driven from elevation angles based on ground positions of the stars.
Okay, so let's see here. It was located 1 November by Lucy. It's yeah, they're not saying its size for some reason.
That's interesting, because now they.
Oh, here it is.
What is it?
It is 790 meters in diameter.
So basically, I could take a giant football stadium, and rocks should be orbiting it. I'm in Pittsburgh. I'm gonna drive by and see if there's rocks orbiting their stadium.
Yeah, they determined this using rangefinder tracking that locked onto Dingus or Dinkish, allowing the Lucy to take a picture of the or something. Yeah, even their method to find out how big it is kind of like, what? We took a picture and yeah. is 300 million light miles away.
How'd they measure that? Rangefinder, you said?
Yeah, some kind of rangefinder.
So, like the thing you use on the golf course when you hit the ball and you can get approximate distance to your ball so you know what club to pick, they have one of those for space. What do they calibrate it with? Are there known markers like trees? Or there's stuff like that?
Yeah, that's what they pretend. Yeah. So they said that we're puzzled over this odd variation. The brightness as we saw it approach gave us a hint that we might have a moon of some sort, but we never suspected anything so bizarre.
So I'm here at this conference with a engineer from Boeing. He was walking around anyway. Actually, he was a speaker for a couple of minutes. But then we got down to what does he do? He finds parts for old airplanes from like 1950s. That's what his job is. So they don't have the if you work at Boeing, don't think you're also an astronaut, please. He also didn't want to talk about the disappointing liftoff. He kind of laughed at that when I asked. He said, "Yeah, we've made the news lately on a bunch of things, especially flying rockets." And then he just kind of smirked, and that was all he had to say. He didn't want to talk about it.
Astronaut? You meant scuba diver?
I just stopped posting Boeing news because it's just the same song and dance over and over and over again. Something's wrong. Don't know what it is. No problem here. It'll work out. Canceled. It's like exactly. They just kind of ran out of excuses. Like they just out. Like they're just like, I don't even know. Look at dog still tagging Alpha after he's gone. First dogs runs away and then he doesn't even know who's in chat anymore. It's like,
well, they get so upset. You know that they're shaking sometimes.
Yeah, they need to stop using a flat plane for their description of a globe.
Yeah, it must be difficult knowing that your globe model was derived from flat Earth measurements to and from Polaris.
Yeah, the globe measures to be flat. No curvature for this globe. But it's still a globe in the minds of a lot of people. It's just too biggy. Yeah, regardless of how big it is, still measures flat. No signs of curvature so far.
It's a globe, but it's a horizontal globe.
Yeah, it's got to be. It must be an oxymoron because, we measure flat, but it's still a sphere according to NASA. Yeah, no measurements for a sphere, though.
Well, I'm going to go buy some robots in about 2 hours. This will be fun.
Oh wow. Fine.
Also, when you look at their specs, there's no gravity in the specs for like when the arm's moving or anything. Doesn't say anything about gravity.
How big are the robots?
About 7 feet tall.
Oh shit.
Sorry, I'm not following. What does the bending of space-time has to do with the robots?
Nothing. Space time and gravity have nothing to do with anything but imagination and stories for TV.
You said space-time and gravity. I thought it was one of the same. No.
I don't know. Does space time pull you to the ground or does it push you into your chair? That can't be the
No,
same
space.
thing. You can't
No,
pull
no.
a rope and also push a rope.
I understand what you're saying, but there's no physicality on this concept. That would be a reification fallacy. This geometry is called pseudo geometry. It's not reality. It's just a concept. So, how would the concept will influence anything in reality in the physical world? It wouldn't. Because that's the definition of gravity. For the current definition of gravity, the bending of space-time, caused by the uneven distribution of mass to remain in force space. Time dilation. Yeah, we don't have that, just the concept. You're gonna have to prove now that you're not a chicken.
Chickens don't laugh. I saw the eggs there right under me. Who's that?
That's eggshells.
Eggshells. Once eggshells open, they're flat. You slice them and dice them. Well, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are.
Morning.
Is everybody
Hello to you.
asleep? How old am I?
Hello to you. Hello back
Oh,
to
I thought
you.
you said hello. How
No,
old
no,
are you?
no.
Hello,
Good afternoon to
hello.
you. For me, it's afternoon.
It is morning for me. The chickens are squawking on the porch,
Yeah, what
and I'm
brought you
going to
here?
do something about that too.
Yeah, what brought you here?
Hello. What brought you here? What brought you here? I saw all of you lovely people in here, and that's what brought me here.
Boom.
Is that a good question? Or a good answer?
Well, you're on
Suffices.
the Flat Earth Discord
Would you
channel.
like to ask another?
What are your views about the nature of Earth, if I may ask?
Would you like to know my views about the Earth with the
I'm just gonna boot. I'm
UK?
just gonna boot you, kid.
I
Do you
really
hear
love
me?
it.
Do you hear me? I'm just gonna boot you for acting like an idiot. So stop.
Acting like an idiot because I have passion and you don't.
Okay, hey, what's going on, Christy? You want to start over? What?
Sure, someone
Okay.
asked me a question and I
What brought you
answered
here?
it.
What
You all.
brought you?
A Trinity brought me here. Mr. Batman brought me here. Let's see. Who else? Crit. Let's see. Georgie was nice.
Call me
Steven. I've
Trinity.
talked to him before. Y'all just look familiar. And I know I'm in 24/7 Flat Earth. And I'm having a wonderful morning. And I wanted to share it with you. Something flat. Ask away.
Fantastic.
I'll
Did you call me
just
a Trinity?
I'm not very nice. I mean, I am nice. I'm not very smart. And I am I
You
just
said
had one shot, so forgive me. One shot. It's
that's fine.
morning.
You said it's morning for you, correct?
Yes, yes, yes. 8 a.m. Ask
Fantastic.
me
Well,
anything.
for me, it's afternoon. Did you know that the time zones are based on the flat plane, correct?
On the flat plane. The
Yep.
time zones, because of the stars, right?
No, because of the
Because of the
sun's
sun
position over the ground.
and stars.
So you can't talk to this idiot
Sun.
because she's just gonna go rambling about other stuff. I can tell already.
Who's this again? Who's this again? Have I talked to you before, Red Dawn?
Mhm.
Do you think you're the right rabbit?
It doesn't sound like 8 o'clock in the morning.
Mhm.
It doesn't sound like 8 o'clock. Well, the chickens say it is. The rooster. Willow says it is. Would you like to see Willow? Am I allowed to do that?
Okay,
Would you
I'll
like
get
to
the
see Willow?
computer and take care of you.
See? This is Willow. This morning. She's not a bad girl yet. Well, she was a little bit. I washed the truck. Already. I've had a wonderful morning. How's your all morning?
Yeah, hanging in there.
I made that blanket, that red blanket. It's flat. So ask me. And it's got 4 circles. So,
What do you?
does anybody here believe that there's earth beyond this earth? I mean, land beyond our lands that they tell us is there
What do
beyond
you?
Antarctica.
What do you want someone to ask you about? Like, what exactly are you offering?
What do I want you to? Why don't you ask me anything you want, honey?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're offering, so I'm not sure what to ask you.
I was just seeing y'all in here, and I wouldn't mind talking about flat Earth for a little while because I gotta spin honey all day long, and then I gotta go get more.
You spin honey?
Yeah, she's a honey spinner.
If I remember, like you have a hobby farm, right?
Sure, what all that is yet? I just
You cut out there. If I remember last time I
have
talked to you, you have like a farm, right? Like a small farm that you live on. That you.
sort of, yes, sort of. It's
So how about
more
the
on a mountain.
you
It's on
describe
a mountain.
what you mean by honey? Like you got bees, right? You're a beekeeper,
Oh, would you like to see my honey? Would you like to see my honey?
or maybe just
It's
describe the process,
right
like
here,
describe.
right here. See my honey? See my honey boxes? See my dog?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
See my honey? See I see you taking pictures too. Isn't it lovely? Take a picture.
We're on YouTube. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, right. Are we live right now? Can anyone verify that if we're live or not? I'm tabbed out.
I think she just got kicked.
Oh, okay.
It looks like we are.
Okay. Yeah, me. I know. I've talked to her before. She's kind of like a off the grid sort of person, on the grid, off the grid type.
Mm-hmm.
So
off the grid living till she gets in her car and has to go to work in an hour.
Yeah. She was I think if I remember right, that's eggs, right? She was on the Chatterbox too.
Oh, was she?
I think so.
That was funny. That
sure.
guy's server getting nuked was such poetic justice. He was so toxic. And he was like, okay, and went a little bit toxic, and people started being like, back it up there, buddy. And then he just went full toxic, and his server lasted like another 4 days maximum. It felt like, anyway.
He surrounded himself. All the mods and the admin were all toxic too. It was like,
it was super weird.
Atheist, like that's what like full atheism would look like if the world went atheism and that people were in charge. What it would look like.
You reckon that's an atheist issue?
That's what he said. He said he's going to run this server like he would run the world.
Oh, I don't know if that's an atheist issue or a dickhead issue.
Or maybe his personal version.
Yeah. But I do think it's a kind of, it probably actually does relate to atheism particularly of boys of a certain age.
Yeah, I guess you would say like the third wave. Okay. It's quite different when you try to put all of atheism into a basket because it's so varied. It's so interpersonal that you really can't really do that because it's like its own personal journey.
Yeah, they're like that that
Third
atheism
wave,
that
like
that
new
took off with Dawkins and them was a very kind of angry, aggressive, prove your God kind of debate bro style. But I feel, I don't know, maybe it's just me, I've evolved and then kind of expected other people should have too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That third wave new atheist. That's kind of what I was talking about. Yeah, like the definitely. Fourth and fifth wave or first and second are very much different than that. I mean, not even close.
Yeah. I think actually modern as an interesting modern flat earth is very similar to third wave atheism.
Oh yeah,
debate bro style.
I've compared it to that multiple times, which is why it seems like those two groups sort of buck heads so often. It's like,
say again, last bit.
Yeah, I've compared to that. I've compared that analogy. Like the logic and reasoning is very similar, except for you instead of saying God, just replace it with globe. It's almost 1-for-1 arguments.
Yeah, I like using it when we're having discussions about the existence of God. I'm like, just see me as a flat earther when it comes to God. Like, it's everywhere. It's all around me. I just want some measurements. And I find it's like, I've had some quite good discussions with that as a framing.
But
doesn't the Earth being a globe point towards overwhelming science, and that also is the same as science not concluding, but higher
No.
likelihood that there is no God? I mean, we're
No.
just
How could
that's just
sci-
following the majority of
how,
scientists for globe and no God.
how could science tell you what isn't?
I'm not saying that they're confirming that there's no God, but as of right now, I think the majority of the scientific body agrees that there's probably no God. At least
He's saying
the
the
people who research this
consensus.
stuff.
No, it's quite the opposite. A lot of the
I'd say
atheist
the
scientists
opposite.
got ran out because of Me Too. There isn't many atheist scientists left in any academia or like labs and research facilities anymore.
I mean, I can't say one way or another, but I feel pretty confident in assuming that most of them are atheists. But
yeah, just like all the astronauts, all Christian, like fundamental Christian conservatives, all of them heterosexual white dudes. I mean, there's a book. The dude one of them wrote a book about finding space Jesus.
I mean,
Bibles on the moon, taking communion. I mean, all these things are very deeply entwined. I mean, if you just ask like some of the atheists, what are some problems with the space program? They'll come up with it's too theistic. It's like they just will not shut up about God. When they landed Integrity on Mars, the scientific communicator they asked her what's the who like how do you want to like represent this? You know, like how did all this stuff become possible? Or whatever. I'm paraphrasing the question. It wasn't exactly that. She said the first thing I want to do is we have to give the glory to God. We owe it to God.
I should revise what I was saying. I didn't necessarily mean that there is no higher being, but I think the Abrahamic religions, as of right now, are pretty easily disproven. I mean, just Genesis alone is.
So how many people are in on it then? That's quite the conspiracy.
How many
theory
people are
you
in
got.
on it? I mean, the thing is, there's not really a lot of evidence to point towards a lot of this stuff being true to begin with.
So they're all in on it?
Like, what? I mean, even then, I'm not going to listen to a NASA scientist over a biologist on evolution theory.
I had an interesting one when it comes to Genesis. I took the out of Egypt story to just be like literal, like historic fact, and I was doubtful of like, you know, the rising from the dead. But yeah, the whole Moses out of Egypt, we were slaves for the pharaohs, and we built the pyramids, and then we escaped. I took that as historic fact, and I was just doubtful of like talking pigs and pillars of salt and stuff.
Parting the
and
Red
then
Sea.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. And then on my way to Israel, when I was doing my big trip, I was like doing the history, and I was like, modern consensus is now that that's like a confected tale. Like there were some Jews they think came from there, but no indication of this overnight exodus of like 1.6 million or whatever they think it is. People walking out overnight, and they think they were Canaanites that just came from Cana, like just up the road, wandered out peacefully and found a new town.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have been shifting to just thinking a lot of these stories are allegorical as well, not to be taken literally, which I'm sure that wasn't the feeling towards the Bible hundreds of years ago for the majority of people. I'm sure they took it more literally.
Yeah, I heard that one dude's take, not an atheist, but sort of like a skeptic, was that they were just migrant workers. And once the pyramids all were built and all the jobs were done, they just migrated to other kingdoms to do superstructures and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, the theory I've heard as well is that it wasn't slaves because of the craftsmanship being so high quality and well done. But I'm not an expert by any means.
Yeah, and that's the thing now where they think like there were some slaves or people who from Egypt, some Jews came from Egypt because they were like, I think they do it. Their assumption is mostly on the style of dwelling they build, and they're like these dwellings they built are identical to the ones you find in Cana, and there are very few that are similar to the ones that they built in Egypt. And you don't see Egyptian writing; you see Canaanite alphabet with Canaanite words in it. Yeah, it was very interesting bit of history, or like, yeah, this change of an origin story. Imagine that. Imagine overnight they just all gave up their origin story. Would this same stuff be happening?
I will concede that it is more outrageous to believe that the Earth is flat than to believe in a god, though, or believe in an Abrahamic religion. I'll
Get him, guys. Get Paps.
Hey, you're on
Attack
my
him.
side.
Oh no, I switch sides when there are new globers in town.
No, it just seems like the guy who was in here before, like Alpha, like you come to a point where you just ask questions, and then when you come with like some evidence of like, hey, here's why the Earth isn't flat, it's like, nope, that's just wrong. You're gonna take the word of like these scientists, like you're just gonna trust these people.
You don't have any scientists that prove the Earth is a ball.
Your guy was just denying relativity, like the.
Dude, stop fucking coping and laughing because you can't deal with reality. Get on with it.
That's not an argument, but
Yes, you understand relativity. Present your paper and get your Nobel Prize. I mean, it's been over 100 years. You might be the one.
Yeah, sure. Let me just spend the next 2 decades studying relativity so I can write a paper on this. Like, I'm not going to do this. Neither are you guys.
You don't need to do that. Just present that this alpha guy you met on Discord that you debunked.
It was the Alpha Veritas who was in here like 10 minutes ago.
Just write that down. Say you went on social media, you adjudicated your expert level of knowledge in the theory of relativity, proves that you know more than other people.
That's the thing. I don't have the foundation of years of experience, just like Alpha doesn't, and you don't, right? So I'm just going to listen to the people who have spent their lives doing this stuff. I mean, I get that that's like a stretch, but when there's like thousands of people doing this, these people have to be pretty damn good actors, or I don't know, like what are they, like aliens then?
Well, that kills it, because if your worldview is that you must listen to these people because they've studied more, welcome back to Christianity.
How confident are you in this relativity thing?
In relativity? I mean, my confidence is just in the people that are like, I feel like the one side is internet researchers, people in this room who've spent maybe days of their life researching this stuff, and then the other side of the argument is people who have spent years of their lives studying this stuff. I'm going to trust the other side because I'm not an expert in this. So I have to choose a side, right? And why would these people be lying about this?
Where do you start researching relativity? What's the starting point? So I'm going to go start researching it right now.
Where's the starting? I would probably start with textbooks. I'd probably try and download a PDF.
Books are relativity. So if I get a book, it's relativity.
Sure.
This is what you get with Radwin.
He won't give me an answer.
Well,
what do you mean by books are relativity?
No, he wants to know how you would start before the book. How did you get the information to write in the book? Where did that come from?
I mean, there's probably a foundation that they built it off of from other scientists before.
Probably.
I'm not. Like I said, I'm not the expert on this, right? But are you just going to say that all these scientists are just amazing actors? They've never slipped in their game. No one's ever leaked through the cracks. Like
they're the same as you, dude. They just believe the story, man.
No, they do not.
The only problem is you add on an atheistic worldview on top of it, where they added on a Christian worldview on top of it.
Yeah, I don't want to say that I'm an atheist, though. I just want to. I disagree with the Abrahamic religions. That's where.
It's hard for you to do that because you also accepted Einstein's theory of relativity. He was Jewish. He believed in the Abrahamic religion God.
That's completely fine.
So I'd be interesting if we could resurrect Einstein and have you guys debate your understanding of the theory of relativity that led you to atheism and his understanding of relativity that led him to Christianity or Judaism. And see which one of you is like some sort of internet researcher and which one's an actual sort of scientist. I'm
not going to debate a scientist on their religion, especially like I'm not trying to like prove that their religion is right or wrong. Like that's completely fine. And I said before that I think it's more reasonable to believe in the Abrahamic God, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, or Islam.
Well, you have to, because all the people who presented you globe
think that is wildly more reasonable.
Yeah, there is no atheist version of the globe. Every single person who presented you the globe is deeply theistic. Like
that is a very bold claim. That is an extremely
it's very
bold claim.
cringe level of theism.
That is no. I just don't accept that as true. That
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to accept any of it. The current director of NASA said he's personally spoken to God, and God told him to come out of retirement because it's important for him to lead America back to the moon. He's the guy. God told him, you are the guy that I put on this earth to lead America back to the moon. Bill Nelson, you can look him up.
So do you believe him?
Do I believe him? No, it's not about me believing him. It's about you believing him. If you believe we're going to go to the moon, then you also believe that these guys are telling you the truth. And part of his truth is he came out of retirement. He was an astronaut who turned politician, who retired, who then suddenly came out of retirement. And his excuse for why he came out of retirement is that God told him to do it.
So because a body of scientists believe in God,
the director of NASA, the director,
right. Okay,
yeah,
we'll say the director of NASA and many scientists that work with him, because this body of scientists and the director of NASA believe in God.
So I would say,
I don't believe in God, or at least I don't believe in their Abrahamic God. Therefore, I have to believe everything they say because I do believe them in the fact that I believe.
So why would they lie? Why would they lie about
everything they say? Is that what you're saying? I have to accept everything that they say because.
Why would they lie about that? Why would he lie about talking to God?
I have no idea. I mean, people claim they've spoken to God all the time.
Do they lie about it?
I'm not here to say yes or no.
I would say show me your God.
The thing is, too, claiming that you've spoken to God, that's a one-on-one thing. Proving something scientifically with math, that's something that everyone can look at. Not everyone's going to understand it. I'm not going to understand it probably for a lot of stuff. You're not. So I'm just going to listen to the scientists that all come together and say, yeah, this makes a shitload of sense. This would be ridiculous to deny.
Divinely inspired.
Like I said, I'm sure we've all said wrong things in our lives. I get that the claim of God is a big claim to make. However,
really.
Just because I've said one wrong thing doesn't mean everything I say is wrong. You're trying to draw the conclusion that saying one wrong thing means everything is wrong.
They went to the moon, dude. They've done divine, powerful things that no one else has been able to do.
Are you a globe earther?
No, dude.
Okay. So okay.
I don't believe they're bullshit. They're bullshitting. Talking about God did it, you know.
Yeah.
Show me I go after the lowest hanging fruit, the lowest, most easily provable or disprovable claim. So Bill Nelson said God told him to come out of retirement. Like, how do you know that? What's your evidence that God spoke to you? Or like in the 60s.
I agree.
Yeah, in the 60s and 70s when Nixon said he spoke to God and God told him that America will win the space race because God told him that God loves capitalism. I'm like, really?
And I think that's ridiculous. I agree. But I can also agree with them.
And I would say it's all ridiculous. The whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle is completely ridiculous.
Claiming that God spoke to you is a one-on-one thing. It's not like someone else
claiming you went to the moon is also one-on-one,
right? But let me just be clear. You can't verify and test that someone had a moment with God, right? That's a one-on-one thing. Only one person there to verify.
You can't verify or test they went to the moon either. They destroyed the technology. They literally
the beauty of science is that people can reproduce and verify.
No one's been able to reproduce it since.
That is completely untrue. Or so what you can claim is that all the people who have quote unquote
after the Apollo program, who went to the moon?
After what?
After the Apollo, 1972, December 7th.
I don't have this information in front of me right now, but
okay.
Plenty of people went out to space. I mean, sure, the moon, the space, whatever. Plenty of people have seen the curvature of the Earth.
There are plenty of people seeing God too.
But once again, this is one person. These are individual accounts of speaking to God. No one can verify that one person's account. Even if it's 100 different people saying they spoke to God, no one can verify each
So
other's
they're all
account
in
of
on
that.
it.
I can't help you here.
They're all in on it. Yeah, I got you. I understand what you're putting down.
There is a phone in front of me. I could get a family member and to verify that there is a phone in front of me. I could get millions of people to verify that there is in fact a phone.
And they'd all be in on
I
it.
can't get people to verify that I just spoke to God 5 seconds ago. Like, where's the like? There, do you see where I'm getting at with that?
Yeah, you know they spoke to God because he came out of retirement. God bless America.
I don't.
If he spoke to God, you could say, you know what? I declined God's offer. He told me to come back to NASA and lead America back to the moon. And he said,
Listen,
I declined the offer because America is fallen and God was lying to me.
People who say insane things can also say correct things, especially when there's thousands of other people who say the same exact correct thing.
Yeah, like they saw God and they worship God. Millions, billions of people. I mean, the majority of the human race have at some point worshipped the Christian God, have worshipped or will worship the Christian God. If you were to take every single person, past, present, and future, I'm not even sure what would be a close second. Like, I don't know, some sort of ancient pagan religion, like Norse, maybe, were they a close second at the time? Like, what would be a close second to Christianity or Abrahamic religion?
In terms of like
of people,
and how many people are believing this thing?
Yeah,
I don't have an answer for that right now. But
let's see. Maybe this is like one of the things you can Google. Yeah, I guess Google just basically says between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, it's the majority of the human race. The whole world is roughly that. And then Hinduism would be something, a little sprinkle of Hinduism. And then below that is secular, non-religious. And then below that is some sort of traditional Chinese thing. And then below that would be African regional religions. And then a bunch of weird shit like animism, neo-paganism. Just think of the billions and billions of people all in on it.
I mean, you're comparing something that's faith-based versus something that's based on,
Not
evidence, and something that you can literally see. We have models built on why this is the case with Earth.
They got the models.
Why all these systems
the Big
work
Bang.
together.
That's the Big Bang model. That is brought to you by God of the Bible. That's Catholic Church, the creation myth. Not only do they have the model, they got the theology and the reason behind it. This is how God did it. Bang.
I'm not even following at this point.
Yeah, where Big Bang comes from and who thought that up?
Tell me.
Yeah, George Lamontre, Catholic priest, ordained Catholic priest. He lived in the Vatican his whole life. Dedicated his life to two things: God of the Bible and science. That's how you get the Big Bang. You sprinkle 50-50 God, 50-50, like half and half. I'll let you stew on that. I'll be right back. I got a call to make.
Anybody in here with the scientific proof that they live on a ball?
Yo, hello, good morning. Is anybody here? Hey, Crit, are you around, bro? Or any of the mods? Jello, good morning. Oh, Quad, what's up, brother? I see you in a text. I want to talk to Crit for a few moments, yeah. Or a mod. Is anybody around to talk? Just for a couple of minutes? Crit was just here. All right. I was wondering if AJ was here. Was he talking to anybody? Because Nathan wanted to move his show from yesterday. That's supposed to happen tomorrow to today. So just wondering if that would be all right. If Crit is here, I can wait a few minutes. It's not 9 o'clock yet.
What's happening at 9 o'clock?
What's up, Cassio? Nothing, bro. 9 o'clock comes, it's 9 o'clock, man.
Well, what are you talking about 9 o'clock for?
Well, I wanted to talk to a mod from this server. Who are you, first of all, bro? Are you a mod
There's
here?
an experiment at 9 o'clock.
Man, what you talking about, bro?
Is there an experiment at 9 o'clock?
What experiment, dude?
Okay, forget it.
What are you talking about, dude? Wasn't talking to you, bro. I'm just waiting for a mod, man. Quad, thank you for tagging him, bro. Appreciate that. I'll just go on mute and I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Thanks, bro. Yo, Quad, I was just informed that they already spoke with somebody, so everything is all set up. Much appreciated, and thanks for your help anyway, brother. I think Nathan. Hey, what's
we're
up?
Live. Yeah, we're live on YouTube. I'm not sure if you want to broadcast your camera there.
All right, I was just informed that Nathan spoke with someone on this server, and I guess he is coming here today, right?
Nathan Oakley? No, he comes on Fridays.
Right, but I think he spoke with someone. That's why I'm here. Like, nobody informed me that somebody already talked to somebody, and they said it's okay for today. Were you aware of that?
No, I guess it's okay if he stops by. But normally it's like open for Friday. It's blocked. That section's blocked off and also scheduled.
Right. All right. So I don't know if that meant for today. Or
it's probably Friday. It's a reoccurring event that we have scheduled on the there's like a list of weekly events or events that happen.
Right.
That the time slot is set.
Right. But something happened yesterday. Nathan asked for someone to talk to someone on this server to switch it for Thursday. And that would be tomorrow, right? So I guess that was already arranged. Yeah. So that was already arranged. Somebody already. They just let me know. So anyway, I just wanted to say much appreciate, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yep. Okay, you're right. Quad posted in text chat. It was moved.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the loop. Okay.
No worries, brother. Thank you so much, and see you guys tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. Take care. See you tomorrow.
Peace.
Peace in the Middle East, nigga. Man, ChatGPT is so helpful. I don't need a mechanic anymore. I can just ask ChatGPT for everything. All the fucking mechanical issues of my car. I can decide which to repair, which to ignore, and it's going to save me money with ChatGPT. ChatGPT, nigga. ChatGPT. Where are the flat earth theorists today?
If a flat earth, why GPS?
Oh man, this is what happens when you sell your Alexa and you lost your phone. You can't use the call my phone Alexa thing. Oh my. Nigga.
You look really tired.
I am fucking tired. Programming. Is it
Oh
programming?
no. How long have you been doing that for?
About 10 years.
I meant like, how long has the session been like?
Oh, today? Well, it's up to 3 a.m. And now it's the afternoon the next day.
Damn.
And I just paid my mechanic bill. That's £1,600. I have to change on my car. I have to change a crankshaft pulley. Anybody knows what the fuck that is? Propeller shaft, and pay for further investigation of the braking system, which could either be the handbrake or the brake pads, because on the BMW it's full of sensors, and sometimes that fucking sensor could be broken. So you don't know what to trust with the BMW. And I just need a shit car. A little shit car. Not a BMW.
Must be the flat bank account server. Dude, BMW sucked. I'm glad I don't own a fucking car.
The problem here is, in the United Kingdom, everyone drives stick shift, which is a manual car, gearbox. But on my license, it's only
I'm old,
automatic.
I remember them.
Yeah, exactly. In America, you guys drive mostly an automatic. But my driving license.
It's more expensive if you want to stick. Costs more money.
Yeah, in the UK, it's the opposite. Automatics are more expensive because manuals are more popular. It's totally different.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I mean, dude, whatever they make more expensive, it's going to be, or at least expensive, it's going to be more popular automatically. So I think they kind of pick like what people are going to be driving.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. But I mean, it's extremely more expensive. A manual for a car here would be £600, which is, say, argument's sake, $600. But the automatic version of the same car will be about 1,600. It could be an increase of £1,000 more, double the price for an automatic. It's so fucked up. I wish I would have just gotten a scooter instead. And these fucking old cars are 2005. Very old car as well.
I'm glad I don't own a car, so I don't have that headache.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I live in a city, so like having a car is like counterproductive. It's fucking goddamn
So do you
nightmare.
use like a bicycle or something, or just walk?
Well, there's subway, there's fucking commuter rail, there's fucking buses, and there's bikes. They have bikes you can rent. They have like we got bike lanes like everywhere. But I usually just walk, mostly. Depends on how far away it is. And I could actually take the train or the bus, like depending on where you're going. Sometimes public transportation is a lot faster. And then when you factor in, even if you took your car, you got to pay for parking. It should be like fucking $35 just for that shit.
Oh, the parking sucks, man. I only passed my driving test 2 months ago. I've always lived in the city where I never needed a car until I just bought a house outside of London, in the countryside. Now I obviously need a fucking car, but London is so expensive. It's so fucking
I live in
expensive.
Boston. It's. I don't think it's as expensive. I think it depends on where you live in London. There's
No,
more.
it is expensive.
I'm assuming. I know it's all expensive, but I mean, Boston's is the second most expensive city to live in as far as like rent and shit in the United States.
Is that because of all the university students there, and it's become like the second Silicon Valley?
Yeah, it's because of all the stupid college kids.
Yeah, but these college kids, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that's like the fucking biggest. That is.
Yeah,
like
I actually live in Cambridge, so that's actually like 10 blocks away from where I am right now.
Shit.
Yeah, I could walk there in probably like 12 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. And then Harvard is like the other way. I can walk there in like, I don't know, 30 minutes.
But if Skynet was to happen, like in the film Terminator, it would probably come out of MIT from Massachusetts.
It wouldn't shock me. I think the zombie apocalypse would come out of here, no doubt. Because there's a lot of biotech companies doing who knows what. The robotics companies are like they're kind of like in the suburbs and stuff. Like Boston Robotics is in like Woburn, which is close, but it's not like right here. Like what's right in the city are like biotech companies, or what's right in Cambridge. So like I said, they're doing God knows what. Who knows what the hell they're doing?
Yeah.
It's pretty no, the college kids are stupid. They're stupid as fuck around here. But I mean, anyone that age is pretty stupid. So, I mean, I was stupid when I was that age. But it's kind of weird because it's like mostly foreigners. No offense to people from England, but they're not from England. They're from, everywhere else. You can walk around Cambridge and not hear English for frickin' hours.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's if the apocalypse was to happen, it would be in America, but by the whole planet, not necessarily from an American.
Well, if it starts in Cambridge, like all the zombies are going to be foreigners in the beginning before they get to the rest of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like dead serious too. I'm like, because where I live, they rent to like a lot of these like apartments around here. They rent to like college students. So they're from like I haven't really figured it out. Like, because these kids are rich, they're fucking loaded, and it's their money, so it's their parents' money. So I figure they're like the children of like corrupt politicians in their home country, and they come here to like study at Harvard and MIT because they're from like the Middle East, a lot of Middle Easterners, Saudi Arabia, Qatar,
Yeah,
but
I
also
know.
like
I know.
Europe. Plus, so it's like Spain.
There's a lot. No,
So
there's a
it's
lot of
everywhere.
Chinese people. A lot of
Chinese,
Chinese.
yeah, a lot of Chinese too. Yeah, Koreans. Fucking, you name it. It's everything. This place is an international airport.
Yeah, but who gives a fuck? At this point, America is that itself. It's not like America has. It's not like Richard Nixon's still in power.
I mean, I haven't been out of the city in a while, so I don't know. I mean, I've lived in rural America where there's like no people that are foreign. It's just really weird that like if I go to Harvard Square and I walk for 10 minutes, I won't hear English the entire time. I'll hear people
I don't care. I don't give a shit
American
about
English.
that. In
Well, I
fact,
mean, it's just weird. It's just weird, man. When like these people are speaking German, and these people are speaking Swahili, and these people are speaking freaking Spanish, and these people are speaking Portuguese, and these people like.
yeah, that's because.
And then when you finally hear English, they have a British accent, and then you're like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, does anybody speak like American? Like, you feel like you're. It feels like you're a foreigner in your own country. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, that's because
cool.
America. Well, it's not just not cool, but that's the direction America's taken to become the world superpower. You have to attract the brightest and best students, and they're obviously all going to be foreign because most Americans are fucking stupid. So
I have to agree to that. I think most people are stupid, generally. But
yeah.
It's just strange, man. So like when there's Christmas, right? Back when I was younger, people would decorate their houses, they put up Christmas lights, all that stuff. Or Thanksgiving or any like a holiday that's kind of like celebrated in America. But because there's so many foreigners here, they don't celebrate Christmas. They don't have any like traditions like a typical American traditions that like, were around when I grew up. So it's like totally. It's like even though there's a holiday, it's like nothing's different.
Have you decided about moving to a different state or a different city with more Americans? Obviously, you're by Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where obviously it will attract a shit ton of fucking foreign students because it's the world's leading university. And obviously you're not going to get much Americans there. Have you decided to move into another city where there's more traditional Americans, whatever the fuck traditional Americans mean?
I mean, I only get like if it's winter, I always consider every winter I want to move south, but I like it here, but it's like let's put it this way. I did like it here before COVID. After COVID, everything's changed. So let's put it this way.
What do you mean change? How did it change?
A lot of like all the good parts about living in a city, like things being open just like 24 hours a day and being accessible, all that shit's gone.
How?
They're just like COVID like changed the way businesses operate.
It wasn't permanent.
Well, they changed. The businesses haven't gone back to the way they were.
Well, that's probably because of the internet. the internet and Amazon?
No, it's even so. Check this out. So on Sunday, I wanted to buy something, and I was like, okay, where can I go? Like, where's the nearest convenience store? And I realized it was like 1 a.m, and I realized the nearest convenience store that was open, I would have to like go all the way into fucking Boston, which is like, 1.5 miles away. Or I could go the other way further into Cambridge, which was like 1 mile away. Whereas before COVID, I literally could have walked like 2 blocks. Like none of the places, like 7-Elevens used to be open 24 hours a day. Now they're only open 7 to 11, which is, that's their name. I guess they can do that. But a lot of these places, like a gas station that used to be open 24 hours a day that I could go to, isn't open anymore 24 hours. You can't, actually it was like 5:30 in the morning, I remember, right? 5:30 isn't that early. Like you could get coffee 24 hours a day, like Dunkin' Donuts. You could all this stuff was open 24 hours a day. All that stuff is gone. None of these places are open 24 hours a day anymore. So that was the good part about living in the city, is that no matter what time of the day or night it was, you could just get up and go buy whatever it is you needed. But all that's just toast. It's gone. Grocery stores used to be open 24 hours a day. All those are shut. And then they, even the ones that were open to midnight. Now they close at 9. So it's way, way different. Even the trains don't run as much as they used to. It's just different. The good part about living, like I said, the good part about living in the city is the ability to it never sleeps, right? And this, because I never sleep, so I need the city never to sleep. But I can
Why
move
don't
to
you
the
just
country.
move to another city then?
I mean, I guess could do that. But what am I going to do? Go look, which city is actually open 24 hours a day? How am I going to find that? I don't think they list that in their Yelp review.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Actually, I lived outside of Atlanta when I was a kid. I don't want to move there. Even though the girl-to-guy ratio is pretty good there.
Yeah, it's the same thing here in Canada too, dude. Everything's closed so early now. It's nuts.
Yeah, I'm glad it isn't just here. Well, I mean, I shouldn't be. It's kind of
glad.
Yes. Well, I'm just glad it isn't just me that is suffering through this shit.
Yeah, no,
Misery loves
it's
company,
totally the same thing here, man.
Dude, they shut down. There's a Dunkin' Donuts over on 3rd Street. They opened it, 2 decades ago. It was open 24 hours a day. There'd be people in there all hours of the day. That shit just shuttered, man. Fucking shuttered.
I reckon. I think I know what's
unbelievable.
No, Saturday at 6 o'clock, everything's closed. It's crazy.
I think your city is one of those. By the way, not everything is now completely changed just because of COVID.
Wow.
I find that hard to believe. Not every fucking city is now kind of, shit because of the circumstances
they were
of
shit,
COVID.
bro.
I just don't see the justification. Because there's people here, they've built so the population density is going up. So the business is there. I don't understand why they would shut down. It doesn't make sense to me. It's not because, hey, we're not making money.
I think your city has become one of those pilot cities where you're going to start experimenting with things like self-driving cars and also drone delivery, especially in MIT.
Oh, they'll never allow drone delivery around here.
Hold on a minute. This year, Amazon's going to start trialing drone delivery. If you're buying shit on Amazon, instead of having a car deliver it and post it, they're going to start posting shit using drones, fleets of drones. And also, self-driving cars are going to be experimented in Boston, Massachusetts. I think you're in one of those cities that are going to become these kind of trial pilot cities for all this new technology. And the businesses know that. The businesses know that. They've been told and are aware of all the pilot experiments that's going to happen in your city. And so they've decided not to invest in brick and mortar businesses. Dunkin' Donuts is going to close down because it knows that Amazon grocery online is going to fucking take over. And once it does, there's going to be no fucking point to any brick and mortar stores unless it's like a coffee shop, some kind of a hybrid coffee / meeting space, community space or some shit like that. All of those old buildings are going to turn into fucking rentable community spaces for like events or shit. But Boston, Massachusetts is definitely one of those. San Francisco as well. If you really want the old way of life,
how's that going to work in San
traditional way of
Francisco?
life where shops are still open and coffee shops are still open and donut shops are still open, you're going to have to go to one of those small towns.
Yeah,
the small towns aren't it, man. They're all closed.
All I know is I'm going to be stealing
small
fucking
towns
drones.
are closed. You still have those kind of old fucking.
Nah, dude, all the storefronts are closing down, just like you said, man. But I don't think it's just because
Not all
technology,
the
man.
No, it is just for technology because I haven't heard of a reason, a valid, plausible reason as to why what you're saying is happening. All you've told me is just it's COVID.
That's the
and
mystery.
That's not.
I know they have like Uber Eats now and like they have all these things, right? So like they might not do the business at the storefront, but like all these places also deliver now, right? Through Uber Eats or Grubhub or all these things. But you still the store still has to exist to do the delivery, right? It's not like people are still going to the same places. They're just not walking in physically. They're ordering online, Uber Eats or Grubhub or what's the other one? Something Dash, DoorDash. They'll deliver food. I mean,
they're called ghost kitchens. So the cooks and chefs will have a kitchen to rent purely to do deliveries, not for in-store dining. But as I told you, you're going to have to go to these small towns in the south or these traditional old towns that are thriving, not a town that has no money.
well,
I think you're
I
in the
mean,
wrong
what I
town.
think will happen, I think the pendulum, I think you're right.
And no foreign students as well. And those people, they don't give a fuck.
Well, I think you're right, but I think the pendulum will swing back. I think that this, this type of, I don't know, commerce, it'll take off at first because it'll be a novelty, but then the pendulum will swing back and the people realize that quality is suffering and
no,
it sucks.
It's pretty much dystopian until you forget it's dystopian and that becomes the way of life. Because what is dystopia, right? It's kind of subjective. So when the full swing happens with all this technological way of life, it's not going to go back to how it was. This is the way. This is it now. In fact, it's going to get worse with AI.
What I think is it's antisocial.
No, but that's your problem. Then you're going to fall out. You're going to, your way of life, it being too antisocial, that's subjective as well. That's the way it is. It's not going to swing back because it's too antisocial.
Well, I don't think that part was. I think I don't know what time scale you're thinking on. I'm thinking like this stuff will initially take off, but then like people will go retro and that will be like a niche business. But I think the general trend will still be towards this fucking lock yourself in the house, don't cook your own food, have everything fucking delivered all the time, never leave the house type crap. But
that's
I
what
think
it is.
it's depressing, man. Because it doesn't bode well, dude. This is like a big experiment. It doesn't bode well for people.
It kind of does, actually. People find commuting to work exhausting, waste of money. People who work
I
from
agree.
home, people who work from home can do their laundry, can look after their kids while they work. It's actually
Why do you need to
more.
do your laundry? You didn't leave the house. Just wear
It's
the same
actually more
shit.
convenient to work from home than it is to go out. This idea that something has to be sociable to be good is just a fad. That's a personality
A
type.
fad?
Yeah, it kind of
A
is actually.
10,000 year fad? Jesus Christ, that's a long fad.
Not really, no, because cavemen would be working in a household, a homestead, farmers, for example, agriculture. They've always worked from home in their home yard, their acres,
Yeah.
amongst their
Yeah.
own kind, amongst their own inner family, inner circle. This idea that you have to go out to work and commute to work into the center
See,
of town with all
that's the
these
problem
fucking
I have.
people, that is a fad.
So
That
listen,
really is a fad.
me and
Where in the
you are on the
fucking
same
history of
page.
10,000 years did mankind have to go into and mix with a cluster of people
Yeah, we're on the same
like
page
that,
with that.
like we have today as cities? Cities are relatively new things in the history of mankind.
Well, cities used to be the harbingers of people that were running from something, right? So, your village or whatever freaking cast you out and you had to run away. You'd run to a city where everyone was strangers and like nobody knew you, so you could get along. But I agree with you that people were isolated, but they did good with their extended families. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with isolated with extended families. The problem I have is the low birth rates, the non-extended families, like people living in isolation, where it's just, people offering themselves is going up. You know that, right? And depression is crazy, right? Like in America, it's something like 40% of women are on antidepressants. So, like, there are consequences to this. It's not like it's not
Well,
freaking all
do you
roses.
want to know what I think? I think since the Woodstock era, the 60s, or the 70s and 80s and 90s, the last 3 decades has been so concentrated in this idea of a social life. And I mean, Woodstock era is as social as it got, right? That humans have bred and breeded people with a genetic predisposition to need to socialize. Whereas in the 50s, 40s, and 30s, and even in the 1800s, the idea of socializing wasn't that important. It's
It
only
was
since
people's socialization. They went to church, right?
no, that's going to churches and socializing, but in comparison to what socializing means today, it's completely fucking different. And so the genetic predisposition, and since the Woodstock era, has built a population genetically now where they require to have that socialization, exercise that gene of trying to socialize all the fucking time. It reminds me of that film.
Do you know
I
what the
can't remember
Woodstock
what
era was all about, brother?
drugs and cannabis and music.
You understand there was a war, right?
Yeah, but there was a war since World War One and World War Two as well. That doesn't mean nothing. Why didn't Woodstock happen after World War One then? Why did it happen after the Vietnam, whatever the fuck, war?
Different demographic
Yeah,
reality.
Exactly. So society changed by Woodstock, by the era of Woodstock.
Peace and love and all
And
that shit. You don't remember any of that?
the generations changed since then anyway. The household changed.
Of course it has.
Social structure has changed. Family units has changed. And so now it's what the meaning of socializing is completely different to, say, 70, 80 years ago. Can you imagine if somebody from the Victorian era had the opportunity to work from home, how happy they would be, instead of going out to sweep a fucking chimney at the age of 5? And then in today's age, you get people like you complaining, saying, "Oh, it's depressing, and we need to socialize. We have to go out."
No, I'm not saying.
Tell that to a fucking Victorian chimney sweeper at the age of 5 years of age.
Yeah, well, kind of comparing apples to oranges. Things are
No,
tough
not
all over
really.
back
No,
then.
it's working from home. Working from home is as convenient as it can fucking get. To complain about it not being sociable because you work from home is fucking ridiculous.
You ever
Considering
think that some people like to suffer? They like hard work. They like doing that shit. Have you ever considered that? And that actually,
nobody's stopping you from going out and socializing. You can fucking socialize anywhere. You don't need a designated space or a bar or whatever building you have to be in to fucking socialize. You can
look,
start a
I'm not
fucking
saying I want to
start a
socialize.
Facebook group. Start a Facebook group. Get some people organized and go and fucking socialize.
Okay, listen, I'm not saying I want to do it. All I know is the numbers. People are depressed. People are anxious. People have freaking shit social skills. They can't arrive on time. They can't look you in the eye. They're limp-wristed handshakes, right? They just.
That's bullshit. That's complete fabrication of your own kind of idea of what it should be, of what you want.
Oh, well, that's the way it used to be, right? And what's wrong with that? People don't keep their word. People are
That's
liars.
subjective as well. That's completely subjective. I think you're just kind of like daydreaming at this point.
Well, I have probably about 30 years more experience of reality than you do.
Not really, no. And that doesn't mean anything either.
Yeah, it does, because I have a larger sample size to evaluate everything.
No, not really. That's still subjective. Younger people don't.
That's idiotic, dude. Sample size isn't subjective.
Just because by age, your experience at your age could mean nothing. Is there only 4 people in here? Fuck me, I'm going.
Fucking retard.
It's like
Is there only 4 people in here? Oh, I need an audience. I need an audience because I'm not just talking to 2 people. Socializing, that's overrated. There's only 4 people in here. I'm out of here. What a fucking retard.
Okay, I don't know why it does that on mobile, but anyway, age doesn't mean more quality experience. Okay, you could live up to 100 and still be a stupid idiot. So don't try and pull the fucking age card on me.
Yeah, but in general, and as a general rule, people with more
Not really. No,
experience.
general means nothing when you could be anybody.
Yeah,
you're
but as a
gonna
general
tell us
rule,
that.
dude, are you
Everybody
like
has a fucking
insecure about your
general
age
rule.
or something, man? Look,
Everybody
when
has a
you're my
general rule.
age, you're
Hitler
going
had
to
a
call
general
that
rule. It doesn't
the
mean
stupid shit
Hitler's
coming out of your
general
mouth.
rule was correct.
Well, when you're my age, dude, you're going to be saying the stupid shit you're saying now is stupid. Okay?
See, that's another generalizing. You're literally just spewing of
Oh
fucking
yeah,
verbal diarrhea.
when you have 30 more years experience on your belt, you're going to be like, I knew more then than I know now. That's what you're going to say. Are you stupid?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with anything? You're just spewing like verbal diarrhea at this point. You
Yeah,
can say anything next.
you didn't answer my question, did you?
It doesn't. The question doesn't work though.
Exactly. What is the question? It's like
The question
you're
was,
delusional.
are you going to know more now in 30 years than you know now? You're going to know more.
Depends. You can be
Most
fucking locked
likely,
up in
yes,
Depends.
but
prison.
that
Can
doesn't
you know
mean that.
less?
Okay, wait, hold on. There's two
Yes, it
people,
depends.
person
You
A
could
and
be
person
locked up
B.
in
Person
prison
A is
and
young,
not know
person
nothing.
B is old. There's that it just because person A is young doesn't mean he knows more than person B. But when person A grows up, of course they're going to know more than they did when they were younger. They're still going to know more than person B when they grow up. Yeah. So the question doesn't make
listen,
sense. You can't say, "Are you going to know more when you grow older?" Yeah, of course you are, but it doesn't mean that.
guys. Okay, slow down. Okay, it's real simple. I said it was a general rule that people that are older know more.
There's nothing general about this.
And then I proved it is the general rule by using yourself as an example.
Your
Okay, you're
question
going to know
isn't
more.
general.
So if you apply this across everybody, even on the individual basis, that every individual, as they get older, knows more than they did themselves, right? Within themselves, as a general rule. Someone
but
that
you're
is
saying
older.
that's you. You're saying that you know more.
That's
It's not even true as a general rule.
You said
I
general
guarantee I
rule,
knew
and
more
then
when
you
I was
applied it to
freaking
yourself.
15 years old than you know now.
You applied a general rule to yourself
There you go. You just
because
broke
you
your own
said you're
general
older
rule.
than me, and therefore you
I'm an
know more
outlier.
than me. You said you know
You're an
more than
outlier.
me.
Yeah, I'm a
You said you
statistical
know more
outlier.
than me because you're older. You said you know more than me because you're older, and
I
that is
said
a
I have more
general rule.
experience than you of observing
And
human behavior.
see,
This
now you're changing the
conversation's
fucking
not going to get
goalpost.
anywhere, dude.
Now you're moving the
No.
goalpost again.
You need to
And then you
talk
said
about
as a
something else.
general rule. So, you're just verbal diarrhea.
No one moved the goalpost, dude.
Yes, you
No one
did.
moved the goalpost.
You said
We
you
can
knew more than
just
me because you're
rewind the
older than me.
recording.
And you tried to diminish my thoughts just because you think you're old, because you said you're older than me, you know more than
Someone's
me. As a
diminishing
general,
your thoughts,
and then you
dude.
applied a general rule to yourself. You applied
Dude,
the
you're a
arrogance you
fucking
have.
toy boy.
The arrogance you have to apply
He
a
just wants
general
to
rule
argue,
to
dude.
yourself.
It's arrogant to
Honestly,
apply
what the
general rules.
fuck?
Well, how do we make decisions then if we don't use generalities? Do we go on a case-by-case basis of 350 million people in America? Is that how we make decisions? Or do we
He's
apply
moving
general
away from
rules?
his
So you're not
arrogant
going to address what I
idea
said, right?
and
So you're going to talk over
using
me?
generalities. Generalities
Yeah.
now, okay.
Yeah, we use generalities to make decisions
And
about
because
the general
this will
behavior of
come
human
about
beings.
from the idea that you think because you're older than me, you know more than me. This whole thing started because of
No, I
that.
think I know more than you because you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, there you go then. There you go. Well, it finally came out. So it's not
Well,
because
I
you're
mean, you're
older.
proving it by saying stupid shit like you can't use generalities. The entire government makes decisions based upon
Now
generalities.
you're sideways. You just talk shit, man. You talk out of your
Yeah,
asshole.
yeah, you can talk about me all you want. You haven't refuted a goddamn word I said, have you?
You talk out
You
of
said,
your asshole,
nuh-uh,
bro.
nuh-uh, you,
Verbal
this.
diarrhea.
Yeah, that's all you can do is talk about me. That's all
Verbal
you can do.
diarrhea. Verbal
Yeah,
diarrhea.
refute what I
Verbal
said.
diarrhea.
Run away, girl. Soy boy. Fucking insecure little fucking girl. You're older than me, you know more. You know, I was a kid once too, and I thought fucking adults, they were stupid. They couldn't possibly know more than me. That's what I used to think. Then when I burnt my hand in the fire fucking 3,000 goddamn times, I was like, maybe they're right. Oh, God, he has fucking cardboard taped to the window? I didn't even notice.
They've given this whole new notion though that it's out with the old and in with the new, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, when you're young, you think, oh, all those old fuddy-duddies, they don't know anything about anything, right? We're going to change everything. And you brought up a good point about the Woodstock generation. So that's the whole theme of that generation, right? When they were young, they were like, we're going to invent a new way to live, right? We're going to do everything anew. Right? We're like all the old people, all our fathers, our grandfathers, our great grandfathers, they did stuff this other way, but it's this new modern age, and we're gonna fix everything. What the fuck did they fix? Not a goddamn thing. Made everything worse. So this is kind of the way I look at it. People in the past were less distracted by novelties and entertainment, right? They were more down to the earth, right? So they had more brain power was dedicated to shit that we consider minutia now, unimportant, right? So things like their social situation, the weather, things like that, things you had to pay, how much food I have, all things that people really had to pay attention to survive. Things that exactly. But it's like they're dedicating lots of brain power to it. It's not like they don't have anything else to think about. You know what I mean? We're like, am I going to play fucking Fortnite today? Yeah, it's like, am I going to play Fortnite? Or like, am I going to get my freaking gaming chair fixed? Or am I going to catch that live stream in 20 minutes? And like, this is what's going on in their head, right? Someone 200 years ago, they were like,
what are we going to eat tonight?
Bob, what am I going to eat tonight? And like, I lent Bob a cow, some milk like last week, and maybe in 6 months, if I need some wood, he'll give me some from his freaking sawmill, right? You know what I mean? They're dedicating lots of brain power to human behavior, social situations, things like that. Like, they've thought about it. Like, you can't tell people that be someone that never thought about it, just started thinking about it 5 minutes ago, is going to be like, yes, I know more than you. You thought about it your entire life for 30 years, and I was sitting there freaking fapping to Pornhub, but somehow I know more about the situation than you, because you can't say generally that older people are smarter than younger people. Yeah, you can. Sure you can. When it comes to human behavior and human needs and things like that, yeah, you can. Because they're paying attention and you're not.
Definitely more experience. That's just
fact. It's so absurd, man. Like, you had 100 interactions with human beings. I have 10,000. And you're like, I know more than you about human behavior. With those 100 people? Like, are you crazy? I've probably literally forgot more names of people I've met than people he's met. Man of the time.
And the social's getting even less now, right? Like, most of them don't even leave their basement, man.
Well, there's birth rates, there's the marriage rate. The marriage rate's going down. Like, virgins or haven't had sex in the last year. It's a key part of being a human being is, interacting with the opposite sex. You create children and raise them so that they can have children and raise their children, right? That's a core component of humanity, which is why porn exists, right? Pornhub and OnlyFans and all these things, they exist as a replacement for the, primal need to procreate and create a family. All the frickin' flags, alarm bells for that basic human activity are going off. Woo, woo, woo. People are like, yeah, this is no problem. Amazon is going to be delivering shit with drones. That's what you're worried about?
It's all imaginary now, too, though, right? Like, everybody's developing their own personas and what they think they want to be, right? Like, and it's all good now, right? You're allowed to be whatever you like. Just imagine it.
He can't wait until the frickin' Amazon drones drops off his fucking blow-up doll so that he doesn't have to have the neighbors see him take it out of the mailbox.
No, I literally read that they have litter boxes in schools now for the students, and it just blew my mind, dude. It's crazy shit.
Yeah, I mean, he'll find out. I'll be dead. He'll be around and he'll be like, that freaking dumbass in Discord was right.
We were like him, though. I gotta admit, I was the same way. I knew everything when I was fucking 19 years old, man. You couldn't tell me shit. And the other thing, too, India, with these businesses all closing early, a lot of them they can't find employees to work, dude.
I haven't figured that one out yet. The freaking employee work thing.
So I run my own business, man, and it's a hard deal to find guys, right?
Is it you can't find competent people, or just like
nobody's applying, right? Like, no, people don't want to work. Like, we have, instead of Dunkin' Donuts, we have Tim Hortons over here, and Tim Hortons, that was their excuse for closing early because they couldn't find anybody to work. And yeah, before all that shit happened, they were open 24 hours, and now they close at 6 o'clock, man. It's crazy.
Oh, this dude's just gonna troll.
Yeah.
Goodbye. I don't even entertain that fucking. There's mountains. The earth ain't flat. There's mountains and valleys. Dude, doing that infantile shit. When you say flat earth, you mean the ground, not the water. I'm going to tell you what you mean. I'm going to tell you what you believe and what you're doing. I'm going to read your mind. I'm going to tell you what your motives are. I'm going to tell you why you're here. I'm going to psychologically analyze you. Even though I didn't give any information for him to even evaluate that, he's just going to make it up on the spot somehow.
Yeah, their argument is a non-argument, right?
Dude, it's funny, dude. In the lobby in the other Discord, they're like, "Why is the Earth flat?" And you're like, "Well, because we observe it flat. Earth is mostly water, and water's flat." And out comes 3 paragraphs of like psychoanalysis, and you're like, "How the fuck did you get all that from what I just said?" I said like 2 sentences. Like, now I'm just a flat earther because I'm trying to be special and believe every conspiracy theory, and but like they write all this stuff, this crazy psychological analysis. I mean, even though I like said, yeah, water's flat. Like, how did you get like a whole psychological profile off of me saying water's flat? Like, all you did is really psychologically profile yourself. So you watched that 7-hour video yet?
No.
You hear about it?
No. What is it?
Oh my god. So there's a 7-hour, there's a flat Earth video that dropped called Flatlined. I think it was done in collaboration with Dave McKeegan, McToon, and fucking Fight the Flat Earth.
Oh, it's a hit piece.
But it's 7 hours and 48 minutes. And it's on a channel with like 383,000 subs. He's like, dude's like a Twitch streamer, and somehow something possessed him to make a 7-hour flat Earth video, you know, in debunking flat Earth. But I watched part of it. It's the same old shit that we hear all the time. Same nonsense. Like, and how do you even debunk a 7-hour fucking flat Earth video? Make a 21-hour flat or debunk video? And what are they going to make one that lasts for like 17 days to debunk your video? Because the debunk is always longer than the original one. It has to be. It's usually twice as long.
I could just see QE and those guys with the 7-hour video on their channel there, taking it apart.
Yeah, dude. This is going to be a special episode of FED. You can tune in for the next 32 hours. We'll be going live for 32 hours straight to debunk this. That dude must have started like doing that video like 3-4 months ago. Dude, even making like a 10-minute video, if you want it to be like on a technical topic, if you don't want there to be no mistakes, and like,
yeah, it's gonna take you a while.
It takes you like, I don't know, like for every minute, I would say, if you make a 5-minute video, it's gonna take you like 3 hours minimum. To make a 7-hour video, dude, he must have been making that shit for months or hired people or something. Let's ask this Schraub.
How's it going?
Schraub, is the Earth flat?
Well, you know what? There was this really flat girl I dated once, and once she laid down, she made the Earth flat.
Nice.
Yeah, shit that never happened. He never been laid,
I mean,
bro.
some girls with little skeeter bites, where just the nipples poke out, very flat.
That wasn't a girl.
No, it's a girl. That's a girl. I mean, she had the other parts. I mean, little bony. You
guys smashing? Did you when
you?
Well,
I mean, you can do things with. You can do things with 100-pound women you can't do with a 200-pound woman.
What can you do, dude? You don't even know. Whatever, man.
No, I'm telling you.
This guy comes in talking about mosquito bites and shit.
You can. You can. I mean, you can pick them up.
When you're like smashing on her pelvis, because it was like
you can stand and hold her. I mean, you can swing her around a little bit.
You just need to get to the gym, bro.
I'm telling you. No, I'm just saying, like little skinny girls, they can have fun too.
Yeah, only if you're weak. If you're like the mountain dude, you can throw around a 200-pound chick, no problem.
No, I really can't. I'm just not that strong. Maybe if I was a really big horsey guy, like could bench like 400 pounds, but I can't.
Yeah, anyway, didn't really answer my question. Say your name is Askish from.
Yes, I'm a finance director. I provide a lot of advice and advisory things, and I'm kind of a boss.
Are you a good one or a bad one?
Well, I've been doing it a long time, so I'd have to say, no news is good news.
Well, according to the guy that was just in here before you got in here, that don't matter. Experience don't matter. He was saying
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he said it doesn't matter. Obviously, he was young. There's only young people say that.
Well, I mean,
shit.
being young and aggressive is a good thing. You can get into stuff and learn some stuff.
He's already learned. He knows more than everybody.
I mean, I will fully admit I ran into a guy who was an early internet, like I don't know, you call him a TikToker or something nowadays, but he was doing it on the one before Facebook, and he had literally made $3.5 million being an internet influencer, and he was like 21. And I said, yeah, I'm a loser. And then I ran into this other thing online about the same time. A young lady out of Sedona, Arizona. I know accounting and finance. This lady just learned how to do Excel training and Excel tips and tricks. She got over 3 million subscribers, and she bought herself a $5 million home overlooking, the park in Sedona. And so young people can learn some good shit. I mean, it is possible, and blew me out of the water. So
maybe they just.
Yeah, we didn't say they can't learn, man.
You ever hear getting lucky?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do the right things and you hit a gold mine. I guess that's there's a bit of luck involved. Absolutely.
Yeah, since you're in finance, you know who Nassim Taleb is?
What is that?
Do you know who Nassim Taleb is?
No, I don't recognize that name.
Now I don't believe you're in finance.
Well, I mean, I'm an operational finance. I mean, I'm in healthcare. I don't know what industry that is, but is he a tech guy or something?
No, he's a freaking. I don't know what you call it. He used to be a day trader in Wall Street, and then he graduated. People consult him on like economics and shit. But he's But what I'm just saying, like he wrote a book called Anti-Fragile and Black Swan and all that shit about the 2008 financial crisis.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he's pretty famous for that. But part of he knows a lot of rich people, basically, because he was in like Wall Street finance, that type of shit. So
yeah.
So what he said is a lot of people that are in finance, they get rich because they got lucky. It isn't because they have talent. It's just they just make the right trade at the right time and they get lucky. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, somebody who wins a scratch-off ticket or a lottery got lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, right place, right time.
He said, but in finance, but when it's like your profession, people think it's because they have more talent or they're smarter than everybody else. Whereas a lottery ticket, it isn't because you're fucking better than everybody else.
I'm more of a no CFO than a grow CFO. I'm more of the guy that will keep you away from stupid than the guy who's going to uncover the one thing that's going to make you a trillionaire.
That's actually smarter. Quite honestly,
I'm more of a no guy. I say no dozens of times a week. I really do. I'm the one to come into the meeting and pour cold water all over something and go, if you blow all of this money, this is what is definitely going to happen. And it's just one of those things. But sticking to simple, definitely, you can outlast your competitors just by avoiding stupid and then buying them at a discount after they've failed.
You watch professional football?
I haven't for a while. After Tom Brady retired, I just lost interest. I was like,
That's a good point. That's good. That's where I'm going, actually. What made the Patriots a great football team is that they made less mistakes than the other team. It isn't because they outplayed them, because the teams are so evenly matched in the NFL. That little small advantage of just making less mistakes than the other guy, not doing something stupid, right? Not having negative plays, not freaking having turnovers, not good clock management, just stupid little things, minutia, which actually has nothing to do with like catching the ball, running the ball, right? Just don't make mistakes. Make less mistakes than the other guy, and you'll win in the end. And that strategy obviously worked for like a fucking decade and a half.
Yeah. I mean, there was a guy last year who was a rookie running back who had played for Texas A&M, where my wife had graduated years ago. And I kind of wanted that. I kind of wanted Miami to win for the result of that, but he got injured pretty quick. He's this little bitty quick guy. And he just, so it was like, yeah, whatever. You know what it was when I was in fantasy football, maybe 7, 8, 10 years ago, I was watching it like every freaking week. Odell Beckham Jr. and all these other guys, but I don't know. I just kind of cycled out, but it can be fun. If you got a team you like, if you got a player you like, it can be a lot of fun. I guess I'm just waiting. You know what I'm waiting for? I live in Texas and I want to see a Texas team do good, and I just haven't, it hasn't come around. So.
Yeah, I don't watch as much. When Tom Brady up, I don't watch as much. But I mean, it's not as good as a product because the way they changed their structure of how they changed like the collective bargaining agreement, so the quality of play isn't what it used to be. And they made so many rules so that nobody gets fucking hurt. Not saying I want people to get hurt, but I just think the quality of play is diminished quite a bit. They're trying to turn it into like a track and field event.
There really is so much refereeing going on in a typical game, and so much, let's watch the replay or some other crap going on. So it did kind of chop up the play a bit. I like watching guys play. I like it when the refs lay back and they only call the nasty calls and they let everything else fly. But everyone's different, Some people are gonna be like, oh,
Dude, I like 3 yards in a cloud of dust, dude. That's the kind of football. I like just people smashing each other.
Yeah.
I like the other stuff, but I just also like, the bombs and, the passes and all that. I like, yeah, that's fine. But like, it's like a track meet now, right? It's just like the league. Everybody's throwing the ball 40 times a fucking game. Like, dude, whatever happened to
Well, I almost just met my maker from a young girl in a Subaru who couldn't look up and see the red traffic light glaring her in the face. She just came within about 3 feet of me. She hit the brakes real hard after blowing into the intersection. It's like, oh fuck, So if you heard me saying something there for a second, it was like, yeah, that's what the red light means. Okay, thank you.
Well, I was just saying, man, women don't get in car accidents; they cause them.
Oh my goodness.
They look in the rearview mirror and they see a 5-car pileup. Like, did I do that? Like,
yeah, sometimes they get them on the head fake. They just they kind of make it look like I'm going to go left, and then I don't go left. But anyway, it happens.
They actually should have female and male roads. They should separate the roads. They should be gender identified roads, man. Because women actually have lower women have lower reaction times and shit, right? Worse spatial awareness, so maybe they should just stick them all on the same road.
Or if they made all of the women driven cars red and pink, like just to kind of warn everybody.
I don't think the feminists would like that.
No, she's got a red or pink, and it's like, hey, that's a red car. We know it's coming.
Listen, we'll just give them rainbow colored cars because that's what they're all for. So just give them the rainbow colored cars.
Yep. So I just want to go put forward that I can prove that the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
I laid some concrete, and it came out perfectly flat.
You know, they have self-leveling concrete. Ever seen this? Self-leveling cement.
Yeah, but if the Earth wasn't flat, it wouldn't be flat.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, hey, I'm going to pour my freaking garage floor with self-leveling concrete. It's going to be curved. No one ever said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it would fail the marble test every time. It would just roll off into the corners.
You literally have to believe that level doesn't mean level.
Seems pretty simple to me. Well, anyway, guys, I'm going to hit the office now that I've survived death and avoided a teenager in an SUV. And,
Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Don't die in the office.
He wasn't that bad.
Yeah. I think when he said finance, he was like inflating his job title. Like in accounting or something. Purchasing manager. Something like that. You're not technically in finance. I mean, call it finance. It's kind of like that. So what kind of company do you run?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a painter. I got a painting company.
Oh, fuck. That's why you can't hide it. Nobody wants to fucking paint. I'm serious. Look,
no, but seriously, dude, there's help wanted signs in almost every storefront here, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, everybody wants to get rich frickin' being a Twitch streamer, man. Painting, that's like...
Any kind of labor, though, brother. Really, nobody wants to do it, man.
Dude, I fucking love digging shit, man. I love swinging fucking pickaxes, digging fucking holes, throwing around rocks. I just love that shit.
I like doing...
I don't know, man.
I like getting up and, getting around and doing stuff. Keep healthy, right? Just can't sit still that long either, right?
Yeah, what kind of stuff do you paint? You do interiors, exteriors, both?
Yeah, mostly custom homes. I live in a pretty niche area, man, where there's a lot of rich people around, so yeah.
Do you do pre-built homes that are already built or commercial, like new builds?
All custom builds, brother, like huge houses, right? I live in the land of the stars, man. It's crazy.
Do you use like a sprayer?
Yep, both.
Awesome. I had a friend, he's a fucking really good painter. And he had to be, obviously, because of what I'm about to tell you. He used to do Vanderbilt mansions. So these are old mansions built, during the Victorian era that needed to be like touched up and stuff. But people lived in them, right? So like Vanderbilts, people that are, but the stuff had to stay preserved. And these millionaires, billionaires, whatever they were, they didn't want to even know that he was ever there.
Yeah, that's basically how it is, man.
So he would have to set up like these negative. He was telling me I have to set up like this negative pressure chamber that's so small, and I have to because I can only because he can only be there for like 4 hours to paint while they're not there, right? So basically, it would take him like 2 hours to set up, 2 hours to break it down, and then fucking like he can only paint for 4 hours, and then like said it was just like a total pain in the ass. It was like the slowest possible process. He's like, these people are so rich, they just don't care. They don't care if it takes goddamn 100 years to fucking paint their house. They just don't want to see you. They want it painted, and they don't want to see you.
So summertime's coming up here where I live, and once school's out, they all come up to their summer homes, and yeah, for a month and a half, I don't have any work. While they're here, right? They don't want to
yeah. Well, I mean, that's understandable.
Sure. I squeak through. There's the odd thing you can get done, right? But yeah, for the most part, yeah, nothing. Yeah, July, August always sucks for me.
These retards, dude. Rich, man. Rich. That's not how tides work. Okay, so let's just take the island of England. You have high tide. High tide doesn't happen all the way around the entire coast at the same time. High tide in one part of England will happen 11 hours later than another part of England. So where's this mountain of water? Think about that. I'll be back in like 3 minutes.
No one's talking.
Anybody hiding out here?
So we obviously live on a spinning oblate paroid in literally nothing. Now, somebody tell me why.
Oh, say again.
We all exist on a spinning oblate paroid that exists in the literally nothing. So tell me why that is.
I don't know. I mean, the Earth spins.
The Earth spins. Can you prove that?
Gravity, I think.
It's convenient to have one-word answers that you don't understand.
It's like physics.
All everything,
it's like
right?
physics and shit.
Yeah, smart scientists figure that out, so you don't have to worry about it, right? There you go. Good thing for those smart scientists, we never got nowhere. We wouldn't be able to talk.
I wouldn't worry about it. Like, worrying about this shit gets you stressed out. Like, oh, maybe the Earth is a cube and we're like a dice and shit. But
that's missing hope.
I don't think that like it's some like big, huge things to say like, the Earth is flat, the Earth is round,
You're
motherfucker. We
missing.
living in it. We just
You're
living on
missing.
Earth, bro.
Are you
On
done yet?
God.
Are you
Yeah,
done?
yeah,
You really done this time, man?
maybe.
Okay. You're missing the entire point of any of us being here and actually caring about other human beings. What about being deceived since you were a child and taught stuff as fact when it was never proven to be fact? That we've already got all this figured out and you don't have to worry about it. And
I
if
mean,
you got,
that's what they did with the tooth fairy, and then also like the
well, the tooth fairy doesn't encompass the entirety of your existence, now does it?
Santa Claus,
But that doesn't bother you that children are being deceived about where they actually live.
nah,
Doesn't bother you at all. Why are you
nah.
here?
I'll tell them that we're just living on a planet, and in the planets inside of a galaxy, and then the planets inside of a solar system. The solar system's inside of the galaxy, and then the galaxy is like outside of like other galaxies and all that shit.
Well, all those are stories. How is that helpful to you in any way? All those stories about galaxies and black holes and whatever. How does that? How does that
It's not
even?
gonna help you. It's not gonna help, but it's going to have you like think like we just living. Like
When it
you
comes,
can know like the meaning of life without knowing like, oh, the earth, because the meaning of life had more to it than just like a simple than just like this like argument of like light and shit.
so you're
That's
looking at it simply. I'm trying to explain to you. It's not about what shape the Earth is really. If it was a ball, I wouldn't care if they could prove it was a ball. It's the fact that they lied about it. They took stuff, made up stories, and acted like it was real, acted like it was fact, and put it in textbooks and convinced everybody that that was real. That doesn't bother you at all.
mm-mm.
Okay. I don't know why you're here then.
I just be vibing. Not gonna lie.
Places to go besides the Flat Earth channel, but whatever. Do as thou will.
Yeah, but like I feel that yes, yes. How do you feel about the flat Earth? Do you think it's flat or orb?
How do I feel about the Flat Earth? That's your
What?
question.
I mean, what do you think the Earth is? My
I
bad.
think the Earth is exactly as it presents itself to be, not represented in men's minds and storybooks.
Oh,
The Earth is
what do you think?
what it is, and you can accept it for what it is, or you can make up stories about it. I choose not to make up stories anymore.
What do you think it is?
It's a generally level plane of existence. It's got mountains and valleys. There's uneven areas. There's deep caves. We've dug 7.5 miles down. I don't know what's past that. I don't even know if I believe that whole story about digging 7.5 miles. But I know that they even admit that we're mostly water, at least like 70%, and the water is laying there level when it's undisturbed. It's not forming a ball. That's not the natural behavior of water. So that's what the Earth is. How far it goes out, I don't know. What the fuck's in Antarctica, I can't tell you.
So you think it's a cube?
How did you get a cube out of anything I just said? Are you just here to waste time?
No, I'm just like you were saying it's like flat and shit. So I was like,
I don't
So
think
you
you
think it's
actually listen.
flat? Okay, so you think it's flat, right? So
I don't think you listened to a damn word I said, man. You're not even
yeah,
worth talking.
I zoned out. I zoned out for a break.
All right. Well, talk to somebody else or shut up.
No, like I want to understand because gravity and shit. It's like if we think about it, if we're saying that if they are showing proof like from NASA, actually NASA doing live streams and shit.
Are you
of
watching?
space?
Are you watching the live
Orbiting
stream right now?
Say again?
You watching it right now?
I mean, I'll watch it now.
Let's fire it up. Let's see if it's even live. Chances are it's not. So let's do a quick impromptu test because you thought they were live.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yep, not live.
It is.
No, it's
There's
not.
one.
I'm looking
There's
right at
one
it.
live. There is one live.
Okay, how about this? You post yours that you think is from NASA, and I'll post the
from
one
NASA.
who I think is from NASA, and we'll see who
It's on.
is
It's on YouTube.
really fucked up here. Okay, let's see.
What do you mean I fucked up? What do you mean? I was just
Post
saying.
it.
Oh, they did some live streams and shit.
Snap a
Do you think they
screenshot.
fabricated that shit?
See, I think you're full of shit now because if you had gone to NASA's YouTube page, clicked on 24/7 ISS live feed, you see right here. I'll post a screen cap.
They're doing another live stream, bro.
Bang. Click on that motherfucker. What does it say? This video from the International has been interrupted due to signal loss. This is what you get all the time. They're constantly, their 24/7 live stream is maybe live like 30 or 40 minutes a day.
Nah, bro.
Yeah.
But click on my page. Click on my shit.
Yeah,
Click on my
yours,
shit.
you have to click yours to watch it.
No, click on my shit. No, click on my shit. It's live, right? It's live, right?
And what are they broadcasting? They're broadcasting the image I showed you.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
no,
are.
they're not. Motherfucker, they're not.
That's what they're broadcasting.
You know what? I'm sharing my screen right now. They're what?
Well, now, okay, it just went live like right now.
What do you mean? You just clicked on that shit.
Yeah, I was watching it.
Up, bro.
It just went. It supposedly just went live.
And then even if they're getting disruptive,
here's your curvature.
Their technology is not that good, bro.
Here's your curvature of the Earth. That's what you said. They broadcast a curvature of the Earth.
No,
24
I'm just
hours
saying.
a day.
Do you think they like fabricate that shit?
So right here, what are they fabricating?
Motherfucking things, literal space.
Yeah, you see a curve of the Earth. You see gravity. What do you see here?
Motherfucker, if you look on the live stream, you can see curves and shit. But let's look up Earth. Let's look up Earth. Alright. Let's look up Earth. Earth is flat. So if it's flat, it'll be an atmosphere. That'll make no sense. Yeah, like a gyroscope.
Besides this troll, is there anybody here who wants to have an actual conversation?
I was trying to have a conversation with you, but no.
You're not going to take anything serious. You're not going to absorb any information. You're a waste of time. Sorry, sir.
What do you mean? I was taking it serious. I was just being like curious. I'm young. I'm young and dumb. Okay? That's it. I'm just young and dumb.
I guess there's nobody else here, so you can go ahead and talk to him if you want to, Chris. I just
No,
wanted to
I'm
check.
good. I just heard him squawking about live streams, and I'm like, yeah, I got that shit constantly looking to see what they're up to. I'm also watching the Boeing test flight, see when they're going to cancel that. They just passed 29 minutes. They had some leak earlier, but they fixed it. That's what the best part of this space lore is, that you should be able to use it for something, but you can't. You literally can't even use it to keep yourself entertained for the day.
You just don't understand, Chris. Space is so hard, and they
yeah,
need
it's
more
so
money.
cool. Space is so interesting and so cool. They completely ignore it.
They need more money. They don't have enough funding. You know, that's bro.
And even better, if you don't like the ISS live stream, if you don't like the Boeing live stream, you could watch a SpaceX one. They're setting up their rocket. They're going to fire off spaceship or Starship tomorrow. You've got more things to do than freak the fuck out over flat Earth. There's like these guys in the space program, nassholes, as George Carlin called them, they're trying their damnedest to get you to pay attention to them, and you don't. And you think that's my fault. That's flat earthers' fault. That's your fault. You did that. Not me, not flat earthers, not religious people. You did that all on your own. You clicked here instead of clicked over there. Try again. Just go click someplace else. Go live your life. Go watch whatever you want to watch. And when you get there, do it again or don't. Now you know why.
Yeah, you just don't understand, Chris, man. When you're exploring space and you're trying to boldly go where no men have gone before, you just need more money, and there's always something you can't. It's just hard to engage people and keep their interest. So there you go.
They lied about everything last time. Okay, sure. They confessed. But this time you can trust them. Huh.
Yeah, if we just increase their budgets more and give them more money, they'll all be good. Somebody's coming in hot. Who is that?
Yeah, someone's got a hot mic there.
Someone came in very rudely. Thank you very much.
Oh, they're gone. Ran.
Even some of these guys that are just come in here to troll and just talk about key births and shit, if they would at least listen to some of the information, it'd make it a little bit worthwhile. But they never listen. This dead air Dave's shutting up. The earth is not a ball. Prove me wrong. I challenge anyone out there to name another area of human endeavor that is either not moved forward, not progressed, or actually regressed, such as space travel has. Because 55, whatever years ago, we went to the moon, played golf, rode the moon buggy. Now we can't get out of low Earth orbit. So, yikes. Well, I forgot they got a reason for that. They destroyed that technology. And it is a painful process to build it back. So, there's that. Anyway. Somebody else talk or don't? Your option.
because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it... I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it. 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else. Subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork, as in what you think the stars are, using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
Are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point is,
you're pointing out to me, we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with and suddenly the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality, and we're telling you it is not, because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say that's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
Just like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions, the best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to strawman me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, well, don't tell me what my position is. Right, with this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
Rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that, so now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any form you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you actually know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord?
The best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you. That we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality, because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord, because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay, here's a counter example. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my Patreon or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams, because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point. But see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying, with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things
absolutely would. Have you ever been in the car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely. but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what I call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good chance. Airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual form. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual form that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance,
sir,
but
you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
okay, well,
I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I'll believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go. Whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers, it's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told. Somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the Earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening. And you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it. Well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
But that's with what science, you're doing. You're sensible.
Well,
you just said the star of plasma with spectroscopy, and you know elements.
Yeah,
and I said,
no. What I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You're just telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
Well, we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say, anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be. With the I call it the lore, because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. And sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
no, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Do you know, simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it.
No, hold on.
You're contradicting yourself, aren't you?
No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation. No, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just I pointed something out to you, but look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not confused.
Sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for, lawyer speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat Earth and globe Earth, because there's only one truth. The Earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same Earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the Earth. And what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards. Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you
to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening, because they're not taking you for a matter of fact. We want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So
listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you.
It's 100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole...
we're not going to
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, with the oil rigs. No, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing a whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different that come up with different results. So if you no, so if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there. Wow. The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because you're not, that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
You want to bring something up to get it. This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because listen, this is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.9% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
It's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mc2.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges.
Hello. Hey, real quick, guys, what's going on? We have not sure in the panel and people in the lobby.
Where's your tattoo? How come you got no tattoo?
Who are you talking about?
This guy not sure.
Oh, how does he not have a tattoo? Your profile picture?
You not know what not sure's from? You ever see Idiocracy?
Oh, yeah, he did mention that. No, I didn't see it, but he did mention that. That's where it's from.
Oh my god, it's golden. You'd like it. It's a really good documentary.
Okay, nice. I've heard it was good.
It's just silly and funny.
So homeboy had something he really wanted us to address. So I think let's address it here. He said, "It's frustrating when I feel like I give a solid rebuttal, and instead of redressing it, people attempt to change the topic. Hey, welcome to the club, my man. Now you know how it feels to be a flat earther. When you try to make solid rebuttals, and instead of addressing it, people just change the topic. So that's now you know our pain.
Everybody I talk to.
Join VC as if hearing your voice suddenly makes some type of huge difference. It actually does. It really does. I hate sitting behind a computer and giving myself carpal tunnel when I could just say it in one breath and everyone is on the same page. So yeah, it is a huge difference. He says, in fact, I fear doing such a thing will cause more frustration with people talking over me. So you've already assumed, how things are going to go. It's crazy. I will join VC.
No, I've listened to VC before. That's why I've seen it happen. But it's okay. I'm not saying you're going to do it.
Fair enough. I watch a lot of MMA. So like with that same logic, I've seen, hundreds of fights. Well, different things take place during each fight. Some of them are boring. Some of them are super exciting. Some of them are bloody. Some of them are just wrestling. So I wouldn't say that every VC, just because one of them is crazy, that they're all like that. But So join VC if you promise to address my specific rebuttal about glitchy artifacts on the ISS. Well, to be fair, I don't even. This is kind of in the weeds. From my point of view, and I think there were some other guys that were arguing about, glitching shit on Twitch streams or whatever. Like that's not for me. But I think if you've been around for long enough, we don't think there's outer space at all. So like for me to be like, yeah, but the attenuation from the connection is actually, it's like, what's the point of even arguing any of those finer details when the whole setting of where the ISS is claimed to be, like I don't even agree with that. So I don't care whether it's glitching or not.
I understand that, but isn't the ISS in low Earth orbit and not actually in outer space? So that doesn't have to do with it.
I certainly don't think that there's men going around the sky shooting at like 17,000.
Fair enough. Yeah, I understand. That's fair enough. But my point is regarding explanations for these anomalies in the videos, right?
But why? Okay, that's fine. Maybe
because that's a big point. I see that a lot of flat earthers, they say that they use that a lot, like the ISS footage.
No, we don't.
So I've seen it a lot. People constantly, like, you guys are posting memes.
Do you understand
the meme where you are showing all these ISS anomalies? So if it doesn't matter, why even talk about it if you don't even want me rebutting it, right?
I'll tell you. Those videos, they're not evidence for the Earth being flat. But we deal with so many people who are NASA fanboys, right? Like super NASA, how could they be lying, right? NASA is their daddy. And so it doesn't matter if we give them flat measurements or show them the black swan or whatever. They are stuck on big boss daddy NASA has the answers. So because people like you said in your message, you feel like you formed a rebuttal and people ignore it. Well, so they've ignored our rebuttal. So then we had to go, okay, fine. You trust NASA so much. You love NASA so much. Well, here is some content that they've put out that has problems. And people go, well, why are you focusing on that? Well, we wouldn't have to if y'all weren't so hung up on NASA. And so that's where a lot of these videos come from. We're just trying to simply take away people's baby blanket called NASA.
No, I understand that. I'm not like worshiping NASA. For me, it's not about like loving NASA. I don't care about that. My whole point is, you guys offer a claim. I feel like there's flaws in that, and if there's flaws, then we should at least address it, right?
What's the claim? What's the claim? Because we're not making claims about those videos.
The claim, right? The claim is that those videos, that from what my understanding from all my interactions with you guys, like, I've been here actually for a few years. I'm not constantly in here, but on and off randomly I'll come in and attempt to have dialogue with you guys. And from my experience, it seems like a major claim is that the ISS, the objects that they're interacting with, I see the claim that they're CGI, and that these little glitches prove that they're not real objects and things like that. So I gave my rebuttal that the glitches, there might actually be a reasoning for the glitches. It has nothing to do, like, my point has nothing to do specifically right now with outer space or any other topic. I'm specifically trying to hone in on this. So
I know, I would say that's a flaw.
Right, but if you're wrong in this, right, then maybe you could be open to the fact that you might be wrong in other things, because you guys seem really hung up on that this is real, right?
I gotta stop you, bro, because
so you're not letting me finish, but go ahead.
No, if you have more to go, I mean, I just think your premise is slightly flawed, and I want to just fix that a little. But if you have more to go, that's fine.
I just don't see how my premise is flawed if I'm just simply trying to address your, like, something that you guys are saying and that I see a flaw in it or a potential alternative explanation, right? So I think if there's an alternative explanation, it doesn't fully debunk you guys. Like, I'm not saying that, if you guys are wrong about this, you guys are wrong about everything else. But I think it's just little things at a time. First, let's address this. And if we can definitively come to a common ground that you are 100% right, or there's a possibility that my argument is logical, things like that, right?
This isn't a fundamental claim on either side, so I would say honing in on this very small little thing is poor detective work. I sort of put this in the chat earlier. It's almost like people who you're not sound like you're trying to defend the globe super hardcore, but it does seem like people who are more on the globe side.
Sorry, could you stop that?
Relax.
Yeah, but my point,
Hold on,
what I think,
just can I? That was someone
yeah,
else, by the way. So I was just saying.
yeah, no, I know, I was talking to that other person. I didn't think it was you. My point
Well, I
is
wasn't
that.
finished. I wasn't.
Oh,
Finished.
sorry. Go ahead.
That person interrupted, but I was just saying in terms of like detective work, like the types of things that you guys are often after don't lead towards evidence. They don't lead us towards a foundation. They don't lead us towards, a conviction, if you will. Focusing on like, well, the videos might be real or fake. We don't really care about that. As I said earlier, there's core claims on the table like the Earth moves or it's curved, but people don't want to address those claims, so they move on to say, well, no, NASA. I trust NASA. Why would NASA lie? And then we go, okay, since you don't want to engage in our actual argument, we'll engage on your. So we're gonna have to mute this person at the bottom of the panel here. So they're so focused on NASA that we've had to address their NASA stuff, and we're like, look, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake, this is CGI. And if you're like, well, no, it's a possibility it's not CGI, that's fine. That doesn't even. I don't personally care about whether the videos are semi-real or this glitch is fake or whatever. That doesn't make the Earth flat or curved. You see,
right?
So for you to hone in on like, well, you flat earthers are claiming blah 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 blah. We're actually not. We're just simply the only reason we're dealing with NASA stuff is because there's so many fanboys who don't want to talk about the evidence. They just want to talk about why NASA could possibly be lying, and then we show them evidence of how they have lied, and then
right.
Then people turn on their flat earthers can't be right syndrome, and they're trying to, well, you guys might be wrong about that, or okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I came specifically to talk about that topic, right? I'm not like we can. I don't want to jump around from one topic to the other like that. I just want to hone in specifically on this, then we can move on, because that's what I originally came with, right? And if we can, and I think it's important because I actually see this talked about a lot, like people posting it and things like that, and I think it's important to kind of come to a common ground, because if it is disinformation, I mean, you guys don't want to be pushing disinformation, right? If this is a community that's trying to seek the truth, right? We're trying to establish what the truth is, but if you don't really care if this is true or not, and that you may be pushing disinformation when there might actually be a true logical explanation for why we are seeing these graphical anomalies, right?
Well, I don't think we're pushing misinformation.
I'm not saying intentionally. I don't think you're intentionally. Sorry to interrupt.
Not at all. I would say not at all, because again, the misinformation would be that there's men in space or in a space can or whatever. That would be the misinformation we're trying to address and say, well, maybe you guys are pushing misinformation, and here's a possibility why that's wrong. But like, what would your conclusion be if the videos are not glitches and they are all authentic and all this stuff? Then what does that make? What then? What's the conclusion, that these guys are where they say they are, or what? Or is it just that the flat earthers were wrong and there is no conclusion? Because I see where this is going already.
To be honest, I'm not looking for like some overall conclusion, because I think that
exactly. We're just going to show that the flat earthers are wrong, right?
No.
So what side are you arguing then?
I'm trying to explain it. So what I think the whole scope of the whole flat Earth and globe Earth thing is very vast on many levels. I don't think that it's like someone can just simply like talk about all these topics, because there's so many different things that come into play when we're trying to talk about one side or the other, and what's or this or that, right? Sorry, hold on one second.
No problem. And while he's taking a break, I would say that actually there are a lot of factors, but really you should go for the lowest common denominator, like in math, right? So that's why we've boiled it down to, instead of arguing about glitches and on an ISS stream, well, is it possible to have men in this location? No. Why? Second law of thermodynamics, etc. So we always go down to the root instead of like climbing up the tree to go to the very ends of the branches and like, well, look at all these leaves out here. Yeah, well, but we can cut down the whole tree from the bottom. And I think that's what we try to do instead of focusing on like, well, all these aspects, right? Yeah, well, what about this field? And what about this person? And well, what about this stream? Right? So it's like you can do that all day long. But if you're a good detective, you want to get to the bottom of things.
I know, but I'm not right now. I'm not trying to do what about this or that. I'm not even trying to. I'm not trying to even address whether my side is right overall or your side is right overall. I just wanted to specifically hone in on this graphical CGI claim that everyone seems to make, so that
it's not a claim, bro. You keep saying that.
Well, it is a claim because you guys put memes and videos of these graphical anomalies that there could be explanations, such as the one that I said that about the bandwidth issue and data, data issues that could cause this, right?
Oh, okay. So, do you think that the ISS is real with people in it where they say it is? You can't unbuckle that from this argument, you know? Like, it seems like you're trying to unbuckle yourself and be a third party. Let's be honest. You do think that this ISS is real. You would not be defending this if you didn't.
I'm mainly just trying to hone in on this claim with all the video footage that you guys are pushing. Right?
I know what you're doing. You got to take the horse blinders off, bro. Because, like you said in your message, I want to engage with someone who's willing to like address our rebuttals, not move on and stuff like that. So
yeah. So can we just stick on the topic of the graphics?
Yeah, it's not a claim. I'm trying to stick to that, but it's like the whole ISS glitching and the videos, as I said earlier, it's not real. We didn't just randomly say it's all fake CGI, right? It's just that people have come to us and said it's real. Why would they lie? And we're having to address that. So it's more of a rebuttal, showing people errors in their, their worldview, if you will. And you've come in, you're like, no, but you have a claim that's blah, blah, blah. We didn't really claim anything. We're just saying, look, here's some errors.
Right.
Well,
But
no,
would you admit?
It's like,
do you admit that I'm at least?
Huh?
Do you admit that I'm at least attempting to come from a logical standpoint in regards to giving an alternative explanation for these anomalies and glitches on the ISS?
I mean,
like is my rebuttal completely illogical?
Logics are not.
If my
I'm not saying
explanation is wrong, I would like to know why it's wrong and what part of me saying that is wrong.
Explanations are all good and well, but they're just that, explanations. It's something that makes sense, sounds good, it's comforting. Doesn't mean
and that's what I came here for. I just want, because I see this all over in the flat Earth community. It's a major part, right? Like debunking the ISS is a major part from my experience browsing the flat Earth community.
Not even.
But yeah, we're not here for explanations either. Like explanations are, anyone can give an explanation. I can go down to the damn corner and be like, hey, how do you explain this? Oh yeah, Jimmy. If I just, anyone can come up with any bullshit that makes sense.
But you guys do have explanations because you show a graphical glitch and you say that it's CGI or it's some kind of like, what would be the point of even showing a graphical glitch if otherwise, right? So your explanation for that graphical glitch is that it's CGI, augmented reality, or whatever.
To be
I'm just trying to rebuttal.
We didn't make the content that NASA's putting out. Okay, let's not pretend like flat earthers made this footage.
No, I never said that you did. Why would anyone even
But
suggest that?
remember, this whole like, well, you're pushing propaganda or pushing misinformation. They're putting it out, and we're just showing people what they put out.
Yes, I understand that, but the
Okay, so you
explanations,
should go
I'm
to
just
them.
worried that I just think that the
Go to
explanations that you
them.
guys give these explanations that these graphical glitches are augmented reality or this or that, and I think that explanation that there's an alternative explanation that is also reasonable and logical, right?
But reasonable, logical, again, is just you saying things that sound good to you, whether they're true or
Yeah,
not.
and the same goes for you guys, because why else?
No,
So why do you guys
because I'm not
always
offering
post?
you. I haven't offered you a single explanation. I'm
No,
telling you
okay.
it's all
So
cap
what's the
to
point?
begin with.
I understand, but what is the point of putting videos and these memes
I
showing
told you
graphic?
this.
Like Indio
No, I'm getting
put a bunch
frustrated
of
because I've
memes.
told you this already. Like low key, bro. I've already answered this 3 or 4 times.
Okay, so what is
would
the point
prefer.
of that?
I'm gonna answer it one more time just to be very clear.
Okay.
Why do we do this? Well, we wouldn't if people would engage in the topic. We have certain actual core fundamental things that we discuss here. Does the earth move? Does the earth curve? But people are too busy focusing on, well, why would they lie? And oftentimes when they talk about they're referring to entities like NASA. And so, because people don't want to engage in the actual argument, fine, we'll play your little game. You want
Yeah,
to talk
but
about
the thing is,
NASA?
I already understand that. I already understand why they would lie. I
Why would
understand
they
all that.
lie? And we go, well, here's some examples of them lying. And what people do is they have a syndrome called flat earthers can't be right syndrome. So even if we present an anomaly or an error from like NASA, they'll be like, well, no, you're still wrong somehow.
Yeah, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that flat earthers can't be right. So that's irrelevant at this point.
You have the syndrome is what I'm telling you.
Okay, you can say that, but my point here is that what I'm trying to address is like, I think on this one thing, it's possible you guys may be wrong, and I don't, and I think,
yeah, exactly.
and I think it's just a bad look to be pushing misinformation. I'm not saying it's intentional. I
We're
think
not
it's
really pushing misinformation. Okay, so there's a.
if you're claiming that if you're always if people are coming into the chat and you guys are putting these videos of NASA glitches, right?
They're putting them out. They put them out.
No, Indio put the memes, right? He put the meme and showed me all these. He showed a head.
NASA footage.
I'm not
NASA
saying he did.
footage, bro.
I understand that, but why would he put a video of a graphical glitch?
It's also funny.
Not our shit.
I'm not
I
gonna lie, it's
understand,
also
but
funny.
what's the point of pointing out a graphical glitch?
Bro, what's the point of putting it out in the
could be a
first place
data?
with a glitch? Why don't we ask you that? What's the point of them putting it out in the first place with glitches?
Because of data loss.
The data loss cycle. It's back.
Okay. And therefore, what? There is
That's an explanation. So the graphical glitches have an alternative explanation that's also very logical.
Conclusion. Like, okay, so that's a cool story. That sounds good. It feels comforting. Well, I could explain it this way. Then what?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find common ground. I'm not trying to convince you that you're wrong on the whole flat Earth thing. I just think specifically this one claim about graphical glitches might be wrong.
Claims again. You're just like.
So then, if it's not a claim, then what would be the point? What would be the point?
I told you already, like
it?
5 fucking times, bro. Holy shit! I told you. We wouldn't care about ISS footage. It's not our shit. It's theirs. If you have problems with it,
but you're pointing out these glitches that are coming from data issues.
NASA, bro. We don't really care. The only reason, like, this is for people who think NASA is infallible. What's the word? Infallible?
Infallible?
Yeah, dude. They think that NASA can't make mistakes. They're perfect. They don't
So
lie.
are you infallible in your
I'm not.
opinions of flat Earth? Could you possibly be wrong on some things?
Yes, dude.
Could you possibly be wrong that
who's right about everything?
I'm just saying, there's graphical issues, right?
I don't care.
Could it possibly?
This guy.
Okay, but do you accept that there might be it might be completely irrelevant to even post those glitches to make people think that?
No, I've already told you why it's relevant. No, I don't agree with that.
It's irrelevant if it's just a data. If the explanation can be, hey, this is a data glitch, right? Then it's irrelevant.
I don't really care. It is relevant because, again, I've told you, people think NASA is perfect. They don't lie. They're science. There's too much money involved. Too many
Well, I
people.
never. I'm not
Yo,
people.
just let
I'm
me
not.
finish real quick. Just let me finish real fast. This is why we're even engaged. You keep asking me, why do you do this? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? I've told you 10 times now.
All you've been doing is diverting the topic and not
Just shut up
answering.
for a second, bro. Because personally, I told you at the start, I'm not the guy to sit and argue about data packet loss and
Clearly, because all you do is divert the topic and try and change
I'm
things
not
up.
we've been talking about this same shit the whole time. Come on, man.
Can I
All I'm
ask a
saying is
question?
he keeps
I
asking,
think
why
you are
do you talk
circling.
about God damn.
Okay, is
you're
yes or no?
repeating
Is it
yourself.
augmented reality? Yes or no?
Bro, fuck
On the
you
ISS.
and your straw man.
So
All right, listen.
you're being okay.
Yo,
If you want to just go to
you're-
name calling, then I guess you
I
win the
didn't even call
argument,
you
right?
names. What name did I call you?
No, not name calling, but throwing out insults and
Yo, just
swearing like that.
relax
Like I'm
for a
not. I'm
second.
being polite to you. I'm not
You're
trying to.
not being polite when you ask the same
Oh, okay.
question 5 times and don't let the
Yeah, well, you're not being
you-
polite when you don't answer directly and you try and change the topic all the time.
I haven't changed the topic not once.
Yeah, you have been. Even in the
We're
text,
still
you've
talking
been.
about the data packet loss and everything.
Yeah, because I'm forcing you to stay on
No,
topic
I'm
because I keep going back to it.
happily discussing this. I'm not once trying to talk
Okay,
about
so
gas
is it
pressure.
augmented reality or no?
Bro, stop. I will mute you for
So you can't
please let
answer
me
it?
finish. Let me finish.
Okay, but can you answer? Is
God
it
damn.
CGI?
Bro, dude, fuck off. You're being annoying.
Okay,
Like
you can't
I
answer.
think I can help.
Dude.
Okay, go ahead. I want to
Can I
talk to
intervene?
someone who's
Dude,
more
shut
logical.
just be quiet. Be quiet for a second. Not sure.
No,
'cause
you be quiet because I want to talk to someone
Nah,
logical.
that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen, dude. So you come in here, you're asking, why do you guys talk about NASA? I've told you why.
I didn't say that. I'm talking specifically about
Oh my god,
the
bro,
graphics,
bro.
the claims that those graphical
Yes,
glitches.
the NASA glitches. Yes.
Okay, so is it
Focus for
CGI
a
augmented
second.
reality?
Focus for a second.
think
Just
you're
stop
Yeah,
moving
focus. Just
nowhere.
focus on this. Is it CGI or no?
Bro. You're being annoying.
So
on
are
purpose.
you, because you're not answering
No, I'm
a
trying
simple
to.
question.
Dude, all right, you've been muted. Sorry. Like, this is annoying. I
I
want you to be here.
have
I
a
want you to
question.
discuss with this. But like, you have an agenda clearly. You can push it, but at least let people finish fucking talking. Go ahead, Mike.
Can I? Oh, thank you. I have a.
Because Mike's gonna change the topic now. So go ahead, not sure, Mike.
Well, basically, the same topic. I know flat Earth theory very well. I have studied it. I have tried to debunk it. I have a YouTube channel devoted to
this is what you wanted. Not sure this is what you want.
Yes, that's what I want. It's not relevant at the moment. My question is, flat earthers claim that schools, universities, scientists, NASA, and so on, they all of them lie. The physics, the rocket science is some kind, in some way, is a tool to fool people. You see what I'm saying, right? It's a tool to direct people from the knowledge of God, right? That's the basic ideology of the movement of flat Earth.
Not sure this is what you wanted, right?
That's not what I want. That's what I hear from the flat earthers. They say that the globe theory was imposed on the populace because the Masons and Illuminati and whoever, Satanists, they just invented a way to go into
See,
that.
not sure this is what you wanted, bro.
So my
What are you
question
talking
is,
exactly.
Okay. The question is, if you believe that all textbooks in our schools are wrong, they teach lies,
Bro, hold on. I
the
gotta stop you.
shape.
Not sure. How the fuck are you
No, no,
cutting
no!
me
Don't
off
stop
talking
me!
about
Don't
data
stop me! I
packet
haven't
loss? You're
finished.
not cutting this dude
I
off.
haven't finished.
I
I haven't
know.
finished.
Well,
Please
let
let
him
me
talk.
finish.
Why are you?
Then
Well, no, nigga, dude, you were cutting me off from talking about data packet
No,
loss,
you
and you're not
you were cutting
cutting
me
him
off,
off.
man.
He's not talking shit about your topic.
Yeah, because
You're not gonna cut him off.
you're a really poor debater, so you were cutting me off.
Debater,
please let me
bro.
finish
Hold
my
on,
sentence.
Let this guy
Let me.
finish. He's
Now you're cutting
trying.
me off, nigga. Man, this is crazy. Yo, listen. I was trying to talk to you about the topic you've been begging to discuss: data packet loss and glitching on the ISS, right? You
Okay.
cutting me off the entire
Creation,
time.
creation
Mike,
bear.
hold on, Mike. 1 second, buddy. Mike starts talking, monologuing. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about, to be honest. And you didn't cut him off? Man, you are
What?
tripping.
So,
Not
wait,
sure. You're
what
tripping,
does that
bro.
have to do anything?
Because you're like, oh,
Right.
you're trying to change the topic. I'm cutting you off.
Yeah, he can go on. He's talking his own topic. I'll go back and.
You're like, I'm cutting
Okay.
you off because you're changing the
Please,
topic when I wasn't changing the
please,
topic. I'm trying to talk
please
about your
let me
glitches
finish
on the
my
ISS.
question.
And this
To
guy
me
changes the
directly,
topic entirely, and you're
but
sitting there
he's not
quiet.
talking to me. So
Yeah. You're sitting there pipe down quiet.
let's
hear what this guy's saying.
Well, first of all, I was sitting quietly because I thought he was going to continue on my topic. But if he's not, then that's fine. I'll be respectful and I'll just bring up my topic later on with someone who wants to address it. But
Hey, I was trying to address it with you, and you're cutting me off. Welcome back, welcome, Wolfgang.
yeah, you're cutting me off all the time. So this is exactly why text is better. So,
You realize
but
this
anyways,
is recorded, right? Hold on, Mike. You're in the middle of something. Hold on, Mike.
Okay.
Go, Mike.
So
1 second, buddy.
Yep.
Hold on 1 second. All right, Wolfgang. I see you trying to chime in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
gonna
In
try
a
and
simple.
focus it.
Mike,
Let this guy make-
wait.
Yeah, no, I was pretty much just gonna say let's let one of the guys get their point because I don't know what point he was even trying to make. But.
Yeah, Wolfgang. I think you just jumped. You might have jumped in a little bit late. So, Not Sure and I started off the VC here from a chat in the lobby, talking about glitching on the ISS. Okay, so he's saying that, well, he has an issue with our explanation. We're pushing some type of claim that these glitches are not what we say they are, that it's easily explained by data loss or some other explanation, right?
Right.
And so that's what we're discussing right now is the
right.
this whole glitching on the ISS thing.
Right, but this other guy is
Okay.
asking a question about the textbooks. So
Yeah.
we're going to him,
and this is
or are
very
we on
important.
the ISS?
I believe this is
Okay.
important.
All right.
I can wait. I don't mind waiting for my topic to be addressed again. If he would like to talk, I don't mind listening.
Okay,
I'm at
well,
work.
guy who's
Okay.
talking about the textbooks, make it quick.
Okay, my question is very shortly: if all flat earthers claim that textbooks are wrong, they teach lies, why don't flat earthers issue their own textbooks on physics, geography, and
what are we doing?
Explain how it all works, like gravity, astronomy, what the dome is about. You know, where are your textbooks?
I can answer this.
No, he's
well,
not.
I think he was asking the flat Earth side, wasn't he?
Not asking you, Not sure. So
I'm asking the
I know,
flat
but I know the
earthers.
answer.
Well, dude, bro, Mike. You said you're not going to change the topic. That's completely irrelevant to what we're discussing. Why don't the flat earthers have a textbook with all the answers? Come on, bro.
Yeah, but I mean
That's
that's
not
pretty
very
simple. I mean,
can I explain?
Can you answer
there's
my
no
question shortly?
requirement.
I can.
There's no requirement. I can tell you, there's no requirement on anyone to produce a textbook to simply point out that lakes aren't bending. Those two things are not linked. Only in your head where you say, I would like there to be a new curriculum created by flat earthers. Okay, good for you. Has no impact on the nature of the surface of the earth as it's determined to be, which is not curved. Okay, so that answers that.
Yeah,
can I answer him too?
Well, I mean, feel free, but I mean, you're not.
Okay, thank you.
It sounds like you're not a flat earther.
It's not a flat. That was a question for flat earthers.
I understand, but I'm very versed in the flat Earth side.
No, you're not.
Okay, well, let's see what we
No,
think
you're
let's see what his idea is as to why there's not a flat Earth education curriculum being.
Okay.
By the way, you were begging us to stick on topic. Remember, just by the way, you were interrupting me.
Yeah, but I'm
saying how to
sticking
think
to
about. Now
this
you're
gentleman's
happily
topic.
wandering off topic. So that's a
No, I
little
would
bit
like to go back to my topic, but I don't want to also divert this gentleman's topic. He has there's a very simple answer to his question, then we can move on.
All right.
Okay, so is it Mike? Okay, so the flat Earth claim from their side is that there is a massive deception on a grand scale. Okay, this is just from my point of view. If I could just not be interrupted, right?
You said, bro, I was saying that you don't know our side.
I could be wrong, but here's my understanding. Okay,
wrong.
I am wrong, but let me just express
Well,
my understanding.
this will demonstrate your misunderstanding. So,
Okay.
yeah, please.
But if I could just finish, you guys don't. Okay. So, from my understanding, which I am obviously wrong, but this is just my opinion.
That's
my
crazy.
understanding. Well, I'm just saying it to satisfy you. But my understanding is that
it's just crazy because you said 2 seconds ago you understand it well, and then you're saying you're wrong. So that's wild.
Yeah, to satisfy you because you keep saying I'm wrong. But because I'm not trying to argue about whether I'm wrong or right. I'm just trying to express what my understanding is to answer his question specifically. So my understanding is that there is a great deception taking place by the governments of the world. They're all working with all the space agencies. They fake the moon landings. They've been faking every outer space as we know it, as we're told it is. It's fake. All modern space travel is fake. A lot of science, modern science, is actually fake, and religious pseudoscience from their perspective. So
you're just saying things that sound
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Yeah, you're taking a long time to get there. Bro,
I know, but I'm just
you're
trying
just
to
saying
explain.
things that you're smearing yourself in coping cream right now. You're not even answering.
If I could
question.
just finish, I'm literally almost at the end of it. I'm just
hurry the fuck up.
Trying to answer. Okay, so because there is a deception of a grand scale, on such a grand scale, so inherently, just by default, we would be lacking a lot of research and information, like definitive answers as to what the dome is, what outer space is, like actual true science definitive answers that would be able to be put in a textbook in the first place. But just by default of there being a massive deception, just by that nature alone, how could you have knowledge if it's intentionally being hidden on a massive scale larger than anyone's ever seen?
Holy shit. I was going to ask, is there any flat earthers in here that agree with that?
It's like flat earthers are the victims.
Really, no. But I mean, he's on
They lack
one
finances,
level.
that's why they don't have resources. Okay.
Listen, you want our perspective, then I'll tell you. So, in the sense that if you don't have information available to you, how can you put it in a textbook? He's correct. Because how can you quantify the unknown? How can you claim a distance to a light in the sky that you can't verify? You're right there. But the claim is not there is a giant deception, therefore the Earth is flat. It's that the Earth measures, observes, and is practically used as flat. So it is flat. All this other ancillary stuff is just that. It's like speculation. And
yeah, but we're not
people are
saying
putting
why
out
it's flat.
Some people are putting out content in the form of books and attempting to explain how reality works in that respect. Again, it's just a bit of like a nonsense question. Like, why are you guys not producing your own curriculum? It's like, well, because folk have jobs and families and shit to do. I mean, it's just ridiculous coke bullshit, basically.
Yeah,
but yeah, you put it nicely.
Like this guy's spending like he's got a whole YouTube channel about debunking flat Earth, and that's his main point. Like, why don't you guys make an education system? Like, where's your globe proof, bro? You said you've got a whole channel dedicated to this. Tell us your best globe proof, and at least you'll entertain us.
Crickets. Yeah, why don't they write a book on that? A whole book of the proofs.
Give us a book on the measurements of curvature.
I don't think you end up at the conclusion that, NASA's lying and space is fake immediately. You start from the conclusion that the Earth is flat and then go on from there.
No, you don't. That's not true.
Really?
Well, no, to be fair,
I was under the impression that
you start. It's logical to begin with the Earth as it's observed and experienced, and then you go from there.
Yeah.
You experience a flat, motionless Earth, and if you can prove otherwise, feel free, but no one's been able to.
No, I gotta say that I don't agree that people start with the conclusion that it's flat. That's
Oh,
no
I
one
mean,
does that, or
Yeah,
because
that's not the
I just think
conclusion.
that comes
oh, let me finish,
before
Tree. Let me
NASA.
finish, Tree.
Oh,
Because
you're right.
honestly, the
I got
truth
you.
is, most people were raised just like you and I. We
Definitely.
started with the globe. That was the conclusion first. So I don't think anyone just fell off a truck and was like, you know what? I think it's flat. Like, I don't think we're starting with the conclusion that it's flat and then working backwards to try to make that fit.
Yeah,
So,
if anything, it's the opposite. Everyone's
right.
starting with the conclusion of a globe, and then
Yes.
trying to verify that conclusion. And in doing so, you then have to start again from scratch once you realize that the globe doesn't stack up to any kind of observation or measurement.
What I meant is that comes before the conclusion that you're being fed lies.
Oh,
Well,
I
it's
actually
kind
think
of
you
a
figure out the lie
consequence of it.
first. Actually, I think it's the other way around. I think you
Really?
just like we were discussing with not sure, right? For example, let's say people use the example of your girlfriend cheating on you or something, right? Well, you don't start with the conclusion that she's cheated. You get some sort of evidence that there's a lie or some deception going on, and then from there you work your way towards the truth. She's cheating, or she lied, or she cheated, or whatever, right? So I think it is more like with what Not Sure and I were discussing. He was saying, well, you guys show these glitches on the ISS. Why do you do that? Well, people think NASA doesn't lie. Why would they lie, right? They have too much money. There's too many people in on it, et cetera, et cetera. So we show glitches in their videos, problems, errors, etc. And that would maybe lead someone who believes that my girlfriend couldn't possibly cheat or NASA could possibly never lie. Well, here's an example of them lying. So I think you do start with you start with the evidence or some of the deception and work your way back.
Different, yeah, but I think it can be different for everyone. Like, I mean, to me, it's fairly easy to recognize the production going on in certain NASA videos enough to say, okay, something's up here. I need to look. But maybe some people that's a hurdle that they can't cross yet, and they end up going to something else first, like the long distance observations or whatever. That's what I think is good about this topic. Like,
Can I chime in?
Yeah, I'm just very impartial to it.
I just want to chime in. So these examples that you stated about the ISS, that's why you put it to make them aware of the lies. But if the examples are false or have alternative explanations, shouldn't it be addressed? Because if this is a truth community, I think truth should be paramount, and we should be very critical about everything.
You're free to speculate on each thing on an individual basis, and you could excuse it by some non-clandestine way. You could say, oh, it could just be this, it could just be that. But eventually, you're kind of stacking up a pile of plates on one side, being like, just another glitch, just another innocent glitch, just another innocent glitch. Which, I mean, if that's what you want to conclude, then fair enough. But still, all the other evidence goes against it as well. So it's not just that in isolation, but that's a part of it.
Yeah, that's fair, but I think it's good to kind of deep dive into these individual claims just to make sure that there's no credibility loss in the truth community, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you've got a particular thing that you've seen that you're like, this has been claimed to be this, but I can show that it's this.
Right.
Then we can look at it, we can discuss it. But
I can't prove definitively, but what I can attempt to bring to the table is logical alternative explanation to the best of my ability. Because you guys have your logical explanation for what those anomalies are, and I think that there may be alternatives, and I don't think it's good to just shut it down.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, yeah, we also come at it from different kind of backgrounds as well. Whereas you'd be making kind of claims to a plausible alternative in the concept of if they were in space doing what they claim to be doing, whereas we're already coming at it from a baseline of, well, the medium of space as they describe it doesn't seem to agree with natural law as we understand it, so they can't really be in the place they claim to be in.
But I thought that the ISS is claimed to be in low Earth orbit and not specifically in outer space.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to say that it's just in a high altitude and it's not actually in this medium, but even then it still would beg the question of their space story, because they're claiming it's at a distance away from Earth in the context of the space available, right? Which we wouldn't be coming at from an assumption that that's correct at all, because we would say that it's more logical that we're in a contained system due to the presence of gas pressure, rather than an open system in a vacuum, where they claim to be doing these things and taking these videos, not necessarily deep in the vacuum, but towards it, at least.
Okay.
But yeah, if there's certain ones, like examples where you're like, look, this is a type of artifact that occurs on these videos too, and blah, 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 then fair enough, maybe. But it's like the whole body of evidence, not just like singular examples. I mean, there's a whole heap of things to consider with those.
But do you guys think that my rebuttal to those graphical anomalies, do you think there's any possibility that could be right, or it's just completely impossible for that to be a data loss?
I didn't see what you were actually claiming or which clips you were talking about, so I couldn't say.
I was just saying that all those glitches and anomalies on the ISS footage that people keep posting, that you can actually see those kinds of things like on a Twitch
There's
streaming.
a bunch of different types. So
when your bandwidth blows. So basically, the encoding software tries to discern moving and unmoving objects, and it only transmits the data of the movement while the rest of the screen showing the non-moving background. And that's how you end up with misplaced artifacts, color inconsistencies, and fuzzy areas around moving objects specifically. And we see these on Twitch streams. If the bandwidth blows, we can see it on other places that are not just the ISS, which with very similar graphical anomalies. And if the claim is that the ISS is moving at 100 and whatever the speed it is,
70,000.
Yeah, and it's 250 kilometers away, miles away. Then, if that is, I'm not saying, we're not debating if that's true or not at the moment. I want to stick to specifically the graphics. But if we're under the presumption that of what their state of their side, then it would be logical to conclude that at that speed, at that distance, there would be data loss that would be similar to what we witness.
Yeah, can I ask a question about that though? Like,
oh shit, go ahead.
The issues versus one that's designed for providing multiple channels for special effects.
I don't know if that was just me. I think you maybe cut out.
You cut out
half your sentence. You'll
I didn't hear.
Okay, am I coming in better now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, how would you differentiate between software that is designed to optimize latency like this versus software that is optimized for special effects?
Oh shit.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, how would you differentiate what you're seeing and calling it software that's optimizing latency issues, as opposed to software that's just there for optimizing special effects like in a studio?
Damn. Crickets.
Well, we don't know what they're using, right?
Wait, aren't you saying you're giving us logical possible explanations for what they're using, aren't you?
I mean, I'm giving a possible explanation for why we see graphical anomalies, which we see in everyday life in other areas, right?
All right, well, the force of your explanation is as strong as the force of mine. So what do you do with that?
Right.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around you. Sorry, I'm not 100% well-versed in this, so I'm trying to still grasp what you're
It means
stating.
you can't verify or validate what you're proposing. That's what we're highlighting.
And good shit, Amish, man, because I was trying to say this in another way earlier.
Isn't it the other way around too? Like, how do we verify that it's
well,
that it
it's your claim.
augmented reality?
It's your claim to verify. I'm not obligated to believe that NASA is doing this space thing in a spaceship around Earth until I provided sufficient validated evidence.
Okay. So, just one quick question. Do you guys, so are the graphical anomalies, is that due to augmented reality CGI, or is it something else? So I just don't want to be saying that that's what your side is if it's not actually what you're claiming.
Well, I mean, you use augmented reality CGI for latency optimization.
So it is augmented reality CGI?
It is. They demonstrate that it is augmented reality CGI. They beam in like stuffy toys for the kids that just appear in the middle of the space station that the astronaut then reaches out and grabs and plays with. And then they beam it away.
Do you think that was an accident, or do you think that was intentional?
It was intentional, but they're showing off the technology that's in play in the moment, which is augmented reality. So now augmented reality is in play for the discussion. And that's when we're licking our lips. That's when we're like, great, this is showing us a little bit of the trick.
Okay.
Have you seen that clip? That one in particular? Not sure?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Yeah,
so,
I have.
So that was a glitch, right? That was like data. That was from
what I've seen, it was a presentation aimed at kids with a graphical.
Right. Listen to the rationalizations.
Sorry, if I could just
wasn't
finish.
a glitch?
I don't. Why am I not allowed to finish?
Not a glitch. Not a glitch.
No, I'm just saying that.
Not a glitch.
Well,
yeah, you're leaning into. Listen, dude, you're leaning into it just like they're leaning into it.
If it's a glitch, the thing is, if it's a glitch, then why would they put a Star Trek? If it's a glitch, or either way, why would they put a Star Trek graphical effect of it warping in?
Why would they do that?
It's not a glitch.
No, wait, no, that's just latency. That's data packet loss from them going too fast in the
think
sky.
that seems like intentional to entertain children, since that program was aimed at children, right?
I love it.
So here's where it gets funny. Are you going to claim that the augmented reality that they show us for children is being used for packet loss solutions for high latency with the ISS?
I just think that it's different from the glitches that we see compared to that, where it's warping in.
Classic.
Listen to yourself, not sure. Please.
Looks like the same glitches I see when like a big fold on a guy's shirt suddenly disappears and snaps back.
The thing is that video of the lady where that doll just pops up with the Star Trek effect.
Just a glitch.
You don't see those types of glitches with latency issues, right?
Right.
But the
not
other
a glitch.
types. Right, but the other ones that you guys show, where it's the fuzziness and the disappearing and all the other stuff, that
also
could be data
not a
data
glitch.
And how about the cables?
But that is
Are the
more
cables?
logical.
Are the cables that they're suspended from that you see? Are they just kind of a glitch?
Well, if you could just post that, we can look at it case by case.
I love it. I love how he had rationalized all these anomalies, yet he's not seen any of them. Well, that's just
guys, they're just
a
doing
mistake that appeals to people who like to hang from strings from their ceiling.
Hey, old Haas, don't knock it. It's a form of yoga. It's called cable hanging yoga. They do it all over the place, including the ISS.
That's a yoga studio up there in orbit.
That is hilarious.
Well,
There's a cable hanging yoga workout you can do. You put on a harness, you're suspended from a cable, and you do all these jumps and shit in the gym.
It sounds expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's for like middle-aged, middle-class white moms.
You got to be a good detective.
Sounds like where we need to be hanging out.
Yeah, facts. Oh, good one. But
as well, even if you're on the globe side and you're thinking, this is just an example of them using special effects, you should be thinking, well, aren't they always talking about how strict they have to be with weight, and they have to be very considerate about everything they're taking up? But also in that paradigm, they're hefting about a heap of special effects gear so that they can beam a cuddly toy into a video for kids. It's like, that doesn't even make sense on the globe level for you to acknowledge that they're using special effects on the ISS for that kind of shit.
Wait, but it's for the kids, though.
Yeah, like that's a bullshit excuse. This is them just like rubbing your nose in the fact that they're using special effects up there, knowing that most people are still just going to be like, cool, space. It's the
Sorry, I'm back.
indoctrination.
They do the same thing with Santa Claus, too. It's the same logic. No one could ever lie. NASA's could never lie. Governments could never lie. Well, they died to the kids. Well, it's for the kids. It's fine. Right? It's the same logic here. Well, they don't do special effects on the ISS. Well, how about this one with the kids and the toys? Well, it's for the kids.
Yeah.
Oh,
like if they're
classic.
doing serious space shit and they have to be super careful about their weight limits and everything, they don't need to be beaming up special effects equipment to
toys.
beam in cuddly toys. They can just have a cuddly toy there. Doesn't make
Gorilla
any
suits,
sense.
music instruments, gorilla suits, costumes, you name it. They got it all up there.
Golf clubs.
Kegerator.
Kegerator. Yo, but dude, honestly though, honestly this whole let's only focus on, you guys said that there's glitching. Like, okay, well, we didn't put the footage out, and the only reason we're discussing this is because there's a lot of fanboys out here for NASA. I see them walking around in NASA merch. I think I approached one yesterday.
Oh yeah, I was there.
Was that funny or
Yeah,
what?
you're like
Yeah.
asking us to explain why trolls are trolling you.
Right.
Because they're trolls. It's funny to them, I guess. I mean, it's kind of funny to me, so it must be quite funny to them on some level.
Right.
I do have one issue with the claim from that NASA's doing.
Here we go.
And my one issue with them that kind of leans more towards you guys being right about it is the fact that NASA is saying that they want to go back to the moon. So, like, if we consider them going to the moon, how delicate it is, right? How precise everything has to be. And yet NASA is going woke and saying that they want to bring women to the moon. And women, bringing a woman to the moon will add more unnecessary variables because women have different body type and periods and all kinds. So they're actually,
not sure.
more variables into a sensitive mission.
Right. It's the same reason they weren't able to serve in infantry, special forces units, paratrooper units, and so on. I mean, when you're out there like in the field and you might have to sleep in a ditch for like 2 months, you're not going to have access to your products.
Misogyny.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that they plan to bring women to the moon on such a sensitive mission.
Go. Let's go.
Misogyny.
Anyway, bro, you need to be like a good detective and get to the bottom of things. Right now, you're like, you just want flat earthers to be wrong, and that's why I said it earlier. People have flat
No,
earthers
I don't.
right syndrome. Yeah, you do, because you're not actually wanting to get down to the bottom of what the actual argument is. You're like, yeah, but you said it's glitching and it's not. Okay, that's just flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
I'm
You
not
don't
saying
really
that
even
it's
care.
not. I'm not saying that it's 100% not. I'm just saying that I think there's alternative explanations that should be addressed
Cool.
instead
But
of
you have to go
shut down.
I'm saying you got to go beyond that. As a detective, you don't look for just explanations and then stop there. Go to the bottom of it. So if your explanations are true, then what? Is the ISS really real? Is outer space real? You even said like, oh, I'm not here. I don't want to discuss that. Well, that's my kind of proving my point. You're not being a good detective right now. You need to get to the bottom of things. Even if there's glitching or not, is outer space even real to begin with?
Right.
Right.
The thing is, I've come to my thoughts on other things. That's why I specifically was just trying to address this. I wasn't trying to like make you guys seem like you're wrong. I was just specifically my concern is that if this is a truth movement, we should be trying to present truth at all times. And if it's even
the Space Lab's a TV show.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Listen, let me say it's fair enough. I get what you're doing, and I appreciate that you're not just like trying to nutter everything we're talking about. But maybe you're at an earlier stage in your investigation than other people here are. So we're kind of past the point of is this a glitch or an innocent like glitch, or is this blah blah blah. But yeah, you are free to investigate the way you are investigating, and if you think critically on each and every point, then I'm sure you'll come to logical conclusions. So just do that. Continue to do that on things like the claimed curvature, the claimed motion.
Ooh.
Apply that critical thought and see what you end up finding.
Wait a minute. That's a good point, though. Let's apply this logic to the curvature, right? Are there possible other explanations going on besides the boat went over the curve or the sunset went behind the horizon?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the answer is yes. We've been giving those logical, possible other explanations this entire time. And what do they say? Well, they don't like the other logical, possible explanations, do they? It's only
the boat. I'm pretty sure the boat going over the curve is nonsense, because if you can barely detect curvature from an airplane, how would you be able to tell from ground level?
Well, they're saying that because you can't see the boat anymore, you can't see the sun anymore, you can't see China from far away. They're saying that is the curvature
but
of the Earth.
that's people that don't know how perspective work and have never drawn of art,
This is
don't know art.
painful. You sound like a flat earther already, which is great. I'm not gonna lie, because this is the exact same discussion we had in like 2017, at least for me. They were saying boat goes over curve, and we said, well, there's things like perspective, and they called us stupid and said that was flurfspective. Shout out to you flat earthers in here if you know what flurfspective is. But yeah, we were called dumb for providing those other possible explanations. So if you're able to see that, well, sometimes there are better ways to explain things or whatever, then maybe you can, once you hit the curvature argument, maybe you'll realize what we've realized as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And anyways, CB, sorry for getting heated earlier. I wasn't trying to do that.
That was fun.
Like I was just really trying to specifically address that, and I feel pretty satisfied with how you guys did address it.
Sweet. W Wolfgang. W not sure. You got to leave first or?
No, I'll stick around.
All right, cool. We got a nice little panel going in here. Higgs is here as well. Higgs, Majin, and Pear Earth. There's also Tree. I think he got his Globe Earther Reds today, guys. So
Yeah.
shout out to Tree. Shout out to Wolfgang for checking him in as well. I saw that in the interview room. How did that go, by the way? Was it easy to get the role? Did you feel like you struggling a little bit, or how did that go?
No. Wolfgang was also the person I did my VC.
Let's go.
Verification with, and
me too.
He's a pretty chill dude.
Yeah.
Wasn't too difficult, and it was great having a talk with him about this whole topic.
Yeah, so Wolfgang is that dude. He checked me in as well. So
really?
Yeah, we got history. So he's the homie. Good stuff,
nice.
man. So what do you think about the discussion we had with Not Sure? Any lingering thoughts?
Oh, I just think, you can be on the side that NASA's lying. You could be on the side that, NASA's telling the truth, but right, that seems almost like a red herring a little, like I know that might lead you to believe that the Earth is a globe, but it shouldn't be the determining factor. You should go out and measure it, like said before. Like, I'm not gonna claim that NASA's lying or not. I don't even know much about that. I have seen what Indio sent earlier. I'm like, wow, that's very interesting. The hand going through the lemon is always funny. I had to save that GIF. But I won't. I'll make a claim for that. Which is fair.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna stick around and listen.
A lot of the things that we do as flat earthers, they're mostly rebuttals, at least from my understanding. Like a globe earther says something, and then the flat earth is just basically a rebuttal to that. So it was just really interesting dealing with the whole. Good.
Got a whole section of channels just for rebuttals.
Yeah.
Scrolling down.
Yeah. Well, we're not saying that because there's glitches or whatever that makes the Earth flat. So really, the whole look at the NASA problems, as I explained earlier, really stems from, it's like a rebuttal. It stems from people saying, why would they lie, or NASA couldn't lie, or there's too much money involved, where's all the whistleblowers, etc. Right? So flat earthers don't just randomly say things like there is no geometric horizon. Like that is a response to the claim that there is one, right? I think I wish more people would understand that flat Earth is more of a rebuttal, less than like just a random claim. So
yeah, and when your standard of evidence is to trust NASA, that is your standard, and then we highlight reasons why you can't.
Right, exactly, and that's how it came up earlier. He was like, "But you guys are pushing this thing that they're glitches," and I'm like, "No, I mean, I don't really see it that way. I see it more like these people are saying it's 100% a globe, right? And NASA can't lie. Well, here's a bunch of examples where they did freaking lie. And so it doesn't start with that. But anyway.
Yeah, and I agree. That's something you come to after, and that's why I said earlier, I was trying to say that, whether or not it's lying, I feel like that's irrelevant and might come after the conclusion that you make about the shape of the Earth, because many people on the globe side will say that NASA is telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that comes after acknowledging or accepting whether or not the Earth is flat or not. So that was just my stance on things.
What? Sorry, which comes after? Understanding that there was a lie?
Asserting whether or not NASA is lying comes after. Well, at least in my case, it will come. Well, I've never actually made a claim as to whether or not NASA is lying. I don't know.
When you measure the Earth flat, what happens to all of it, right? We're not just talking about universities and people's jobs. We're talking about entire governments. Their credibility goes bye-bye in an instant.
Yeah.
Well, they could say things that are possibly true too. Like even if the Earth was a globe, they could still like lie about something and be true about something, be correct about other things, right? You don't have to necessarily apply the all or nothing fallacy, but credibility, on the other hand, like Hammer said, definitely is questioned for sure, and at least it should be.
Yeah, like we can show the Earth is flat. What does that mean for all of this? What does it mean? Do you accept a little bit? Do you keep it around? I mean, what do you do? Still fund it?
That's where the conversation should end, right? Like, from what I've seen, I saw Not Sure continuing to ask almost like the same question.
Yeah, it's actually where these institutions end and the conversation picks up. That's what we're proposing here.
I just thought that I was bringing a decent logical rebuttal to the whole CGI claim, and that's why. And I just wanted to see how you guys would debunk specifically that rebuttal. And I wasn't trying to say that you guys are fully wrong or anything. That's why I wanted to hone in on that rebuttal of mine to see where my flaws are in my logic for that being a logical alternative explanation.
Yeah, well, what evidence is there of the ISS even being put up there in the first instance?
There we go.
So we got that problem off the bat. Like, whatever goes on inside the ISS from this point onward is a moot point, right? You can talk about, well, did they really drop the screw and it hit the ground, or did he accidentally flick it? And it's not zero gravity. Ugh. You can talk about all these derivative topics, right? But we have to go back and strike the root. So what is the claim? Oh, there's a flying space station up there. Cool. How did it get there? Show me the video. Show me all the videos of the construction of this thing. That'd be really cool to see. Show me all the white papers that came out of the construction of this that talk about engineering concepts, challenges, failures, successes for next time. Where is all of that? There's got to be like phone books of white papers written off of this. The most incredible human achievement. And there's nothing. There's nothing except a CGI video of it being put together.
But couldn't that be said about many other things, that we don't have data from the government of how it's put together, like specifics of atom bombs?
The whole point of NASA is to provide public scientific reference material, and they didn't do it in this case.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuff on their website about other stuff.
That is the point, that NASA exists to provide that information to us.
I agree.
And they didn't. Same with Hubble. Same with Hubble. There's no initial proof of Hubble's first launch. We have evidence of maintenance launches to go up and fix things, but we don't have any evidence that it was actually ever launched up in a rocket in the first place.
Oh, Mr. Amish, this is all very overwhelming. I understand exactly what you're saying. It's all overwhelming. It's just intellectually dishonesty everywhere. Intellectual dishonesty everywhere.
We keep digging, right? We keep digging. Well, how come Hubble didn't launch? What's going on? And then we discover, oh, Sophia. Sophia, you mean there's an airplane with a telescope on it that's built to the same technical specs as the one in the technical document for Hubble, but this one's in an airplane.
Yeah. Yes.
You what?
Yes. Well, on a lighter note, if a never mind, it has nothing to do with flat Earth.
It's too heavy. It's too heavy to be light.
Yeah. See what I? But do you see what I do there? I at least stop myself. Anyway, so well, it's completely off topic, so it's kind of silly.
I actually think it's possible, from a logical standpoint, to come to the conclusions you guys have from understanding that there's a deception in the first place. Just from a line of logic.
Oh my lord! Amen. Amen on that, dude.
So the line of logic, because I actually pondered this a lot. So the line of logic that I see is it actually stems down from the moon landings. So it's basically.
So can you just so reassure me that I'm not insane, kind of thing, because that's where sometimes it goes down to is that I try to tell people that they're not crazy, that they live in a crazy society. I try to tell people listen, chill, you're okay. You're you can clearly see people are under anxiety.
Yeah. So the thing is with this is when we debunk the ISS, this is independent of anything having to do with Apollo or the moon missions or Hubble or any other program out there. We're letting the ISS stand on its own 2 feet, and it doesn't.
Right, I understand, but I also think that if you're able to debunk the moon landings, everything comes crumbling down because first of all,
the moon landing, that one should be easy, honestly.
Implications.
Is it not?
I'm talking about the implications because if the moon landings didn't happen, then the implications of that are that all the world governments are in on it and they're secretly working together as a secret shadow government. Otherwise,
we
of them
debunked satellites before the moon landing. Before they were training for the moon landing, we debunked satellites.
And the other implication of if the moon landings are fake, because they claim to have gone 6 times in 3 years and never again in 50 years. So if those are fake, the greatest achievement in mankind's history, if a friend lied to you about something major, would you believe them again? No. So why should we believe anything after the moon landings was real if the moon landings are fakes?
The greatest achievement was producing special effects. And now what is America known for around the world? Freaking Hollywood. Okay.
Yeah, and also the pictures from the Apollo missions of the Earth from the moon are thrown out as well. So.
Well,
First
I gotta
images of
push
Earth,
back on the whole if the moon landing's
curving.
fake, then everyone should be aware. Well, dude, there's a lot of people who believe that the moon landing was faked and they're not flat earthers.
Yeah.
So that I don't agree that you should start with this this idea that there's a grand conspiracy and then go and figure that out. I think you find out, oh damn, I was lied about this. Oh shit, this was a lie too. And you pick up the evidence as you go. I don't think you work backwards everything's a lie, right? I think that's not a healthy thing to do.
Yeah, where a lot of us have ended up in this is it's not a conspiracy so much as a delusion. I think the conspiracy is one and done. The guys who put this together are probably dead.
Yeah, I mean, the moon landings is a good in for a lot of new people, though, because, a lot of people, even if they think they're dealing with the arguments, they're in the back of their minds, they're just defaulting to a trust in the authorities and NASA. But when you chip away at something like the moon landings, once you appreciate the magnitude of that lie, it can spur you on to then be like, okay, if that's fake, then that's a huge chunk of my globe evidence gone.
Yeah, because the implications are massive.
Yeah. That's why they did it. They did it to convince people that they were living on a spinning ball at a time where people were not convinced, despite what the modern historical narrative will tell you.
My
It was
real,
propaganda.
my real come to flat Earth was through the moon landings.
Yeah, that started it for me too.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you flat earthers have definitely come across people who are like, yeah, that moon landing's trash, but it's definitely still a globe. You know? Although I do agree that it is a pretty good entry point.
That's it. But
But yeah, it
for
seems
you,
like
but people who view that don't think about the implications.
It sounds like you're kind of working your way through it, not sure. So good
I
for you.
know. I was like, wait. So if you realize
No,
the moon is fake, then
I've
what's
been
the holdup?
researching this topic since around 2016, 17. It's just there's some very specific things that I was just wanting to see how they're
Like what?
addressed. Well, the one that I mentioned already about
CGI glitches.
the alternative explanation, right? So
Why do you need an alternative explanation?
because I'm interested to see how that alternative explanation is shut down without diverting to something else. How specifically it's not possible that it could be data loss, and how it's definitely CGI. That's all.
Data loss for what?
For the
Yeah, he's
graphical
talking about
anomalies on the ISS.
Here we go.
Videos and clips, which I kind of already covered
Who
with you.
cares? Who cares?
That's what
though?
I said. That's exactly what I said.
But to be fair, not
Well,
sure.
I care. That's why I came
did
here.
attempt to answer you on that question. Did you feel like the answer wasn't satisfactory, or what?
I mean, no, it was a good answer. I'll admit.
Whether the Earth's curving or not doesn't matter about glitches on the ISS.
Yeah,
You gotta look
but
at the surface of the Earth and tell it's curving. If it's not curving, then it's not a globe, and it doesn't matter what's going on the ISS. They could be up there, they could be not up there. Who gives a shit? You know?
Ooh, shit.
But when you're trying to hang on to that globe, you'll take any thread that's hanging loose and hold on
Fair
to it.
enough.
So I
Yeah.
understand what you're doing. You're just trying to cut the last few threads that are keeping you hopefully tied to this spinning space ball.
Well, it's more so that I just want to. I just feel that it's important that if we're going down to find the truth of the matter, that if there's a potential that you guys are actually giving misinformation, which is not disinformation, I'm talking about without not willingly, like unintentionally making a statement that it's CGI when it's possibly not. That's all I'm saying. Like, because it is a truth movement.
So if we're wrong, tell us.
Well, that's why I was trying
And
to debunk with alternative explanation to see how that would be debunked without being diverted.
The problem is you're never going to find your answer.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case.
Unverifiable, exactly right. So and the problem is because those videos are not like they're not like neutral ground. They're specifically supposed to be evidence in favor of the globe. So we're not under any obligation to do anything with it. Really, it's furnished as supposed evidence for one side, but then the other side has to concede at best they contain glitches, which I cannot explain as either being due to data loss because of the distance they claim or just special effects. So for that reason, it's just weak evidence and not, proof of what they claim on the globe side. So for us, it's just like, well, what's there? It's not really an argument. It's just a deficiency in the other side's evidence that they have to say, at best, it's got glitches in it. And I can't really prove that those are benign glitches. So we can't rest on it. So we can kind of just dismiss it because that's a specific claim for the globe side. We don't need it.
Right. But you also agree that if there is something that you guys are saying that could possibly be wrong, then you guys should stop saying that.
Yeah.
Right?
This is why we're here, because we were able to accept when we were wrong, when we all believed the Earth was a globe.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and that's not one of our arguments towards why the Earth is flat. or if the Earth is flat. We don't say, oh, the Earth is flat because of data glitches on the ISS.
Right. I understand
That's not
that,
our
but
argument. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that totally. I just think it's good to try and hone in on any misinformation and just trying to
Yeah, but
clarify it. That's all.
you're gonna lead down the realm of speculation, and that's how we ended up in this fuckwit place in the first place.
But by the same token, if you apply that level of skepticism to your current understanding of things, you'll probably find that you progress. Right.
Yeah, in our case, we measured the Earth and we can debunk the ISS with those measurements. Same with discussing gas pressure.
Yeah, ISS sees a curve. We go down, measure the curve. It's not fucking there. Footage from the ISS debunked. So why are they lying if they're up there? Why are they showing us pictures of curvature when we can't measure it? So that goes towards maybe they're not up there. Maybe it's just a fucking TV screen that they're pointing it at. But we don't know. We can't confirm anything from the ISS because we can't go there. We can't get original footage from the ISS. But they show us a curving Earth and we measure it and it's not there.
Timothy, you sound like you're in Australia.
Yeah, man.
Can I just ask you something? So during your summers, does the sun rise in the southeast and set in the southwest?
Having this conversation the other day. To tell you the truth, it kind of looks like it, but I'm in Melbourne, so I've got to test it next time because we've got a positive 12-degree declination, magnetic declination. So I think it takes it back to west.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you understand that if it's rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest, then we have to figure out like an explanation for that, or at least we don't have to. We don't have to, but I mean, I would like to
understand that if it rises in the southeast, which is impossible because at the top of my street is dead east, and the sun rises there every morning in the summer. So that puts that out. But whether the sun is rising in the southeast or the southwest, the measurements of the surface that we live on from a flat horizontal reference plane. So whatever the sky is doing is not relevant to what the surface of the Earth measures as. So yes, I would like an explanation for that as well. But in order for you to say the sun is rising in the southwest, and this explains a globe with a tilt 23 degrees, then that's clutching at straws, mate.
But I think that it is it could be possible to explain it on a flat Earth model as well.
Okay, so where's the? Yeah, it could be, but then you'd need to come up with a map.
No, I think it's not even doesn't have to do with that because I actually thought about this a lot because that issue seems to be one of the biggest issues if it is the case because like I'm not in Australia,
not an issue at all.
I mean, I'm not in Australia, so I can't verify that the sun is coming from the southeast and setting in the southwest. But if it is,
yeah, but it's like you know what it's like. It's like you saying in America the sun does this. You know how big Australia is?
Yeah, but the thing is, no, I understand that, but it's
Same
still an
size as
issue
the
if
US.
it's coming from the south and leaving in the south, right? But from what I can tell, from my understanding, and I could be totally off here, but the way I think a possible explanation could be is that because there's water molecules all around us in the air, and those water molecules, they compound, right? So when they compound, then we're kind of in a way seeing through a lens, especially
exactly.
it's more dense. The lower to the Earth, it's more dense. So because we're looking through an atmospheric lens, there is also a limit to everybody, and I mean to everybody's own subjective view, which that limit could create a shape of a dome type lens. So that would mean that everybody has their own personal atmospheric dome. And if the atmospheric dome is a real thing, that would give the illusion of the sun not only of the sun rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest, but it would also explain why the southern stars are also circling around the cross, right?
Yeah. Well, I used so atmospheric lensing, right? Have you seen lenses can change the direction of the way something comes in as well. So if you've got something going left, and then you can put a certain type of lens in front of it, and it'll look like it's actually going right.
Right.
Now, it totally flips it upside down. There's also if you move something away from a lens behind it, it makes it look like it's disappearing over a curve too. So I use this kind of teamed in with perspective and things like that as the answer to boats going over the horizon.
Right, yeah,
Now,
because if it is compounding like that, and
problem,
we have a
I was going
subjective
to
dome.
say the problem with the direction of the sun is at the moment, the sun sets. See, it's not more the rising of the sun; it's where it sets. Sets northeast. Northwest. So, and at the moment it's winter, and there's a lot more moisture in the air. So.
Right, but I'm talking about during your summers, it sets in the
Yeah, I know.
southwest, right?
So why would and then you got to go into why would it look like it's setting southwest when there's less
because
moisture in the air?
Okay.
And then when there's more moisture in the air, it's setting northwest.
Well, there's always moisture in the air, and I think that moisture can potentially compound into creating personal atmospheric
Which is the
domes.
real setting? Which is the real setting, though?
What do you mean?
Well, you say, okay, is it with more moisture in the air or less moisture in the air? Because if there's less moisture in the air in the summer, then is the real setting of the sun in the southwest?
Well, for you guys, the thing is, in the southern hemisphere, hemisphere of the Earth has so much water. There will always be more moisture in the air than in the north. There's always going to be a lot of moisture in the air with the amount of ocean.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
Okay.
We have dry fucking summers, like zero humidity, like zero humidity. Like you walk outside, you need a fucking drink within 10 seconds. Like it just sucks some moisture out of you. So that's not the case. So in the summer sets southwest with less moisture in the air. So is that a true representative of where the sun sets? You got to ask these questions. What is the true representative where the sun sets?
So do you think there's less moisture than in the north? I mean, the same amount?
Well, it depends where you are. I'm in the south of Australia. There's less moisture. In the north of Australia in the summer, there's fucking humid as fuck. It's like Florida.
Yeah, but my what I think is that, and I could be wrong, but I think that because there's more water, because of more oceans in the southern hemisphere, in general, the southern hemisphere has more moisture. Just because
I'm not.
Antarctica's a desert. It's a desert down there. It's the driest land.
Yeah, when I have the sun setting west, I'm looking over 3,000 miles of land. I'm not looking over the ocean. I'm on the east coast, or southeast. So I'm on the south coast, but on the eastern side of it.
Right, but you're on land. But don't you think there would be, if you were out in the ocean, there would be more moisture in the air?
Not really. Depends how hot and cold it is.
Okay, because if you're in Australia and you have a personal atmospheric dome that's creating a lens, then that dome would extend so far out that it would be out over the ocean.
Why?
Because of the distance that I don't know what the size of our personal optical domes would be, but I would assume it'd be quite the distance before it all compounds to affect our vision of how far we can observe.
How do you know what the distance of the light you're looking at is?
I don't. It's just theory.
Interesting questions, but they're you got to look at these questions like you some of these questions you're never going to have the answer to. So I enjoy the speculation too. But when you're logically looking at something, like you got to go, all these things are irrelevant if the surface of the Earth is not curving to a certain size ball. They've given us the
Yeah.
size of a ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't really.
I was gonna.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Sonny, man.
I was gonna interject real quick. The problem with the sun is this: we can't even verify that it's a solid object, or that the location that we're viewing it is the actual location of where it exists. There's no way to verify any of that. So, like Timothy says, I prefer the method of checking the surface of the Earth first. We can verify that. We can't verify the location of the sun or even or where it is. That's all I was.
But if it's a local sun, then it would be an apparent location and not a physical location because of the atmosphere, right?
You don't know what the sun is.
Well, the thing is, you don't even know that because you don't even know if the location of where you're viewing it is that a focused light source, so that it's a focal point and not an actual location. So that
Well,
means every location or every area that you're viewing it in would have a different focal distance. So a different distance from the source. So in other words, you can't tell if the sun is, if what you're looking at when you see the sun, you can't tell if it's an actual location. Like you said, it's an apparent location that can be tested by triangulation, because a focused beam would behave just like the sun does. It has a different focal length for every location, so that means you cannot triangulate it. So that would lend credence to my thought that it is a focused beam of light. So therefore, you can't tell where the source of the light is coming from. So therefore, you can't tell the location of the sun itself.
I think that it's possible to determine if it's an apparent location if we can determine that. Well, like this, if I don't know if this would work exactly or if it would be a different distance, but say in the summer in Australia, you have someone on the east coast of Australia, and then you have someone on the west coast of Australia. And when the sun sets for the person on the east coast, they're viewing the sun leave into the southwest. But then the person on the west coast sees it coming in from the going up from the southeast, right? So if that's the case, then two different people. Well, that's just an example. Like I said, I didn't know the distance. So say it's further. Someone's out in the ocean west of Australia, and then someone's on the east side of Australia. And then the person on the east side is viewing the sun go away into the southwest, but the person further west is viewing it come in from the southeast, going up. Right? So if that's the case, that means it's an apparent location because the sun is subjective to the viewer, and that would mean that it could possibly be the personal optical dome.
Right.
Yeah,
so do you realize that this has already been done? We've already done this. We've had 3 people from different parts of the world have locate the sun, its location, its elevation angle, and its direction, and you cannot get a fix on it. Once you have more than one person, basically, your fixes are all wonky. So in other words, with 3 people all over the world, different parts of the world, trying to triangulate this sun, the sun's location, it cannot be done.
So doesn't
what
that
you're saying is
determine it's
basically
apparent?
already, yeah, we already know it's apparent because of that.
Yeah.
So if you're viewing the sun, like you say, I don't prefer to use that term personal dome, but because we can't even tell if it's a focus beam or not. There's no way to verify that. So you're basically doing the same thing, trying to triangulate the sun's distance or location or cardinal direction based from 3 different observers. You're going to get numbers that are not going to give you the exact location. But I mean, it's worth a shot. I mean, it's worth a shot trying something like this. But basically, when you're dealing with the sun or any of the luminaries, I think you're wasting your time because we don't know anything about these, whatever they are. We don't even know if they're objects or not. So you can't treat them as objects. Can you treat them as light phenomenon? Probably, but what are you going to be able to verify or validate with because they're light phenomenon, and you're missing like a lot of data there because we don't know what they are exactly and what their location is, their distance. We don't know any of that. Almost impossible to do anything with that.
Facts. W. Sony in the panel. I don't use that saying either, personal dome or whatever. I think I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we can discuss that as far as like we know we have a dome of vision, but when you're trying to apply your dome of vision to the sun or the luminaries, it falls short every time because like I said, we don't know the location of those things. We don't know the light source. We don't know if what we're seeing is a source or if all we're seeing is some sort of reflection or if it's just a focused beam. We don't have any clue, and there's really no way to test any of that. So I prefer to stick to the surface myself as well. Yeah, thanks, CB. Good to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Got quite a panel on here already today.
I saw you in here earlier on your lonesome. I'm like, glad to see you back, man. Nice little panel here.
I was. Yeah, I just popped in for a second. I was on a trolley, so I didn't have my earbud, so it started blasting out something from the bot, and I was like, people were looking. So I'm like, no, I can't listen. Funny.
I think I did my first on the street flat smack. It wasn't really a flat smack. Some guy had a NASA shirt on. I was like, should I say something, guys? And I did. I think I said like, hey, bro, space is fake. You should burn that shirt. And I left. But
that's pretty good. Like I see people with some NASA gear on every now and then, and there was a couple times when I wanted to say anything and I didn't.
Yeah.
But I guess it just depends on the situation.
Yeah, that's usually me. I never say anything. Yesterday was the first time I actually was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it.
You know, it's kind of funny. I'm not saying that you guys are like this, but I think it's kind of funny because it just reminds me of how leftists get triggered by MAGA hats and clothing that people wear.
Oh, bro. So wait, you're saying I got triggered by NASA merch?
No, I'm not saying that you're getting triggered, but it's just funny. No, I know, but it's just funny if there is someone that does get triggered by it. It would be kind of sit in the same vein as people getting triggered by MAGA.
Honestly, it'd be like the other way around. Like if you had like a flat Earth shirt on, that would make someone get fucking like they'd lose their shit.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So the thing with a NASA shirt or NASA hat or anything like that, I think I like the common sense approach. Do you know that they've never measured Earth curvature ever in history, and just leave it at that?
Yeah.
or just ask them the question. Could you tell me when, where, and how anybody in history has ever measured curvature of Earth to validate that it's a sphere?
Damn.
They have no answer. Oh, they're like, what are they going to say? Pictures from the ISS, bro. And then I'll just laugh.
Yeah, honestly, I see merch every now and again, and I don't like it. I totally understand. They bought it at Forever 21 or wherever the hell, and what else? It's not like there's any other option for most people. You know, it's a globe. What else would it be? That's how most people think. So I'm not even mad at them for rocking not NASA swag and merch, shit
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, exactly. They're just another space fan, you know.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
so I bet if you ask those people if they know what the radius dimensions are, most of them
Hell
don't
no.
know. They don't even know.
Answer's a hell
So
no.
they couldn't tell you like what is happening on the surface on a globe of those dimensions. They don't know about that information like we do. You know, we know all the specifics about how far and how much drop over distance there should be. They don't know any of that.
Well, maybe that's the problem. And if people knew science better, there would be fewer flat earthers.
What?
There would be fewer. No, there would be fewer globe earthers because all you got to do is take the dimensions they gave us, and in 5 miles there should be 16 feet of drop. Easy peasy. You could do that with any binocular or zoom camera. You'd be able to see that drop. It doesn't exist. So 10 miles, 66.7 feet doesn't exist. We see things much further than 10 miles.
To be
And
fair,
that's a
Mikey
lot of
boy, from
drop.
what I've seen, Mikey boy, the flat earthers understand science way more than these globe heads by a long
That's the
shot.
claim. That's what you say. That's what you say.
No.
Doesn't
It's
think
been
it's true.
no. I don't just say that.
No,
It's
no,
been
no, no, no.
recorded. No, it's been recorded
You can
for
say
years. No, I'm not just saying it, sir. It's been recorded, live streamed and produced for the last couple years now. Again, was it Vsauce? Science doesn't prove anything, right? Or you get Globers who come in here and say, well, my version of science is this, or observational science, scientific claims. They just throw around the word science like it's a buzzword. And flat earthers are the ones who focus on what it actually means. So if more people understood science, there would be more flat earthers or less globe heads. So you've got it the other way around.
Most Globers don't know the dimensions of Earth. Hold on a second. Most Globers don't know the dimensions of Earth, and they come in here supporting this globe, and we ask them, and they tell us they don't know. And then they claim that they're using science. We ask them, what is science? They don't know. They don't know what the scientific experiment is or the scientific method. They don't even know what empiricism means.
Facts.
They don't have
Again, that's my point. If people knew science better, they would know that Earth is a globe.
No,
they would know
they wouldn't know it's a globe. They would know it's flat because there's no drop over distance.
Let me ask a question.
So Mike,
people who
Mike,
understand science more.
Mike, I'm going to ask you a question, right? So what science proves the globe?
Oh shit.
Okay. There are many facts that point to the fact that the Earth is a globe. For example, geography, latitudes.
Okay.
What are latitudes?
In what way? In what way geography?
Latitudes. I just said it.
What?
Latitudes.
Yep.
Go ahead, explain that.
How do you define latitudes?
It's very simple. You get latitudes from elevation angles from a horizontal plane.
From a plane.
What do you think? Latitude? Do you think, Mike? Do you think latitude lines are like printed on the Earth?
No, they're not. Don't think I'm stupid.
So latitude lines come.
You sound stupid.
Okay, latitude lines come from observations of the sky, and not geography.
They come from the estimations of the angle.
Okay, that's not. Okay, you just said
the pole
science.
star and the horizon.
So now is science estimational?
Science is estimational. It's provable, testable.
Okay, so do you know where latitude lines come from then?
Is it a question?
Yeah.
Okay, they come from the angle of between the pole star and the horizon.
Awesome. So not geography.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean? It's not geography. It is geography. It's
It's not geography.
You're looking at the sky. You're getting elevations up of something in the sky.
You big dummy.
That's not geography.
And what is navigation? Is it related to the Earth?
Hold on,
Earth, right?
Hold on, Mikey. He asked you what
I'm not
science.
finished. I'm not finished making my point.
Yes,
I'm not finished
you are
making
finished.
my point.
Yes, you are finished because you're avoiding the topic. He asked you what science proves it's a globe.
He led
what
with
science?
geography. And then didn't even talk about
Oh my
geography.
God! I'm not going to argue with you if you keep interrupting.
What science? Just answer the question. What science proves it's a globe? That's what he asked.
Finish my point. Let me finish. Let me
Bro,
finish
your whole
making my
starting
point.
point was if more people knew about science, it'd be globe earthers. And then we asked you, well, what science makes it a globe? And you're like, well, so geography. The fuck?
Okay, I'm done. Goodbye.
Well, no, we don't mean to be rude. You just haven't given us any substance. Damn it, you guys got rid of him.
He left on his own.
He didn't. He didn't
I think-
provide an answer that had to
No,
do with
true, yeah,
science.
you
had no
can't talk-
science.
You can't talk.
I
to
think
somebody
the
like that, man.
latitude thing, because there is a discrepancy with the latitude, considering there's like the time zones in Australia, isn't there? So they make up for the discrepancy.
We're not talking about discrepancies of the latitude lines. They come from elevation angles from the horizontal plane to Polaris. It's what science? We're still asking the question, what science proves it's a globe? We're not talking about discrepancies from place to place. Talking about what science? That's a question that hasn't been answered yet. What science?
Geography. Clearly. Do you think I am stupid?
You haven't provided the science. You just said a word, geography. What science does geography use?
Do you think that I do not understand science?
I think that's a
No, we're asking you what science proves a globe, and you haven't answered. Geography is not the answer.
But if all flat earthers have a book, why don't the flat earthers have a book with all the answers?
We don't claim to have all the answers. The globe claims to have the answers. We're asking you what science proves it's a globe. You cannot answer, or you won't.
But if everybody understood science better, then everybody would be a globe earther.
You're coming back to your first claim. You didn't answer the question.
I don't need to make any claims. It is clearly a globe, and we're all stupid.
Yeah, that's
what science proves it's a globe? We're asking again. You have
He's
not
obviously not
answered
smart enough to give any science. You're avoiding the fucking question. What science proves Earth is a globe? He doesn't know.
Just answer.
I told you this already. It is geography.
Yeah, you don't know.
I told you this.
You don't know.
Yeah, no, you can't
You
talk
don't
to
know.
How do you guys not? How can you not tell? Like, are you guys serious? That you don't
No, let
know
it
that
roll. Let
much?
it roll. 28. Let it roll.
I think that the problem is that modern science, a lot of it is in a way pseudoscience, and not just the field of astronomy, but even in the medical field, biology. A lot of it is actually things that we can't completely verify. Like we can't, even when it comes to germ theory, things like that. It's not empirically verifiable, and it ends up being more of a belief system of which could make it actually a pseudoscience.
So Mike was asked, explain how geography, and he went to the sky. So not geography. So what else? What got another choice? Because you clearly didn't describe any science that proves Earth is a globe. You went to the sky. That's not geography.
Okay, fine. Then it's not latitude, it's longitude. That is the proof.
Is that all the proof you got?
Longitude and latitude lines?
One word, longitude. So how does longitude prove Earth is a globe? In other
Yes,
words,
brother.
drop over distance.
Yes,
How do you
brother.
prove drop over distance with longitude?
Well,
Where's the
first you
proof
have latitude and
of drop?
longitude. There's circles
Where is the
around the
proof
globe.
of drop? Where is the proof that Earth is a sphere by using a measurement of drop over distance? When was that done?
Well, longitude is a circle around the globe, so clearly it drops over
Okay.
the distance.
How does that prove it? How does that prove there's drop over distance? Was it measured or was it calculated?
Well, you can't have longitude and latitude lines on a flat Earth.
Was it measured or was it calculated?
Pretty sure it was both.
Okay. When was it measured to be so?
I'm pretty sure the Greeks measured it back in the day.
Oh, so how did they put the Greeks' measurements into the Apollo computers for telemetry to send something up to the moon? They used Stone Age tech. That's all you got, bro? Is sticks and shadows? So sticks and shadows are not Earth curvature.
Modern methods have
That's not a proof of Earth curvature.
No, sir,
You're still talking about the sky. You're talking about the sun making shadows. That's not Earth surface. You're still avoiding the topic. Earth surface, a measurement of Earth's surface, proving it's a globe.
Well, we have satellites.
Okay, so now you're skipping ahead 20 steps ahead before you even got. Where did they get the radius measurement before they sent something up there for their orbital mechanics?
I told you this, the Greeks.
So once again, how did NASA put the sticks and shadows computations into their computers and use it as orbital command?
They just redid the test.
They did the test with sticks and shadows, and then they just sent stuff up into space?
Correct.
Are you serious? That's what they use. Stone Age tech. So sticks and shadows, then you send things up into space.
We have
Is that what you're telling us?
We have modern methods that have confirmed the Eratosthenes experiment.
Okay, I'm telling you, what are those modern methods then? Tell us.
There's satellites and drones, planes.
Satellites and planes are not measuring devices. We need a measurement of Earth's surface. We need a measurement of Earth's surface before you send anything up there for your orbital mechanics.
Why do we need to measure it? We've calculated it.
Oh, shit. Okay, thank you for your concession. You calculated it only. Thanks.
But then we confirmed it by measuring it with satellites.
You never confirmed it. Tell us the confirmation then. When did they confirm it? How?
Just go on Google
where,
right
and how
now.
did they?
Go on Google right now.
When, where, and how? Why don't you tell us when, where, and how they confirmed this?
NASA.
How did they measure the surface of Earth to determine it was curving?
Brother, I told you this, satellites.
Satellites are not measuring devices, bro. You're going to have to explain how satellites measure the surface of Earth then. Can you do that?
They take lots of pictures and we piece it together.
Okay, so pictures are not measuring devices either. You got anything else?
Well, we have modern methods.
Okay, well, you're not telling us what modern methods they use to actually determine if the surface was curving or not. You're just telling us satellites, pictures. That's not a measurement. Those are just one-word explanations, like a get-out-of-jail-free card. You don't get out of jail free here. You might have modern methods, but you can't tell us what the modern methods. All you told us so far is they use Stone Age tech, sticks and shadows from the Greeks. That's all you told us so far. It's ridiculous on its face. You are ridiculous, sir.
How am I ridiculous?
You're absurd.
Even though he's wrong, we could be nice to him.
You are the flat earther. How am I ridiculous?
It sounds like you believe
because you claim because you claim science. Because you claim science, and you can't tell us what science determined Earth was a globe. So who's being absurd?
Well, at least we have a model, and you flat earthers don't have a model.
Okay, post the model in the text chat then. We want to see it. You don't have a model either. Post it.
With the CGI pictures.
I will post the
CGI globe.
Post the model in the text chat. If you have a model, post it in the text chat so we all can see it, brother.
Do you want me to grab a Himawari 8?
I want you to post what you're referencing as a model of the globe. Post it in the text chat right now because you claimed it, not I. I didn't claim any model. You claimed a model. Put it in the text chat.
Okay, brother. I
put it in there right now before you open your mouth again. Put it in the fucking text chat, bro.
Okay, brother. I do this.
As soon as you put it in the text chat, then we'll talk with you again. Otherwise, it's a moot point. You have nothing to add.
Okay, brother.
Put your model in the text chat. I don't want to hear from you until we see the model in the text chat.
Brother, it is there in the chat, brother.
What chat exactly?
Take a look at the chat, brother.
Which chat? There's a lot of them.
The live stream voice
The side
text.
chat for
Okay, I got
this
it.
live stream voice
The
text.
live stream voice text.
Thank you.
Clearly, this is a picture from the model, the Himawari 8.
That's not a model, bro.
I sent this to Creation Bear to post for me, so I don't have
Pictures from the ISS or the Himawari are not a model of globe Earth.
What is this,
Period.
brother? Does this look flatter to you?
You claimed. Listen, you're asking me. You're asking us to verify your claim. We're not here to validate your claim. You made a claim of a model. We want to see it in the text chat. Put it in there so we all can look at it.
Brother,
Pictures
I don't
from the
know how else to
Himawari
help
are
you.
not a globe Earth model. Period.
I don't know how else to help you, brother. We have pictures, models.
That's not a
we have-
model. That's not a model, bro. You said you had a model. That's a predictive model that you can use to predict certain things. Where's your model? That's a so-called
CGI
picture.
to me.
CGI.
Okay, brother, I do this
So
again.
you have
I
a cartoon. So you have a cartoon, and you're claiming a model with a cartoon.
Exactly.
You're fucking ridiculous. You're a joke, bro.
I mean,
Are you supposed to be? You're supposed to be a representative of the globe Earth. You're a joke.
Don't call him bad names. I believe he is wrong, but you don't have to,
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, he's wrong, and you're wrong for saying anything because he's a joke. I'm not using any harsh language towards him.
Well,
I said he's a
we
joke,
want
which is
to
true.
convince them. We want to bring them to our side. We can't.
No,
beat
we're
them up
not
and
trying to
drag them.
convince anybody.
No,
You're
no.
in the wrong server.
I was convinced.
If you think we're here to convince anyone, no, go to another server. We're not here to convince.
Well, I don't need to be convinced. I actually know, so I don't need to be
Yeah,
convinced.
we're not trying to convince.
Yeah.
This isn't the convince people of flat Earth server. You're in the wrong server.
This John Rivera person.
Yes, sir.
You're a flat earther too?
Excuse me?
How long have you been a flat earther?
We'll say about 5 years. I've been a part of this community for about 3 years. This is actually the second 24/7 flat Earth. The first one was, I guess, an admin went rogue and it got disabled. So this is actually the second Discord because the first one was actually, like I said, it got hijacked. But I've been a part of this community for 3 years, just the Discord community. But I've been, doing my own research on topics that I am fascinated by for way longer than that. So I don't know. I got 8 years worth of, study work in. Oh, also keep in mind, I came to my conclusion only because I'm almost 50 years old and I've been following tech my whole life. CPU power, RAM, storage, data transfer speed, and I'm so convinced that they claim we went to Mars with less than Game Boy technology. I'm 50 years old. When I first got my first computer, it would take me 10 to 15 minutes to download one picture off AOL internet. Very, very, very slow. Now, for that ship to go to Mars, we need real-time communication. We didn't have anything to communicate, anything of, any tech that could handle that. As far as CPU, RAM, storage, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, signal transfer speeds, it just does not match up. They claim we went to Mars with less than Game Boy technology, and that is completely bullshit. And also, too, you got to keep in mind, we got 50 and 100 years of our government feeding us lies. I understand why you believe what you believe, because it's been fed to you your whole life in books that were changed every 50 years. Look what the churches are doing now. A lot of churches are rewriting their books to incorporate aliens and supernatural shit. You know what I mean? Because supposedly our U.S. government, we declassified it. The U.S. government declassified it. Supposedly aliens are really here. And now after 50 or 100 years, even churches are rewriting their story to incorporate, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, are you crazy? I mean, after 50 or 100 years, it's just so watered down. I don't believe anybody.
So if I could interject for a second, because now instead of providing his model that he claimed of a globe Earth, he's talking about flat earthers. So he went from not knowing science to talking about people. So he would rather talk about people than talk about his globe Earth model.
My
And you answered him when he's talking about people, and you answered him.
I answered.
Brother.
I answered.
If more flat earthers understood science, then there wouldn't be this problem.
Well, what kind of science are you talking about? You're talking about the science they teach you in school? Because they taught me Christopher Columbus discovered America, and then 50 years later they told me that was a lie. What's not? You're talking about book, school, spoon-fed.
So
I can't argue with
science
that.
is always changing. It's evolving. Science is always learning, testing, studying.
Oh yeah, no, I get that.
So if you were told one thing and it was different, that means these things have changed. We've learned more.
Does it mean that's what you were told before is a belief and rather than fact, just a belief like religion?
No, it was a fact then, and it is a fact now.
No, I'm saying if science changed and you believed one thing, do you admit that it was a belief in the first place?
If it's scientific, it is knowledge.
Yeah, but if it changes, then the previous, was it knowledge or was it a belief?
If it changes, that means it was fake knowledge previously. That's where
so it was a belief, right?
No, it was true then, and then it is also true now. What they're saying now is true, and what they said back then was also true.
That makes no sense.
At the time, it was true.
This guy thinks Tesla's are flying in outer space.
That doesn't make sense. How something,
of course, brother.
It's true, and then not
CGI
true.
is true. If there was CGI, it would be like.
That's all there is CGI, bro. That's all there is.
But it would be way better if it was CGI.
So hold on. Are you saying that it was true back in the day when they used to say cigarettes were healthy? That at that time it was true, cigarettes were healthy?
Well, I've read the rules in the server. I'm not supposed to talk about the last 3 years, but what the doctor said.
I'm talking about decades, years and years ago, long time ago. They used to say cigarettes were healthy for people.
I know this, brother. I know this.
Yeah. So was that true back then? Because you're saying the science changes, and back then that was true for people, right? So was it true?
Scientists, they only give out facts, so they cannot be scientists.
So was it a true fact that cigarettes were healthy?
Sometimes.
Possibly yes.
Possibly yes. We can't talk to this guy. We can't talk to this guy.
Yes, but see, don't understand. The doctor said you need to get your shots.
Yeah, cut this guy off right now.
Shots.
Now he's talking bullshit. He's talking bullshit.
We're not talking about that.
It's against the rule. It's against the rules. It's against the TOS.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I did read the rules. I don't want to talk
about
that. I just want to
shut the fuck up. Listen, we don't want to hear from you unless you have your fucking globe model.
But I posted
Put it in the text chat. You still haven't. That's a picture from a so-called picture from Himawari. That's not a model.
But I had Creation Bear post 2 models for me.
Yeah, those are not models. You claimed a model. Post it in the text chat.
What? How do you mean there's no globe Earth model?
There is. You didn't post a model. You posted a CGI picture.
How could there not be a model? We have Google Earth, Google Maps.
Those are not models, bro. You don't even know what a model is. Is it a scientific model?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us how it's scientific. What experiment was done to prove that it's a scientific model? Because it needs to be proved by experiment using the scientific method.
The scientists.
So what experiment did they do to prove Earth was a globe?
All of them, my friend. All of the scientists.
What experiment? No, specifically, what experiment was used to prove Earth is a globe?
I mean, they did multiple to come to the conclusion.
Okay, just name one then. They did multiple, so just name one of them. So name one of them.
I tell you this, brother. Eratosthenes, brother.
Okay, so Stone Age sticks and shadows.
Yes,
that's all you got?
They were able to figure it out back then. How come you flat earthers cannot figure it out?
That's a calculation and that's a presupposition. He assumed it was a globe first. So try again. That's not an experiment.
Well, I don't know how else to help you, brother. I've given you all the tests.
Because you don't know what science is. You don't know what the scientific method is, and you don't know what the fundamental idea of empiricism is. You don't know what any of those are. And I could prove that you would have less than a 5th grade knowledge of science right now.
Brother, I trust the experts, and you're
yeah. Okay, so now you're backsliding to trusting the experts instead of a scientific experiment. So you don't have any science that you claim in the first place. So you're a liar. You're a liar.
How do I lie, brother?
You're
Everyone
an
agrees with
you're
me
an
that it's a
upfront.
globe.
No, you're a
Everybody is.
you're a bold-faced liar.
If I am a
You
liar,
told
then the
us
whole
there was
world
a
is a liar.
you told us there was science that proves Earth is a globe, and you haven't provided any science.
But I'm not a scientist.
You claimed science, bro, not
You're
us.
just trolling, man. Come on.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
No,
I'm
you
Yeah,
serious.
you're trolling. You're lying.
Yeah,
You
why else
claim
would he be in
science, and
this
now you're
community?
telling us you don't have any science, so you lied about that.
Why would I lie?
Because
Hey,
you don't have any science and you don't know what science is. That's
I
Why
why
have
you
would the
lied.
scientists lie? Why would they lie?
I have a question.
Then
When
just show us the experiment. What experiment proved Earth is a globe?
Many of them.
everyone
Once again.
everyone normally gets vetted in this community before they could actually join voice chat. I don't believe this guy was vetted. I don't believe he's been through the interview process. Are they like skipping that now?
No, I was checked in.
You were checked in. Who checked you in, if you don't mind me asking? Who was your
I was
interview
checked in
guy
by
for
a
this?
moderator. I was checked in by a
And
Flatty Klein.
okay.
She will tell you in the chat. She will tell you in the chat.
Well, no worries. I'm not busting your balls, buddy. You know, I'm not trying to get rid of you or nothing. I just wanted to know who vetted you, who you talked to first. Because I've been here for a while, and even, like when I joined first, I actually had to talk to like 3 or 4 people. Maybe it was harder 3-4 years ago, but I don't know.
3-4 years. I mean, listen, brother. This is the great server. They allow people come and go. Like, you don't want me to be here or what?
Oh no! I don't mind you here. I actually like your accent, and I'm not busting your balls. Even though we disagree on a lot of topics, dude. You know, no. If I sounded rude to you, I apologize.
No, it's okay, brother. It's okay. I mean, listen, I should be rude to the flat earthers because, and clearly, I mean, you don't agree with science and.
Well, that I don't agree with. You're absolutely correct. There's a lot of science I don't agree with.
You haven't given us, Mikey. You haven't given us any science for the globe, so I wouldn't talk about science if I were you. You don't even know what the scientific method is.
My name is Mike, brother, not Mikey.
Okay, Mikey.
Okay, brother. But listen, why would they lie? Seriously.
Control.
Well, and so instead of bringing us your science that proves the Earth is a globe, now you go to why they lie. Why would they lie? So that's not science.
Control money and power.
You think
So
I
that's
am
not
lying?
science. If you don't know why people lie, then you just go ahead and believe Santa Claus exists still.
Well, that is
to be honest with you, if he believes in that we went to Mars, if he believes in the global Earth, I'm actually fascinated to know what else he believes in. I'm gonna kind of be rude here and say, you know, do you believe in Santa Claus? But I'm just busting your balls on that one. But if he believes, you know, we went out of space, and if he believes global Earth, dude, I have no idea what this guy believes. I mean, we could actually, you know, go towards the Easter Bunny.
I don't trust people on Discord like you guys. I listen to experts, people who have been doing this for their whole life. Like, you guys are on a Discord. You guys are a little community on Discord.
Anthony Fauci is an expert too, right?
Sorry, one more time.
Anthony Fauci is an expert too, right?
Clearly, yes.
Prove anything.
He said yes, no way, get him out of here. If he said Fauci's an expert, please get him going.
Clearly, he's an expert.
There's no
One
reason
observation I have, not to sidetrack too much, but I just find it interesting that people like this gentleman right here cited Eratosthenes, who lived around minus 200 BC, right? So it's just interesting that a lot of people, they believe in Eratosthenes so much, and yet they don't believe in Jesus, which is around the same time.
Well,
Not to
that's not
sidetrack,
very
but,
scientific.
well, you're believing in this man who from 200 BC, right?
But that is.
Do you believe in Jesus just the same, who lived 200 years later?
That is not scientific, sir.
It's not science. Is it? It doesn't seem scientific to believe an experiment from a guy who lived in 200 BC with some sticks or a well or whatever they say it is.
But it's been reconfirmed, brother.
Hey, Creation Bear, if you don't mind me asking, where are you from? I'm from Rhode Island, which is kind of near New York. I'm like 3 hours away from New York City. If you don't mind me asking, I'm just curious, where are you from?
I would prefer not to say.
Oh, no worries. Well, can you give me like an area like 12 hours away? Like, you're obviously not in the USA.
No, I've moved to the USA, but I'm from near the Balkan area.
Okay, that's a good enough answer for me. Thank you.
So, like, I try to align myself with the scientific community, not like the conspiracy community.
I get it. I get what you're saying. Well, one piece of advice I can give you is don't believe anyone. You should actually, no matter how big, no matter how small, try running your own tests. I normally don't believe nothing. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and be a jerk, and I'm saying I don't believe my mom, but I do. I love my mom. I do believe her, but I'm just stressing that fact. I don't believe anyone unless I see it with my eyes, unless I do the math myself, unless I smell it with my nose, and I damn sure don't believe stories from 50 and 100 years ago, because from I'm almost 50 now, and I've heard way too many stories change, especially in school. I'm starting to think, well, what the hell did I fucking learn in school? I mean, besides I don't know, I'm not gonna go off the road here, but if there's any test that you can do on your own, I think those are the only true tests that you can believe. So you keep on talking about a scientist did this, a scientist did that. No matter how big or small, I don't believe it until you do it. And then I want you to, I'm not going to believe you either until you show me. And I'm going to use my eyes, my nose, my ears, and I'm going to come to my own conclusion.
See, that is the problem with flat earthers in general. You said you went to school, you don't remember. And
Well, no,
also,
I do
you don't
remember.
even
It was
trust your
mostly
mom,
bullshit. I do
brother.
remember
You
what they
don't even
taught me in
trust your
school.
own mother, brother.
The problem with
See, no, you were wrong. See, obviously, you didn't hear what I said after that, because I do trust my mom more than anything in the world. We have the greatest relationship. Are you kidding me? I was just trying to stress the fact, that you shouldn't trust anybody. So don't focus on the fact that I don't trust my mom, and don't judge me on that, because you would be dead ass wrong. And if you had a bet on it, you would lose the bet, because that's not me.
I do not need to trust. There is science. Okay, that
Science.
doesn't require trust.
Are you sure about that?
There's a lot of memes in the world that say science is wrong sometimes, and it's actually true. You know what I'm just think about it. Science is wrong sometimes.
How could science be wrong, brother?
And he already said that he trusts the experts, and now he's saying he doesn't have to trust. So you're talking out of both sides of your mouth at the same
Well,
time.
this guy,
You're just dishonest. You're
was
dishonest.
Is this the same guy who was saying science changes, and now you're saying science can't be wrong?
I think it's the same guy, yes.
Well, you're saying that I need to conduct my own science. I don't have the tools.
I know, but there's big stuff and small stuff. What do you mean? I just told you big stuff and small stuff. I'm sure there's something out there small. Start with the smallest test you can possibly find. I don't know if you're really into it. Then,
Okay,
I'm just stressing the fact that I don't believe anybody unless I do the math myself. You know what I mean? I want to see it, smell it, and feel it myself. I'm not going to believe any friggin' story.
Just because a little bit of a lake is flat, it does not mean the whole Earth is flat.
You trust your government too. Like your government's there for you. They help you out. This guy, he's on the wrong side.
When I call the police, they help me.
Yeah, I hear you. Now, do you think the police are actually there for you, or do you think the police are actually? We're not even going to get into this.
Well,
My
when
bad.
I call
I'm
them,
sorry.
they
I'm
help
sorry
me.
if I was rude to you. I already know what you believe. I don't have to ask any more questions.
Well, I mean, I don't see why you don't. Do you not call the police for help?
Well, actually, I'm an introvert, and I'm not stupid. I've been around the world for 40 something years. I've never needed the police. Well, they broke into my house like a long, long time ago, and I called the police then. But I don't have too many police interaction, so no, I do not call the police because I have no need for it.
Do you trust the road signs and the traffic signals and things like that?
Do I trust the road signs and traffic?
No, because you got to watch out for, even on a red light, I have
True.
to watch out.
Good. That's a good point. Yeah, actually, yes. No, I don't trust the red lights because you still got to look right and left to make sure that you're not going to get plowed into by a truck. So yeah, thank you for that right there. You saved me on that
Really,
one.
see, this is the flat earthers. They don't even trust the stop sign.
Oh, so you, God. No, no
Dude,
worries. I'm not being mean
there's
to
been
you.
a time where I crossed on a green light. I didn't look, and I almost got hit because the person almost ran into me, and they hit
Oh
their
yeah.
brake.
Are you kidding me? It's
If you
happened a
were
lot.
using your scientific observations, you wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, but at that moment, I specifically trusted the green light.
You're appealing to science, but you don't believe science. You don't know how to explain science.
I mean, what is there to explain? It's
Sure.
science.
You cannot define what you mean by explaining the science of the globe being round. You
I
refer
told you this,
to
brother.
longitude, latitude, and then the sun. You just keep skipping over, making bold claims, saying big words, but you cannot substantiate them.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so
The words aren't that big that he's
Of
using. To
course.
be honest with you.
what do you want me to do, brother? Do you want me to do a sticks and shadows here right now?
You can do whatever you want.
No, I actually want to pick your brain and I want to
Burning
know what
yourself
you
down.
believe. To be honest with you, this is very
Brother,
fascinating. It's like watching a TV show.
it is a globe, brother. I don't know what I want me to tell you.
I know it's a globe. We got a Tesla in outer space. There's like a fleet of Teslas flying in outer space. I get it.
Well, there's just one. There's no fleet. There's one.
I can trust every traffic light. I can trust whatever the government tells me to do. I can trust everything the school has taught me. Go work like a sheep. Go get a job.
What else is there supposed to do? Or I mean, like, you're not available to go to space yet, so you might as well just work your job, save up the money, and maybe one day you can go to space and stop being a flat earther.
Huh.
Yeah,
I don't know if I want to do that.
Money. Convince yourself.
And to be honest with you, I don't have to save any more money. I already got a lot of it.
The thing is, even once space tourism happens, how do you know that they're not drugging you and putting you into some virtual reality thing, and then you come out thinking you went to space?
That's a good point. I want to talk to you a little bit more. I'm
This
fascinated
is
by
what
what
I
you
mean
just
by the
said.
conspiracy theorist. You won't even trust your own eyes and ears.
Did you hear about the guy that was cryo frozen or something like a very long time ago? He's been frozen already for like 50 years. They were supposed to defrost him and bring him back to life like 10 years ago, but we don't have the tech to do it. So he's supposedly this rich guy. He's still frozen and just waiting for the day that we can unfreeze him and bring him back. I'm fascinated by that story too. I can't believe that guy. He was also old too. I think the guy was like 80 something years old and he was super duper rich. He's like, freeze me and bring me back. I think we were supposed to bring him back like 5 years ago, but we didn't because we didn't have the tech. So I guess we're gonna wait another 10 years. I guess I don't know.
Sorry, guys, I got the phone call. What was the last thing?
The last
One
thing.
thing.
I'm sorry.
One interesting thing that I actually thought about is that how the globe belief actually makes us reject our senses on multiple levels, like just
I like that.
like our
I like
actual
that.
senses.
Yes.
And I can give examples.
You don't
like,
have
for
to.
example,
I
for
know you're talking
example,
about
every
Yeah.
day, every single person and creature observes the sun moving across the sky, right? But they tell us reject that observation and believe that the Earth is spinning, right?
Yeah.
Or we observe that the sky is always above us, but they tell us reject that observation. On the antipode, there are people there, and there's a sky down there. Right?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
another
Your senses.
another observation we're
I
told to
love it.
reject is reject that things are like a tree. We see a house and we see it's not moving, but reject that observation. It's actually moving. It's in a state of motion. Right?
We're whipping
Another thing, another one is we observe all around us. Reality is very harmonious. Everything is super harmonious, but they tell us reject that, and that reality in outer space, the 99.999% of reality is actually chaotic and not harmonious, and all we witness is harmonious reality.
Isn't that what Neil deGrasse Tyson says? That science
I like it. Not
says
sure.
you
You're my new friend.
your senses.
This
Did he
is the
say Neil
problem flat
deGrasse?
earthers have. The flat earthers trust too much.
Neil deGrasse.
Another observation we're told to reject is we observe that the sun and the moon are about the same size when an eclipse happens, but we're told to reject that observation that the sun is 400 times further and bigger.
Do you really think the sun and the moon are the same size, brother?
Well, we witness it. It's a possibility.
And you trust your senses all the time?
My senses, I trust them more than any word that will come out of any human's mouth.
But didn't you almost get hit by a car, my friend?
Huh? My
I think
senses?
one of you almost said you were in the traffic light and you almost got hit by a car.
Yeah, I said that was because I wasn't trusting my senses. I was trusting the light without.
Yeah, his senses are what saved him from getting hit by the car. I think he made it. I think from what I heard, it wasn't the light that saved him. It was his senses that saved him. So he wins that one.
So you test your senses sometimes, but not all the time.
No, I trust my senses more than anything. I mean, I don't know, if you don't, then I don't know what. Oh God.
Well,
what do you talk about, my guy? Like, do you not trust your senses? Do you, when you smell fire, do you be like, hey, maybe it's not fire? I mean, like, do you not trust your senses? I mean, you could damn sure feel hot and cold. Your math isn't really mathing up right now, buddy.
Well, brother, just because I see a flat lake does not mean the Earth is flat.
Oh man!
And just because you look up and you see a circle in the sky doesn't mean we're a circle.
Max, I don't think the Earth is a circle; it's a sphere, brother. You look up and see spheres. I mean, the Earth is a sphere as well.
Yeah, the pool table is round because the balls are round.
Well, my balls are certainly round. But listen, what do you really think that there is one flat object amidst a whole universe of globes? How does that work, brother?
Yeah, you're making anti-claims, man.
Anti-claims. But isn't that what you guys think? Or no? Does my mic work or no?
Isn't claiming any phenomenon in the sky, isn't that a logical fallacy affirming the consequence?
But what else would it be, brother?
Well, you're trying to use the logical fallacies for your claim, right?
But you're not telling me what else it could be.
What are you talking about?
Like, if I look up and see sphere.
How about this? How about we actually don't know what it is. We're just convinced that it's not what they're telling us because they've been known to lie from day one. The people you're getting your information from, it's been proven they've been lying for generations already. You know what I mean?
Who is they, brother?
And a flat Earth, or like, for instance, when you say flat Earth, we don't think it's flat. We don't think it's an edge. I actually think flat is like the wrong word to use. We just don't agree with what was spoon fed to us.
Of course, flat is the wrong word, brother. You should use the word round, spherical.
What time is it where you are, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, you won't tell me like what area you live in. Will you tell me what time it is?
It's 1:39
a.m. or p.m.?
p.m.
Do you work nights?
I'm on New York time.
Do you work nights?
I'm off today, brother. I work in the morning.
Okay. Do you got a tech job? Are you tech savvy?
No, brother. I have my own shop, brother.
Okay, so you have a skill. That's awesome.
Yes,
I would love to know what that skill is. I'm not busting your balls. I'm just curious by you. And honestly, if I came off kind of rude, I'm sorry. Like I said, even though we agree on different things, you can put me in my place if you need to. If you don't mind me asking, what is your skill? Mine's is computers. I'm really into computers and tech and stuff like that. What's your craft, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm very good in the hospitality industry. I'm very service oriented, and I take care of people. And
that makes sense.
I have don't tell very privileged, but I open my own coffee shop.
Awesome. And you do all this in United States?
Yes, brother.
Are you from Mexico?
No, he's definitely not from Mexico. He's definitely not from Mexico.
Órale, vato. Do I sound like I'm from Mexico? I say.
And what do you think? Why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
They do not understand science. This is what we were talking about earlier. If more people understood what science is, there would not be so many flat earthers.
Yeah, that's not the reason. You get it wrong.
No, listen,
It has
brother.
It has nothing to do with the science. It's a question of geometry. Did you get that?
But geometry, yes, it is geometrically a globe, brother.
No, geometry, it's a geometry, and science is science. Did you know that?
Well,
and science has nothing to do with the geometry,
How, brother? How?
Because for geometry, you need to measure something. In this case, a shape. If you have a sphere, then you measure sphere, and then you get a sphere.
Exactly. That is exactly what we did, brother.
Yeah, that is exactly what is not in reality, for example, because you have a size of the Earth, radius of the Earth, and then it's telling you how much of that things, you can observe in reality. You can type it for yourself. For example, if you are 6 foot tall, you can see the 3 miles on the sphere. Did you know that?
Yes, but of course, that is like you cannot see
Yeah.
China.
But we have observations showing that you can see even more than that.
But why cannot you not see China?
Because of angular resolution, you cannot see forever, man. That's how optics works. You can look into that also.
But if the Earth was flat,
Now, can you try to, like this, to not think about if Earth was flat? Try to think if Earth was sphere, how the surface would be. I can help you. If Earth is sphere, how the surface would be? Is it curving or it's flat?
He's gonna say it curves. But he hasn't done any real world tests to know that it actually doesn't. But he's gonna say it curves.
Yeah, of course that he will say curved. But he didn't make a test. You need to make a test, man, in reality. In Mexico,
I
if you're in
actually have a great
Mexico,
test for that. There's a $1,000 camera you can buy 2024. It's called the Nikon P1000. It's got the best zoom on any camera. You can tell, and people are testing the curvature with that camera, and there's no curvature. Yeah, things do fade out in the distance, but things you shouldn't be able to see that because they're past the curvature, down. So things that you should not be able to see, you can see with this camera, and that's a real test that you can do for yourself. It's $1,000 camera called P1000. You can use the max zoom feature, and then you'll discover yourself that it doesn't actually drop. That they've done it with ships in the ocean. The ships are like so far. It should have went down. It should dip the curvature, but it doesn't. The scientific people will give you a really good reason on why you can still see it.
no, not scientific people, the people who are measuring. Scientific people doing
Well,
science.
I don't know what they're doing, but they're wrong. They're wrong.
No, the science has nothing to do with this question. This is only pure geometry. The science has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. There is no science.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. My bad.
Did you get it, Mexican boy? This.
You're contradicting yourself all the time. The science has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but you cannot provide science for the shape of the Earth. But you trust the scientists who say it's round.
I trust the scientists. We trust the scientists. For example, if you prove the water is boiling and you use the scientific method and empirically prove whatever,
Of course.
that we can say we trust that things for sure. We don't trust,
But that's
we
also
don't trust pseudoscience. Yeah, that's the opposite.
do not confuse me with this flat earther. Dr. Sasha is a flat earther. Do not confuse me.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, trust me, we won't confuse you. No worries.
You make yourself clear. I know.
Do not affiliate me with this person.
Oh, you're not affiliated. You're not affiliated.
Man,
I thought Doctor was on your side too, but then I came to the conclusion.
No,
that
he's not with me.
He's a little more on our side, and you're across the street. I get it.
Yes, but all of the scientific community agrees it is a globe, brother. So it does have very much to do with science.
The only thing we have to give you is time. You need 15 years. You need 20 years. Let our government backtrack on all their friggin' stories. If you're still, I don't know how old you are now, but hopefully I can talk to you before you die. I'm hoping you're gonna be around for another 50 years.
I'm younger than you, brother. I'm younger than you.
How do you know I didn't lie about my age?
See, this is exactly flat earthers always lying. Clearly.
Well, I'm just saying, like, all right, well, you're younger than me. I mean, about age.
You got a light of love, people. You've got a light of love.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your favorite McToon's sentence, right?
Well, McToon is a great person. He has a lot of the answers. So
yeah, of course.
Well, Creation Bear, I hope you're going to be around for another 50 years. I'm going to be around for another 50 years.
Well, it'll still be a globe in 50 years. Don't worry. In 50 years, you'll probably be able to take a space flight and see the Earth is flat. So,
my God, imagine that. I hope so, but
I hope 50 more years for you too, brother. Then you will see.
Thank you. That's a.
But Mexican boy, did you listen anything about Did you listen anything about geometry? That's what we said. Can you repeat? Yeah, can you repeat what we said about that long distance observations and then size?
Brother, you're not considering refraction, sir.
Refraction. What is refraction?
Yes, it is the explanation for the observations that you're talking about.
No, that's not explanation. That's a word, man. That doesn't change the
You
reality.
don't understand English? You don't understand
Yes,
English?
I understand. Yeah, I understand English like you.
That's
know,
what words are, brother. That's what words are. They're words.
I'm from Bolivia. I can hear that you're from Mexico for sure.
Listen, brother.
No, I don't think you. Well, I'm not close to Mexico either, but I know what they sound like, and he's not one of them.
Do I look like I eat tacos, brother? Come on, man.
Man, there is no measurable curvature in reality, and you can check it. Now you can believe whatever you want.
The Earth is too big, brother. The Earth is too big.
Yeah, it is big. We can tell you also that the Earth is big, has the radius, and you can type it how much you can. Again, you can type it again how much we can see on the globe, and it will tell you 3 miles, but you see more than that. You now need to live with reality. Yes, brother.
But you're
You
not
need to now live. Brother, you need to live with reality now. I know it's very difficult, but if you go into if you go into geometry, if you realize what is the sphere, maybe you will realize something.
I do realize, brother, that is the Earth.
Stop to be zealous.
Do not know what you mean by this.
Hey, Dr. D, if you don't mind me asking, I notice you have an accent too. I'm fascinated by accents. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from Croatia.
From where?
Croatia.
Croatia. Okay. I'm in the U.S. near New York, so I have an East Coast.
But I'm now in UK.
Oh, okay. I have a lot of friends in UK. Nice.
But I lived in Italy also for 12 years.
Oh, wow, nice. Have you ever came to the U.S.?
Never.
Never. Do you have a plan on it or no? It's a bad time.
Yeah, maybe. I have friends there. Yeah. I have friends in San Francisco, in Seattle, and.
We're going through it right now in the U.S., but it's still one of the best places to live. We're going through it though, but it's still a great place.
Your people didn't realize still what is going on here.
No, brother, they are still flat earthers, Sasha. They don't get it. You get it.
Okay. But okay, they are at least they're going with something. Don't CB, come on.
I don't know. I mean, like, if they were to learn,
they have some arguments. They have some good arguments.
I don't know, brother. I mean, I've been here this whole time debunking these flat earthers. I don't know if that is true.
Any success until now, or
you want more, huh, CB? More proof.
Try more.
What do you mean? I mean, I'm here all day. The globe's not going anywhere.
Okay. The point is this, brother. There is a claim that this is big ball. You can check that with the geometry. Simple, like in school. If it's curving, it must curve on that rate. On that distance, and that is not happening. You can check it on any beach. You can choose it. Mexico, Croatia, doesn't matter. That's the point. But seriously, like this, simple. It's nothing. It's not a cult. It's nothing. Flat earth, scary things. It's about geometry. That's all.
Well, if the Earth is flat, someone will tell me.
If Earth is flat, the flat surfaces would be flat. If Earth is sphere, the surfaces will curve.
We just rip the bandit off. It's fun.
I can win with accent. You will not win with this accent.
They thought I was from Mexico. I can go Mexican, man.
You will not win against flat earther accent.
Come on, man. You really believe in the globe, man? I was eating tacos when I saw the curve.
Man, you need to believe yourself. It's not what other people telling
Is
you.
Art still in here? And what's his name? John? Come on, guys.
What's up, guy?
Wait, you thought I was a globe head the whole time?
My gosh. Like,
Y'all
why
in here going hard, bro.
Don't fuck
you
with
guys
me like
talk
that,
about
buddy. If you
air?
did, that was
Change
awesome.
what you're
Bro, I
talking.
was capping the whole time, bro.
You were capping the whole time, dude. That was badass. That was a major cap.
So you can see
Are
how
you?
it is.
Are you?
It's,
I would be really mad if you're fucking with me like right now.
I'm
Like,
one of the moderators here, bro. Check my rules, man.
I hope so, dude. Oh, this fucking guy.
Smart,
That's
man. Come
crazy.
on,
We'd love to
man.
chat him.
This guy
What's
over
up?
here.
no, he's only testing how a flat earther will behave if you get some person like this.
Oh my god,
Yo,
dude.
that was me the
You
whole
just put
time,
me.
Smart.
You just put me through it. Why'd you do that, dude? You didn't know
That
how
was me the
emotional I
whole
was.
time, bro.
Are you Mr.
Because
Mike?
you will have that tomorrow with the real Glober. With the same thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's good training because that's exactly Globers are the same way, dude.
I'm
Oh
glad
wow,
Same.
you came
you
clean,
tricked
so
me,
that way
brother.
I can have
Trick
a
me,
good rest
brother.
of my
Brother,
day.
listen, brother.
I'm glad you came clean. Hey, you're not Mexican, right? Let's just finish it now. You're not.
No,
All
dude.
right.
He's from Balkan
This
area.
fucking guy. Where are
I
you
was
He's
from? Where are you from now? Can you tell me
Ohio.
now?
class.
I'm in
I'm
Ohio,
Ohio. Oh my god.
Cincinnati.
I'm glad you told me that because you really fixed like the neck, the rest of my day. You
But
had me in a funk, man.
why is Mike here and you are here?
Oh, there's Mike.
Oh.
He's back. I was you the whole time, but while you were gone, dude.
Hey, can you do me a
Yep.
favor? Next time you orchestrate something like that, can you let me know because I want to be kind of in
No,
on it. You know what I mean? Come
no,
on, man. I
the
want to be in on it.
authenticity, authenticity made it so much better.
Oh God, man.
That
I was
was
promised.
awesome.
Nah,
I
next
was
time
promised.
you gotta put me down. Like write my name down. You gotta let me know.
CB, you're going that first time with the
'Cause
accent. You must
I want to
forget
play a
all.
little bit too, man.
Was that good?
Yeah, you were very good, dude. You had me
Oh,
going.
CB, so
You
you
fucked me
actually
up
know
for like a little
Brother,
while. You brought
come
me
on,
down.
brother.
I'm not smart enough to give you rebuttals. I was. You had me in a funk, and you came clean, and you actually fixed it, and now I'm smiling somewhat. So thank you for that.
Let's go. Well, Mike's back, so round 2.
I don't know who that is, but
That's
okay.
the guy I was pretending to be the whole time.
Oh, the one who
Are
left.
you? So you had me going there.
Sonny,
Right?
I had you
He
in
had
it.
you fired up.
You had me going.
He had
Yes,
you fired
Okay,
up.
sir.
I concede. You had me going, man.
That was
I
Wasn't
thought
that a
you
good one,
were a
Sonny?
real Glober.
Yeah, that was a good one, man.
that was great.
I thought you were. I
Hey,
thought Mexican Glober then.
was that your first time doing that, or have you had practice? Is that why you're
No.
so
Does it
good?
sound like my first time, man?
No, you've had
No,
practice. Yeah.
he was
Dude,
doing that like
I thought it was
first
like
time.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It was first time with the accent, CB.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know
I've
what I
never
was
done
gonna
that with an
say?
accent. Yeah.
Hey, you know what I was gonna say? I was gonna say he sounds too American, too USA to
Yeah.
be Mexican because your Mexican wasn't brown enough. If I was
That's
putting
Mexican.
But
yeah.
you know what? You can have that
He
kind of
sounded
person.
Middle Eastern.
You can have that kind of person, one kind of Mexican, who is speaking
Yeah,
like that.
he
I don't
didn't
know.
sound like the right color Mexican to me, and I'm also brown, so I
I
could say
was
that.
even going for Mexican. How did people keep thinking I was being Mexican? Yeah,
I think
that's
someone
I'm
said
interesting.
not.
that.
No, I want it like that because
That's just
when
funny.
I'm speaking, everybody thinks that I'm from, I don't know, Russia. No,
I'll say this,
Right.
CB. I could tell it was you, even with the accent without even looking.
I didn't hear you.
My phone's
I
dead.
said
I'll charge up in a second. I'll be right back.
I could tell it was CB.
Oh,
Nice. I wish you would have told me.
so CB was pretending to be Mike.
Yes.
Yeah, his thing icon kept lighting up, and it was confusing the hell out of me.
Ah, okay.
You know,
Well,
someone just posted a picture of a happy guy looking at a globe Earth, an angry guy looking out at the flat, and you know that just kind of made me realize that I think that kind of shows that the globe belief is kind of like a psychosis because, like, especially online, you will see if you start mentioning flat Earth, you see people just will get mad. They'll get really emotional about it. However, if you mention like Bigfoot or simulation theory or aliens or whatever other conspiracies, people don't seem to have an issue with that. but they get really triggered with someone bringing up flat Earth. It's just an observation I've made.
Yeah. True.
So it makes it seem like it's they're under some psychosis.
Yeah, it's like a Stockholm syndrome. Like you've been indoctrinated, you've been hijacked, you've been captured and held hostage, but you start to get feelings for your capturer.
You know why? You know why? We are programmed to think that thing is retarded in the first place. When you hear flat Earth, that must be retarded in the first place. We are programmed to think like that.
But in reality, what's really retarded is even saying the fabric of space-time.
Yeah.
That's when you start to think about everything, and you can realize what is really retarded.
And the programming actually goes all the way back to like when people are babies, because even when you're a baby in a crib, you have this mobile that's above you, and a lot of those mobiles are galaxies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not galaxy, but solar system.
Yeah, it's more about space than about even shape. When you tell them about space, it's like, don't take me this. This is something what exists. I know that exists. It's there. It's so big. But you don't know nothing about that. But you believe that is something there, so big, and all that distances and whatever planets, whatever.
I think it's because no alternative is ever presented and the alternative is suppressed. So because there is no alternative, they can't even begin to leave what their position is.
Yeah, but alternative was, let's say, in ancients, all religions, you can see alternative, and it's totally different. You see all that drawings, how they made all that drawings, with all these, let's say domes or whatever, that kind of a closed system. Why that's cut in their brains, how they get that pictures.
Because they trusted their senses first and foremost.
And they have also their religious, I think, books or whatever. There is nothing about spheres there, and they follow that, I think, in history. And we can see in history, we don't see balls. In new history, we see balls, but in old history, we don't see any ball. But we see that drawings and that history, how they could make that kind of imagination that there is no sphere, man. There is no civilization who even imagined the sphere.
Wait a second, that just made me realize, what about that statue of Atlas holding a sphere? Is that a recent thing or is that an ancient thing? The Atlas, you know what I'm talking about, right? Atlas holding up a sphere Earth. It's a statue.
Oh, no.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, I'll try and find it and I'll put it.
I think that's a stone. The more recent depictions are of an Earth, but the Atlas stone is he's holding up a large stone.
Yeah, like if I just Google Atlas, it looks like every single image is a sphere that he's holding, and apparently, according to mythology, I guess he's supposed to be holding the Earth, right? So if that's the case, then it would be interesting to find out exactly when they started depicting him holding a sphere.
Oh, I see now. Okay. I didn't even know that was a person, Atlas.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Right.
Welcome back.
Hello, back.
Yeah, I think it's like a god, right? Like an ancient god, Atlas, something like that.
One of the Greek deities.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see when he first got depicted holding a globe.
So, did Mike not rejoin? Where's he at? Back in here, fool. Who is Alfad Tazila?
It's not a god, it's a title.
Well, either way, whether God or Titan, it's still an ancient mythological thing being depicted with a globe. So.
It's about the dude holding the. He's holding up the sky, not the earth. Says Adam. Interesting. Yeah, I had to step away there for a bit. Otherwise, my phone died. She's recharging. Dude, 28 the whole time was trying to tell you guys. I was like, yo, 28, shut up, shut up. That was hella funny. Alfad said, you just want to tell us like how to pronounce that name, bro?
Yeah, peace. It's Al Faid, but you can call me whatever you feel like it's supposed to be pronounced. So some guy here called me Alfred, so I kept it Alfred. It sounds good to me.
Nice. All right, cool, man. Cool. Welcome to the panel. How did you find us here?
It's a friend of mine who sent me. Actually, I was asking him some resources about satellites, I think. And he sent me a channel. So he forwarded me the channel, but I told him I can't join because I can't access because I'm not in that group. So he sent me the invite, and then the rest is history, man. I got to
Satellites. No, sorry. Sorry.
yeah no yeah actually I needed something to let's say argue with some globers, yeah, and I found almost everything I needed here, so I'm quite satisfied, thank God. The disposal and yeah, the organization is pretty good.
Cool. Sorry, I had to step away there for a second. But yeah, man, glad to have you on the server. And guys, W
Thank you very
Faid in the
much.
panel.
Thank you very much, bro. Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's really good. I mean, to see that there aren't a lot of globers here. They would have made fun, I think, of most of us. So
No,
I mean, I'm not against
no,
debating.
we're in season 9 right now, so they can't make fun of us. In fact, that's a big part of my shtick here in season 9 is that our
Season 9.
position. Yeah, well, I can explain that in a bit, but I've been trying to explain to people how we don't have the crazy position. Let's just take a look at like a few things, for example. What they think is happening with the sun during the sunset. Okay, we stop at two things. The sun is above you always and moving. And then what does the globe side say? They say the sun goes what? Under the ground. Under the earth. Not in the earth or inside of it, but like when you see that sunset go below, quote unquote, the horizon, they're saying the sun is now below your feet. It's below the earth. Well, from your point of view, from your position. Which of those two ideas is more ridiculous? The sun is just above you in the sky moving, or it's now underneath the earth.
Yeah, under. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, when as someone like mentioned earlier, like when you're not programmed and or when you deprogram yourself, you might see it differently and accept that it doesn't make really sense to believe that the sun goes like under the earth and stuff because it's just an optical illusion probably. So
Right. So I would never let anyone say or try to make fun of us for that position. In fact, I've been making fun of them for their position.
yeah,
Okay, that's just one of many examples.
that's quite good because if for example we send a helium balloon in the sky at night, Is it possible that we see the sun at some considerable distance? Or no way, we just see the moon?
Good question. Anybody?
Because I looked for it, I didn't find any experience at night with the helium balloon, and I wanted to know what's the difference, for example, by night and during the day. Because I might have a theory concerning day and night, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it's possible to compare both, but I didn't have the other part of the premise.
So yeah. So if you want to tell us, or said you had some ideas about maybe what is going on, you feel like you want to share or no?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to understand what is the day and night. Does it have something to do directly with the sun and the moon, or is it independent? And
Ooh,
then my
guys,
theory
he's
was
asking
that
good questions. He's asking good questions, guys. Does anyone want to take this? Anybody's got thoughts on nighttime, daytime, the cycle, why night happens? Anybody?
Yeah, I have one idea.
Here we go.
So I don't want to bring. I'm not trying to be too religious or biblical here or anything, but this is just an idea that is intriguing to me because in Genesis, in the Bible, I believe God made light on the first day, and He created the sun on the fourth day. So that means daylight was made first. So if that's the case, and Genesis is true, then that means that could mean that daylight is actually coming from the firmament itself, which accommodates the sun. The sun gives us energy and light as well, but it's possible. It's not. It's a possible idea based on Genesis that the firmament is giving off daylight.
I think I was heading that way.
Damn, bro, that's deep. Anybody want to respond to that?
There's only one problem with that the firmament wasn't made first day. It was actually made later in the biblical.
Well, fair enough. Well,
Okay.
either way, daylight. It was stated that daylight was made first,
Because
so
it's
light could
actually
be, aside from the sun, could be accommodating.
because the reason, like, I understand your reasoning, but the how it's actually explained is in the first gospel of John, talking about the light of the world. It's actually Jesus. It's actually pretty crazy, but the light of the world is Jesus. Uh, but the light in the day or the nighttime and the daytime, pretty sure we explain, or I've heard it explained in this server, talking about how light travels through mediums, and just such as like light traveling through water, it doesn't go a far distance. The deeper you go, it kind of gets diluted and is refracted or whatever. Probably use that word wrong. But the light traveling through the medium of air, it actually dilutes over time, and that's why you have night and day. It's
Yeah,
because the
I get
sun is
that.
local.
Well, another reason that I was actually seeking an alternative, like from a biblical point of view, of that light is not, or daylight rather, is not specifically coming from the sun, is because that would kind of give more of an explanation as to the spread of daylight over the earth, and why when the sun is in the northern hemisphere, why it's not, the daylight isn't spreading significantly past the North Pole onto the other side, because it's not specifically the sun that's creating the daylight, but it's another source. Because the only other explanation I've heard, which is really wild to me, for why when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, why the light doesn't cross the North Pole. I heard one idea is that there's a massive mountain or tree in the North Pole blocking the sunlight, which is really a bit more out there than I'd like to consider. Like Mount Meru. an inverted mountain. Ancient societies used to believe that there's an inverted mountain in the North Pole. So that's where I got that from.
Okay, and Martov has joined the panel as well. We're talking about day and night. Adam in the chat says, why would you make a light to rule the day and another light to rule the night if your light creates the day and the night? Says it would have been one light to create day and night and another light for the night.
Yeah, it's also weird because due to the difference in time it takes for them to return to the same position, right? We also see the moon during the daytime a lot of the time.
True.
So how is it ruling the night if it's visible during the day? Like,
Well,
sometimes it's not visible at night.
It talks about one light to rule the day and one light to rule the night, and it also talks about how it was used for times and seasons. So those lights essentially aren't particularly ruling the day; they're just more ruling the times and the seasons used in the days and the nights. It's just like the way it's phrased isn't actually signifying that it's actually ruling. It's just sort of like, not really sure exactly what it's intended there, but it's more for the times and the seasons. Because like a month is like essentially a moon cycle, and then the sun would probably be more of a year cycle, and then all the stars in the sky are for I think it's like what is the stars again? The stars are more like for the year as well. Or
Signs
not
and the
really.
seasons or something like that.
Yeah. Signs, seasons, God's calendar and stuff.
Navigation.
Navigation, yeah. Because they've been like that since the beginning. So you can kind of tell what's happening. Even like in the biblical story, there's like the astronomers or the wise men, and they know Jesus is coming through the stars. There's like signs and coming from the stars, and but ultimately, God has even placed a star, Polaris, in the sky that we can use for celestial navigation and stuff. As there's been lots of topics discussed about that using a sextant and whatnot. That was awesome.
W28. We got not sure in the panel. Are you? Would you say you're a globe earther? Or you're still, like what's your current understanding? Not sure. On the fence. Would you label yourself a globe earther? Welcome, Tree, as well. Welcome back, sir.
Hello, nice to be here.
Yes, sir. Just getting the panel going. We also have Gary Clampton. That's a cool name. You've been unmuted. Yeah, so feel free to. It's still showing server mute on my end, but you've been unmuted though, so feel free to chime in.
Hello.
Is he showing server mute on your guys' end, or
not for me? I'm hearing him.
I'm not muted.
Oh, you can hear him? What the fuck? Hold on.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I had him muted on my end. That was weird. Sorry, Gary. Can you hear us?
Yes, I am here.
Awesome. Welcome to the panel, sir. Let me go ahead and upgrade you to VC verified. This panel is live, so just keep that in mind. We don't want you to dox yourself or give out any information that you don't want to be out there. But other than that, welcome to the panel. Just curious, how did you find us?
I don't know. I've just found other flat earther Discord, and in one of those someone linked the server, so I just joined.
That's cool. Now, I will say, flat Earth is a little bit of an obscure or taboo topic, and maybe you're familiar with a Starbucks. Where I live, Starbucks are everywhere. You could probably trip and fall into a Starbucks, but you don't really trip and fall into like a flat Earth Discord. So when people say that, like, "Oh, I was like looking around for flat Earth," I'm always a little like, "Oh, interesting. What got you looking for flat Earth?"
Um, hard question, to be honest. I was just looking at the subject. It seems like kind of, I don't know how to say this, but interesting to look at. I mean, it's not every day you like I've never met someone in real life who believes in flat Earth, so I was okay. I'll try like Discord, maybe like there's some public Discord servers. So I want to see if like people actually believe that.
Okay. So do you feel like you have a somewhat of an understanding of what flat Earth is? Are you still learning
Um,
what it is, or you don't know at all?
um, I would say have a good understanding, but like I don't know, everyone is different. I
Okay,
would
so you
say.
feel like you have a pretty good understanding of flat Earth. Okay. So what is something like a flat earther would say, or what's one of their arguments?
Oh my god, the music is really suspense.
You're on the hot seat.
Well, I see a lot of like, oh, how can we spin on Earth? How can we not feel the 1,000 miles per hour? Like the other. I
Okay,
see a lot of
gotcha.
the density argument. Like gravity is not real; it's just density.
Okay.
I mean, it's just YouTube videos I've watched. Like they say stuff like that, but like I don't know here exactly this community. I looked around a little bit, so like I don't know like what the whole argument is over
Sounds good.
here.
It'll take a little bit of time. I mean, I don't think we're going to expect you to have the answers or have it all figured out in one voice call session. Most people who are flat earthers at this point have been doing it for years. So it's like a good wine, takes a little while to age. But I would say also most people, I think if you just took like a random sample of 10 people and you're like, what is flat earth? I genuinely think that most people don't have a good understanding of what it is. So that's something I spend personally a lot of time on, is trying to help people understand what our position is, because most people they don't have a slight clue about what we're talking about. If I were to say flat earth to someone, most people picture the universe with the sun, Mercury, Venus, and then they take the earth as a globe and squish it down into something flat. And they're like, so that's what you mean, right? No,
Uh,
actually, it's not. But the problem is, if you were to go on Google and just search flat Earth, that's what they're going to show you. Or you go to YouTube and try to like debunk YouTube videos. They're going to show you a flattened globe, like a disc in space, and they're trying to debunk that. The problem is, no, there's not a single person in this panel that's a flat earther that will say, "Yeah, we are in space." So I would say most people don't know what our position is, and we'll help you with that. And
okay.
definitely welcome. It'll take some time, but welcome. So, anybody else want to add on there? Or okay, I have another question for you. Do you feel like you have a good understanding of the globe, or are you still learning about that?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I have a pretty good understanding.
Let me ask you some questions.
Okay.
So, do you, is that without looking up the answers, which is more of like a status report? It's not a problem if you don't know some of these answers. But like, would you say you know the size of the Earth, maybe radius or circumference?
Oh God. I'm not very good with numbers, but
No
like
problem.
it's something I just don't remember. But maybe like 5,000 kilometers, like maybe more, 9,000. I don't know. Like
6,700 something.
6,000?
Yeah,
87.
6,371 is the
Okay.
average.
All right.
And then there's like, because there's a small difference between polar and equatorial radius,
Yeah,
it varies by like a couple of kilometers. But
like I said, numbers just don't stick with me. Like, if you say to me like, what's the mass of the sun or mass of the earth, I don't know. I just
Do you think? Can I ask him, CB? Do you think there is something can be interesting about the size of the Earth, or can we look into that some?
could you repeat that?
If we know the radius 60, does that telling us something? Can we measure it that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Because there is precise formula. It's giving you how much, for example, will be, or with your height, that distance, and drop on the sphere this height.
With geometry, we can
Yeah.
calculate a lot of things. Just like
Yeah, but did you
shadow
ever
from
look in this? Did you ever look in this geometry about this sphere, 6,000, 3,000 miles? Did you ever look in that geometry, like compare it with the reality?
I probably did
Stop the
years
cap.
ago in school, but I don't remember.
In a sense, I want to that if you can.
Maybe not myself, but like probably a
Okay,
teacher did.
there is that radius. It's telling this that with your height on the sphere, you can see, let's say, 2 meters, 3 miles, 5 kilometers. There is a formula
Also, real
for.
quick, Chrome, Art, Zial, I'm going to unmute you guys for now. But if you do leave, the server mute just goes back on until you chime in. So, welcome.
To be honest, I did not expect a full interview. I just wanted to join and listen.
I've got
oh
you
God.
in my sights.
Oh, Overwatch.
yeah, it's fine. I mean, you can just listen and hang back if you like.
Because
But
I
you know,
actually
you
have
express
stuff.
you express some interest in like what we think. So that's kind of why we're explaining it. Like the globe has a specific dimension, right? And so they have all the geometry and the math that is supposed to predict at what height, what distance is the horizon, or how far you're able to see before things are obstructed. All of these things, right?
Yeah.
That's all kind of known. Whether you know the details about this or not, you agree that this exists, right? So,
yeah.
right. So, but like the problem is we're finding is that when we look at this math for this prediction, and then we go outside in reality to check if that actually matches up, it doesn't match up. That's basically where we're at.
Okay.
Guys, anyone that's joined new recently, Griff, Warren, guys, I've given you a listening pass and I've unmuted you for now. Feel free to chime in. If you leave, the server mute will be restored automatically. But thanks for joining, and we're talking about the globe right now. Jimmy D is here as well. Welcome, Jimmy D. And Madeline as well, bottom of the panel. And my God. So yeah, we're talking to Gary Clampton, man. Appreciate you being here. I think most people would say that they do understand the globe, but actually, if you really press them, I don't know if they do really. And what you also find is that a lot of people, I've named them BYOB Earthers.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, yeah. So people will bring their own version of how the globe works in their mind. Oh, well, for me, I saw the curvature on a mountain, stuff like that. That's a BYOB Earther because it doesn't match the actual claim that is on the table. The Earth is a globe with this size, 3,959 miles in radius, so there is no seeing curvature on the mountain, period. So don't be a BYOB Earther. It's better to not know something like I don't really know the globe that well and then go learn it than it is to like make up your own version. So just be careful about that. Also, welcome Attriviant listening pass. So go ahead and unmute you for now. So yeah. So who feels like they have a really good understanding of the globe? Anybody? Stoic, Free, Lauren,
I'd hope I
Madeline.
do.
Okay. What about something like what is gravity?
Ooh,
An
that's a
imaginary,
great question.
if I may render, gravity appears to be an imaginary force that the universe, the globe proponent will design their entire universe off of the one principle of an imaginary force called gravity. Thank you.
We didn't think I'd notice you slide in there.
Yeah, what up, G?
What up, what up? Yeah, so we got one answer about what gravity is. Tree,
That was certainly an
before we get into
answer.
the specifics,
Yes.
like, so I love to ask it like this. Do you have a good understanding of what gravity is? Are you still learning or you don't know?
In terms of like catching up to what the current knowledge of science claims that gravity is, I am not completely caught up. Like anything past what Einstein said about relativity, I can't really claim much from there, but you know, an observed downwards vector of acceleration, right? Things go down, things go up. I would say, yeah, that's a start. And then trying to manipulate that phenomenon via an experiment, then maybe go from there and maybe we can define gravity.
Oh my god!
Okay, let's talk about manipulating it with an experiment. Do you have an example or something you could think of?
Well, the best example, right, has definitely been talked about on the server, and I'm sure we've all heard it. Little something called the Cavendish experiment, which
Bruh.
here I don't think we would claim that that's an experiment, right, from definition.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. So I guess we're on the same page of that. With that, you would agree.
But even then,
Yeah.
like let's entertain that for a moment because you said something about like up and down. Let's start with that. Cool.
Yes.
But in Cavendish, ain't shit going up and down. It was like two balls going towards each other, right? So it's not. How is that even match the whole of up and down from?
Oh, I see the point because the actual observation is that things go up and down, not necessarily that things go towards mass attract mass. That idea is completely alien to this observation that we have. But you know, thinking that maybe there's a connection to that, well, if you think there's a connection to, you know, this up and down phenomenon and mass attracting mass, well, then you have to demonstrate that connection. So this claim that because the Earth is so massive that it is generating this attraction, well, now we just need to replicate that and see if that's the truth.
What if you replicate that? What then?
What then? Firstly, when you replicate it, you need to make sure that you get, you know, the right numbers every time. You need to make sure there's no bias, nothing else that could possibly affect your experiment at all, that it has to be
Okay,
the result
what
of
if
the
you
math.
get all that result good? What then?
What then? Then I don't think it hurts to come to the conclusion that mass is something that will affect motion.
Let's say that you have experiment for the gravity and then you prove the gravity. My question will be okay, you prove some kind of force, let's say. And I ask you, and what with that?
Oh, like, what then?
Yeah.
Hmm. I guess I don't really know how to answer that. Like,
Because
after
you
doing
know
that.
the point is like is it the point like we don't believe in gravity? And okay, I would believe if you prove me even now, and you prove me, okay, you prove me that there's some kind of force, and I ask what now? And you said what now in a case of the Earth? What with the Earth has now to do that? What you prove that there is?
Oh, hmm. I guess I would say from that conclusion.
Because in heliocentric model, if you have gravity, you have a sphere. Is that correct?
I think that's a general consensus. That's why I've seen that it's mainly the globe earthers that say gravity exists.
That means, if we prove the gravity, that means that the surface will be spherical.
Yeah.
Okay, but if surface is not spherical, why gravity? What will happen to gravity?
There must be another explanation. That's all there is to it. There's no more mass attracts mass.
That means it will not be connected. You will have some kind of force, but not affecting the surface.
Yeah, and
yeah,
I agree. If the surface has no curvature, then that whole idea gets thrown out the window.
Okay. Is this the case that we check first the surface and then see maybe if surface is filling, maybe then there is some kind of. But
I do understand that side.
They are doing opposite. They are saying that there is a force, and force is doing that thing, curving the surface. But we need to do opposite things. We need to find first the curved surface and to see if it's really what that force is doing. If you can prove the force, some kind of force, putting some kind of machine and say, okay, look, there is a force. Okay, great. Is it that influencing the surface of the Earth in this case? No. That means it has nothing to do with the Earth.
Yeah, and I think that's why the whole Cavendish experiment was to measure the density of the Earth, right? And but that was under the assumption that Earth was already a globe. They were already under the influence of a globe model. So I'm not to say that that's what we should do. We should go backwards. We should prove gravity and then say because these two balls become attracted to each other, there becomes a globe. But I am under the firm belief that at least on this Earth, there is this downwards vector of acceleration. And I don't think I've seen good.
Well, that's a problem, right? Because there isn't any more a downwards vector than there is an upwards vector.
And I'm saying this,
like we have a phenomenon, right? Things go up and down. So
agreed.
You can say, okay, that's because everything is being pulled down. But you could equally say, well, it's because everything is being pulled up.
And I would just have to test that.
Right, but the problem is there's no unidirectional phenomenon to begin with. So why would you assume unidirectional cause? Because it's not everything goes down, right? That's not what happens.
If that's a question, I think there should be an experiment to answer it. Or at least something you could do to attempt.
There is. You can demonstrate that.
Demonstrate
you
that
only
it needs to be a
you change the medium. Yeah, you change the medium and you will see that you drop the ball in the air, you drop the ball in the water, you drop the ball in other mediums, and you will see the changes. How it will not behave the same.
Affirming the phenomenon that if you're more dense than a medium, you go down. If you're less dense than the medium, you go up.
That's what we observe. And that can be tested with an actual experiment. Independent, dependent, and control. But gravity, number one, we don't have a phenomena. Number two, we have no way to vary or manipulate any variables. So relative density is the only thing with any kind of scientific evidence whatsoever.
Yep.
I'm just the direction is kind of unintuitive from there, but I guess you shouldn't make a claim. A bad claim is better than other way around. No claim is better than having a bad one, right? Better than
what? Who said that? No claim is better than having a bad one?
Yeah, like if I were to say that, buoyancy makes stuff goes up because gravity is going down, right? You would consider that to be a bad one. But if I just say
I'll tell you what.
Up and down, that's kind of.
I'll tell you what buoyancy is. It is a hijacking of essentially Archimedes' principle, which doesn't have gravity factored in. And I'll tell you why also it's kind of nonsense. So typically with buoyancy, what they're saying is that, oh, well, the only reason that things go up, let's say in water, right? Let's take water as the medium,
Mm-hmm.
is because the water is trying to rush downward in a vector towards gravity, and that's what pushes, let's say, a ball or whatever up, or a bubble of oxygen up. Well, I could make the same argument and say, well, the only reason that things fall down in air is because the air is rushing up above it and forcing it downward. So, number one, it doesn't prove anything. It's just a description of something, or it's essentially affirming the consequent in that particular scenario. Number two, if you take Archimedes' principle, which is relative density, there is no gravity in that particular scenario. So, relative density, or specific gravity, as it's also called, is observable, demonstrable, falsifiable, repeatable, all those things. It meets the empirical criteria, whereas gravity, the bending and warping of space-time, due to an uneven distribution of mass, which mass is undefined as well. That's another fun little trigger term. It really holds no weight. That's not a pun, but there's just nothing to it. It's a total fantasy.
Okay. I'm just saying that if there is this claim that, when you said before that maybe there's a universal downwards, maybe it's upwards, you can't claim one for certain, that should be something that you could test. You could get a system and give it a certain direction of acceleration and see, okay, now where do the denser objects fall? Where do the less dense objects fall? And get a conclusion from there. So let's say I accelerated a system to the left. Well, if
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. What's the naturally observed phenomena in this scenario? In any scenario? Okay, what goes up and what goes down? Let's pick one.
Let's pick one. Like I have to give down or up.
Well, we can only observe and test what's naturally observable, right? So in nature, what do you see going up? Gas, water. I mean, I guess not water. Water vapor, which is a gas, right?
Trees.
And you have, well, I mean, yeah, we have things growing upward. Okay,
Clouds.
we have a lot of stuff going up. Clouds maintain their stationary position sometimes, right? So we have things going up, down, and also essentially, I'll describe it as hovering, or not having any vector whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
Which one do we want to test?
When you said not having any vector, does that mean there's like nothing acting on it, that there's nothing influencing its motion?
Well, I mean, we have wind. A cloud could move side to side, but I mean, all of these descriptions, I don't know if you're paying attention, all of these descriptions are according to a horizontal plane. At no point have we invoked a globe yet, but if we want to talk about gravity, specifically the bending and warping of pseudo-Ramonian force space, then we don't even have an observed phenomenon yet.
I guess that would be a leap from my current claim. I'm only going as far as to say that there's a downwards favor, not like up or down, just strictly down.
So strictly downward. So the gas that moves freely and randomly in all directions instantly violates that and destroys your claim. Now where do we go?
No, I mean, it has a downwards favor. Like before, what
No,
you
it
said
doesn't.
that if something was stationary, right, and not going up or down, that there would be no vector influencing its motion vertically, just horizontally. And I'm.
So are you making a claim, or do you want to just study things going down?
I'm trying to see if there's like any favored at all, because
No.
You're saying there's
no bias.
I think there is.
There's no bias. Well, you'd have to prove it because gas already debunks that. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, all vectors.
And I'm not going to argue on that. I completely agree.
Okay, so we don't have an exclusive downward vector for all matter. So there's no observed phenomena.
interesting. I think this is something I'll have to get back to later because, like, I'm listening to you. I understand what you're saying. I just think there's definitely a way that I could assert this and demonstrate it. So that's what I'm gonna.
Well, you're going to have to come up. Yeah, you're going to have to come up with something that violates the gas going in all directions all the time. Otherwise, we'd be kicking around puddles of air. We'd have to, lay down on our stomachs and drink up the oxygen, lap it up like a dog. But it's all over the place. You can walk around, you can breathe, you can go to the top of a mountain, still breathe.
Still some very good food for thought. I don't think I can contribute anything past this because I think I'm just going to continue restating my claim and not getting anywhere in this conversation. So I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want it to turn into that. I mean, you've been very, respectful and kind, which is kind of rare in these discussions. I would ask you to go ahead and see if you can, on your own, without me saying it again, find an example of gas only having a downward vector. Because gas is the thing that debunks the entire claim of exclusive downward vector.
Okay, I think I'll try something. You don't mind if I shoot you a friend request and save this for later?
I don't care.
Okay. Then I'll just write that down as something that I need to do here. And
okay.
Also, thank you for your time. I like this conversation.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming by.
Who is this speaking? Who is this speaking right now? I can't. I'm on my phone. I can't tell who's chatting.
Who or Tree?
Tree.
Oh, Tree. Okay, so cool. I'll get familiar with the voice. Very nice.
Good
stuff. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just writing it down.
W. Glober. He's on his way to silver, guys.
Hey, I'm learning more about both sides. Exactly.
I think that's the best thing. That is the absolute best thing you can do, in my opinion. I look at it kind of like a court case. You and I are just lawyers for our client. Right? Your client would be the globe. Our client is obviously the flat earth. And I'm sure you guys have seen lawyer movies and shows and stuff like that. The lawyers, sometimes they could be buddy-buddy. They might get in the elevator together and laugh, crack jokes, or maybe they're enemies or whatever. But they're not there to convince each other. It's you need to be able to slice and dice the argument as best as possible. And you're going to want to know your opponent, their position, and yours very, very well. So we're not here to convince each other, guys. I think the best thing anyone can do is just learn what the hell the arguments are and go from there. So I think that's the biggest mistake most new people make coming from the globe side is they definitely don't understand our position, but they're saying we're wrong. You know what I mean? It doesn't make a lot of sense. So, and then secondly, they don't understand their own position too. So it's even worse. So yeah.
And I don't know if you wanted to continue anything that we were doing before that point. You had asked if I had a good understanding of the globe, and then we talked about gravity. So if I don't know if you wanted to continue anything from before that point.
Yeah, I've got some more questions for you, of course. Let's see here. So, how many scientific methods are there? Do you think?
Scientific methods. There's, from what I know, there's one definition of the scientific method, and it's, make an observed claim, have your independent dependent variable, hypothesis, test that hypothesis, and your experiment either confirms or denies that.
Damn, this guy's sharp, eh? Very nice. It's kind of a trick question, but the answer, there's just one.
Yeah, I've seen it going around. That's why I'm very careful about calling Cavendish an experiment.
There you go. You've been paying attention. Good stuff.
Of course.
Okay.
Search bar helps.
That is true. See, this guy's smart. Honestly, to know your opponent really well, just like any sport, if you watch football or fighting or whatever, I think it's a great idea to go and study your opponent. Watch what they do. You can do that by using the search bar. We're live on YouTube and Rumble every day. You could spend 30 minutes just listening and be all right, I can probably figure out what these guys are talking about. But people, they don't do that, right? They come in and flat earth pizza's stupid. Where's the edge? It's like, but you've never heard us say that. And if you hit the search bar, you'd realize, okay, these guys don't think that it's a pizza. So
Yeah, I waited a
that's
while.
good.
That disk in space was something I thought before joining the server, so it's
Yeah,
good to
I
see
know, right?
that this is more rooted in reality than I thought.
Mhm. There's some pretty smart people here too. I'm not the big brain guy with all the numbers and the technical stuff, but there are some people here that will whip out some crazy, like you'll want to get your notepad out, like, oh shit, really? Indio is one of those guys that might start talking about the declination of the magnitude of the extrapolation from the, you know what I mean? I can't really, that's not my thing, but I do appreciate that there are people here that they're not just a bunch of dumb flat earthers or whatever. That's what media wants you to think. So I would hate to argue against guys like QB or Nathan Oakley or India. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's
completely
good, man.
agree.
It's good. You don't ever have to be a flat earther at the end of the day. And honestly, there's not much incentive to sign up to be a flat earther and be vocal about it.
Yeah,
You could understand the arguments and walk away and just never talk about it with anyone. You just have your own understanding. That's totally fine at the end of the day. We don't need you to put the badge on and get you a team jersey and like, you know what I mean, roll them out on the court and whatever. I'm not trying to recruit flat earthers or like that.
yeah, that'd be kind of funny, more cult-like than anything.
Right? I know. It's not about the numbers either. Like, but I kind of look at this subject like I look at it like I sit myself in a jungle on my own, maybe with my people, my tribe, and if someone wants to like learn what I know, that you come to me. Into uh I'm not going out into the city and giving out brochures about flat Earth. If someone gets curious and they want to know, they'll come find it, and that's kind of the position I take here. Sorry, it's really loud. I got some background noise.
Oh yeah, but I could kind
So
of still hear you.
okay, yeah. So that's why I'm not like trying to go out there and recruit people and let's get the numbers up. I'm cool if someone does come and they get an understanding. That's totally fine.
Yeah,
Reason being is just that mainstream they don't have the understanding. I'm really glad when someone comes to actually get an understanding of what our position is. That's a win, not necessarily making the world a flat earther. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
interesting subject. So what else? Let's see. What if I hit you with some quick like numbers? Like, what about
Numbers.
the distance to the sun? Did you say you are familiar with that?
Ooh, can I cheat and say 1 astronomical unit? Or 93
Yeah,
million miles, was it?
yeah, yeah. That's it. That's the
I,
guy there.
I'm not one to want to remember numbers, but I am a physics major, so it just happens where you use a number too much, you start memorizing it. Gravitational
Right,
constant 6.67.
right.
But
What about distance to the moon?
distance to the moon is a trickier one. I don't know that one.
It's like a quarter of a million miles, or roughly 238,000 miles. I think something along those lines.
Oh, really? Well, okay. I know that the sun is 400 times further away
Yeah,
from the moon according to the model, so I just have to divide approximately 100 mil by 4, so I get around 250 mil.
yeah,
I mean,
yep,
250,000.
yeah, yep,
Some quick math.
yeah. So, okay, wait. Here's a good one. Have you heard of the black swan? That's not really the question. It's just kind of like, have you heard
Oh,
of it before?
definitely. I think during my interview, that's what I was talking about the most. I was the one that brought it up. I'm like, I love it.
Okay. Cool. I have a question about that. This is the question. So, is the black swan about the horizon or something else?
That is the question. That's
Haha.
well, hmm. Can you can you send it? Because I don't think I analyzed the horizon in the photo. I just more so looked at the numbers and I'm like, wow, that's further than we should see.
Yeah, we can definitely go into it more for sure. I mean, guys, if you have it ready, go ahead and post it. I'll fumble through the phone here and get it. But so just what do you think? Just off rip, like is the black swan about the horizon or something else?
Definitely, you see the horizon and you see the oil rig, and it's definitely there, visible. I would say that you are seeing the oil rig.
Now, the question, it's an A or B here, and then we'll go into it more further. So, is it about the horizon or something else?
Oh, are you saying like, am I gonna claim that this is more refraction than that's actually coming into play here? Or if we're seeing where it physically is?
Oh, here, look. Imagine this is like a just on a test on a piece of paper, and I say like, is the black swan about A, the horizon, or B, something else? Like pick is it A or B?
Is it about the horizon or something else? Like about?
Yeah.
Oh, I interpreted it as above. I'm sorry. Okay, now that I got that, I would say it seems. I feel like there's the horizon into question here, but I would say it's about both. Like the horizon and the fact that there's an optical effect behind it.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, the answer is it's about the horizon, and I think the reason why this question is important is because people will come in here and start bringing up everything else but what the actual argument is, which is about the horizon. And so, what about the rig? Oh, look, it's bendy. Oh, but the water level. How tall is the rig? It's not. None of that has anything to do with the argument. It's all about the horizon. And
Yeah,
so,
observer height 1
yeah.
foot, oil rig 9 miles away.
Yep.
Yeah, but the crane is distorted.
Yeah, but it's bendy.
Bendy
Yeah,
lights.
we get that a lot. That's how you need to know it's about the horizon. And so let's go back to day one. Like
I had this
when
argument.
I joined, yeah, go ahead.
I had this argument with a Glober on Telegram. He kept distracting from the actual topic, and I kept telling him, "You're distracting." Yeah, but the cranes are not right. Yeah, but refraction. Blah blah blah.
Yep.
It's more like, what is it, red herring?
Yep. If we go back to day one, the argument is boats go over the curve. That is the claim on the table. See a boat, it disappears. Boom. That's because of the curvature of the Earth. So that is the claim that we start as point A. Flat earthers come in and say, well, there are other variables that take place that factor in where the horizon appears to be. So it's not a fixed location like a hump of Earth that the boat went over.
Yeah, 100%. I think I have a GIF. You see the black swan on 2 different scenarios. There's clearly different conditions here, and those conditions seem to affect the horizon's location.
Now, here's the thing. When the flat earthers came with that rebuttal about, hey, there's other factors, they were like, you're stupid. You're perspective. If anyone remembers the whole perspective thing, they said, oh, that's just stupid perspective. You factoring in perspective and all these other variables. It's the curve of the Earth. Shut up and you're stupid. Right? Go back to the flow. And so, well, that's when the black swan banned. Well, if the curve of the Earth is the horizon that boats go over and the sun goes behind or whatever, here's an example of, well, the horizon is supposed to be here and it's way the hell back there, showing that it's not a geometric position, hill of water, if you will. It's an optical phenomenon, and that horizon can change during the day, on a day-to-day basis. So if we're debunking the claim that that curve of the Earth that they're saying the boat went over doesn't exist. Boat didn't go over any curve.
Yeah, and I'll say anyone who denies that is denying the reality. That's something that you observed, and a lot of people observe it. I did send the black swan primary example over here.
Cool.
That you can't
Well,
deny
here's the
that
problem.
there's more.
Once we drop the black swan, they're saying, yeah, but there's other variables. Yeah, that's what we've been saying the whole time. So refraction isn't a debunk of the black swan. So people have to realize that. So that's why I asked: is the horizon? Is it about the horizon or something else? Because the only thing they'll want to talk about with you when it comes to the black swan is some refractive conditions or some other atmos situation. So yeah, no. The only variable that matters here is curvature of the Earth, or the horizon.
Yeah, so the claim should be that, there's that the Earth's curvature is one of the variables, and then you would have to go about proving, well, why is that?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
where, I
Could not agree
don't look
more.
into the horizon stuff, but that's something I'm just about to start doing now. It's an argument that I'm not very familiar with.
Okay. I would say definitely get familiar with that, but you understand pretty well. That is the one variable that needs to be proved. And from my experience, what I've noticed is that they're not willing to prove that claim. They want to talk about refraction, other things that happen, which we already agree with, which is it's painful to listen to. So
Because that black swan, it's not only one black swan. Every long distance observation is a black swan observation.
Basically, I agree. But one thing I should claim against was this: if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. But that's also something I'm going to have to prove, so I can't talk too much about that.
We didn't make that up. That's
it's
called a modus tollens.
That was a globe claim that stuff goes over the horizon. So we have that burden on us.
Yeah, true. So you said you disagree with the Q statement in the argument? Is that what you're saying, or maybe I misheard you?
No, you didn't mishear me. As a glober, that's something I have to disprove, because if I'm accepting that this as truth, then, well, I'm accepting the flat Earth as truth. So now I have to prove why that the Earth's curvature might be a factor in what we can observe on the horizon. And that's where I'm at right now. I can't go on from there. I just have to learn more.
Honest man, honest glover right here, W glover. Can't ask for much more than that. Well, I would just send you on a.
If I can't prove myself, why continue talking about it, I guess. I'm going to go out and do stuff.
Yeah, there you go. I was just going to say that you're going to have to go on a wild goose chase and look into the scripture. So have fun.
Definitely
I think a lot
willing
of us
to.
went looking for it too. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I've
at
seen.
some point in your life you'll at least get to take a vacation to somewhere, maybe a lake or whatever, ocean. Do it there. You don't
Yeah,
rush
it's
to
been
do
a
it
while
tonight.
since.
So.
I don't think I've ever seen a sunset in real life. That's something I'm going to have to do eventually.
Like
Not
at
just
the
for
ocean
this.
or
In the ocean, yeah. I've never seen that.
That's pretty amazing.
I've seen people say that it's beautiful, so I just want
to
go out and see it. I've seen movies, images, but never in reality. So that's one of my things on my bucket list before I die.
For sure, man. Good stuff. We'll go to the. I went to San Diego. Definitely would recommend.
Oh, that's where you went for seeing that?
Yeah, that was my first time on the West Coast. Mind blowing.
You have beautiful sunsets also on the.
Where?
On the ground in some, for example, UK, there is beautiful sunsets.
Nice.
And sun looks like, my God, it looks so big,
Well,
when it's low on, yeah.
I mean, sunset, the moon. You should just everyone should just go out and observe things more often anyway. I mean, I feel like people don't even think about the moon really. They don't look at the moon.
When you see like a real sunset or a real sunrise, you're going like, this is wrong. This is not what they should look like on a globe.
Oh yeah, the way it moves in the sky.
The way the sun sort of melts and distorts. That only happens when you're looking through objects through thousands of miles of air. Not hundreds, thousands. Because a sunset should look more like a solar eclipse. Should be nice and clear, nice and round, and disappear sharply. Doesn't do that. It's always distorted. It melts. It breaks up into pieces.
Yep. Damn, he cooking right now.
You know, for a couple years, I lived on the water in North Carolina.
And to rub it in, dude.
All of my neighbors, they had their bedrooms that they slept in the back, not up towards the front. They usually left the ones in the front as a guest bedroom.
Why, to avoid the light?
Yeah, because that light, when it starts in the morning, it starts stupid early every morning and it's red, and it's just impossible to sleep through. So, though I never did change it, I stayed in the front room. I did soldier it out, but there was many times where I thought, well, I'm going to be like the neighbors and go to the back of the house.
Y'all don't sleep with an eye mask on every night like me?
Blackout curtains?
Bro, I sleep with a mask on my eyes every single night. Like W sleeper. I take that sleep serious.
It's like competitive sleeping right there.
I'm gonna take the best sleeper award. Thank you.
I'm not even gonna debate against that. You got it.
Yeah, my bedroom window's on the north side, but now that it's summertime, I do get a hint of sunlight coming through, and I sleep through it fine.
Yeah, I do that too. Actually, black out all the lights. It's weird. Light is
Yeah, but
fuck you up at night.
Coming over the water, it's just amazing just how bright and how long it takes that sun to really start start rising from when you first see the red. It feels like it's forever.
W flat earthers for going outside and observing reality. I feel like globies are so content with like sitting inside and just like, yeah, but we calculated it. Okay. Does it match reality? It doesn't oftentimes. I mean, does it ever match reality? Your geometric claims, that never matches. Like you said, the sunsets doesn't seem to match what should happen. So yeah, go outside, guys. Touch grass, literally. I mean, I've had globies tell me when you say you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. No, you can't. It's like, really? Have you never been outside? Like, really? I have pictures of that. So it's little stuff like that. Even the eclipse. You know what's so funny too? People will come here and say flat Earth is dumb. Like, why should you spend any time on that? You know, it's stupid, not worth your time. But then I noticed during the eclipse, like everybody was getting riled up about the eclipse. Oh my God, it's so important. We got to drive to totality tonight. You know, like, well, so I thought the Earth and things like that didn't really matter. It wasn't worth looking into. But
I'm
y'all are
getting riled up by the way you say eclipse.
What did I say?
It's not eclipse. It's just eclipse. Eclipse. There's no emphasis on the E.
All right. But yeah, so when people were getting in their cars and driving like 6 hours to go do this for like a 5-minute thing, you know what I mean? But so that doesn't seem to match what they're saying. Flat Earth doesn't make sense. It's not worth your time investigating. But I'm gonna call off work and drive to see an eclipse.
I think my professor did that actually.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Yo, I won't be here." This guy's a physics professor, by the way. So Big
Did you
star
watch
geek.
it?
You mean an eclipse?
I was there to get the partial eclipse because my state was able to get it, but this guy went out of his way to drive a few states over north and see
See?
it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Not
walked
gonna
the whole
lie,
minute
it
to
was
watch the
beautiful.
eclipse.
Me too. I was just on the street. I was like, wow, that's fucking. It was actually really cool. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I did enjoy it.
It's
I was
like
I was on the live
trick
stream,
from the
like losing my
clouds.
mind. I'm not gonna lie. I was on here going like, wow, that's amazing. So it was cool. But we're already like flat earthers are already curious about reality. We're already excited about I don't know, maybe not speak for everybody, but we already go outside and we're like, damn, this place is interesting. And it's not what we were told. So it's just funny to see globies coming out of their cave to go watch an eclipse and go crazy about it. Did you guys wear sunglasses or whatever? Did anybody just go like raw dog or not?
I was in my
Not that I
school and I was
suggest.
handing out glasses because I was part of the physics club. So
Yeah,
I had
used to
them.
wear.
yeah, going hard for the glasses, bro.
Yeah, I used to wear sunglasses until I discovered that it was a bad thing to do. So I don't wear it anymore.
I heard that too. You make me want to take mine off right now because I've heard that as well.
Yeah.
They look swag though. I got them swag
Of
glasses
course,
on.
they look swag, but the thing is, it makes your brain like tell it's night, so your body doesn't make the melatonin that you need for to protect yourself from sunburn.
Damn.
Oh.
All right, well, I'll take them off right now. So, um, yeah. But people, you know, it's so funny too. Like mainstream, they'll tell you things like you absolutely cannot look at the sun ever. You'll go blind. But then you like if you research sun gazing, people have been sun gazing for a long time.
Yeah, but
So
that's not the brightest appearance of the day. That's the morning and
of
the
course, yeah, well, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's part of the research.
yeah.
You don't just like stare at it at high noon or like whatever. So, but again, they're like you have to wear the glasses, you'll die.
Yeah.
I ain't wearing no fucking glasses, bro. And
You
I
gotta
wasn't
wear
the only one.
sunscreen.
Yeah, you have to wear sunscreen. They call it sunblock. The fuck do I
Yeah,
look like I want to block the sun from my
you don't
skin,
want to
dude?
have
Like,
cancer, but their product is full of cancer carcinogenics.
right? It's crazy, man. I don't know. They were giving out sunglasses like masks. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm good. I don't want one. But and maybe my tinfoil is getting a little wrinkly. Anyway, so who else is in the panel here? We got Abrahamic cancer. Speaking of cancer, are they unmuted or listening pass? Yeah, feel free to chime in, bro. There's also a Triviant new, I think. We were talking to Gary Clampton earlier, Muffinator, IC, or Al Fayed is still here, and Tree. Guys, you missed an epic session earlier. Classic Glober CB. It was so epic. Even the flat earthers thought I was a globe head. So that was hilarious. Catch that on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube and Rumble, we are live, guys. So if you're not familiar with Rumble, or go hit up rumble.com. Helio Skeptic is the channel, and we're on our way to 1,000 followers. So I think we're gonna do a celebratory stream off Discord if you guys
Almost
get us to
1,000.
1,000. Well, I think we're like 890 something like that.
Okay, I'll do that right now then.
Yeah, hell yeah. So we're
Gotcha.
gonna do a celebratory stream off Discord. Rumble's a free speech zone, guys. So like we're gonna, and Discord is not. And so we're very careful, even though we're on Rumble here, we're super careful about going too crazy with the flat earthers. So, but I know a lot of you guys know stuff. We've been through, 3-4 crazy years, and everybody did an amazing job keeping their mouth shut. We didn't talk about it a lot here, but I think it'll be a nice way to let off some steam. We'll go off Discord or maybe some other, streaming Zoom or some shit, and talk about it all, man. Whatever you guys want to talk about. The Jays, we can talk about, the Jovid. We can talk about whatever, guys. Rumble is the way. So, yeah, go hit us up on rumble.com. Helios Skeptic is the channel. So, appreciate you guys getting us to 1,000 followers. And so, yeah. We're all pretty much always live on Rumble here. But if you see the YouTube dot in here, that lets you know we're also live on YouTube. So same channel on YouTube, Helios Skeptic should bring that up. So yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's been a good day for Flat Earth. I put on a Russian accent earlier. People thought I was Mexican. Might have to go Mexican next time.
As long as you're not Dutch, you're fine.
Listen, brother.
Hey, wait, you cannot talk badly about the Dutch, okay?
Cool. So let's see here. Let's see who's in the chat. We got Rayleigh in the chat. Flatsy Klein. Talking about the eclipse here. Coconut oil will clear up sunburn overnight. Yeah, I hear coconuts. Well, I don't hear coconut oil. I know coconut oil is good for a lot of things. A lot of things. But so fresh aloe vera gel helps as well. Yep. I rock with the aloe vera. Wait, Moon in Miami. Rayleigh, you're in Miami right now? Oh, that's crazy, bro. I'm trying
That's
to come
from
over.
February 2020.
Okay.
Before the world went insane.
Morvis said, do you put cucumber slices under it on your eyelid? Honestly, that might not be a bad idea. Hold on, that's the panel right now. So it's TV screen here. I'm gonna be jumping on my computer here in a little bit. I'll be able to, drop the Rumble links and maybe soundboard it up a little bit, get you guys some clips. I appreciate y'all rocking with us here. I got some good clips for you guys too. I've been away and busy, but I usually I'll throw like a podcast on or something. And if I hear somebody bring up flat Earth or something, it's getting clipped. So I think you guys should do that too, because it happens a lot. And I'm sure it's going to continue happening a lot more. Flat Earth is, I know people aren't going to understand it. The media is not, but we can at least kind of make it more cool. At least that's my goal. Cool to the point where like people, how there's a lot of reaction channels and people will react to stuff. Well, I mean, it'd be cool if flat Earth was to the point where people will react to it and they're not like negatively just already, no, it can't be flat. Like they'll react to it and be like, maybe a debate we had or something like that. So I'd love for flat Earth to be cool, because it's not going to be right for people, for the mainstream media. They're not going to know our arguments just because they hear it more. So I think we just need to change how the perception of it is very negative. Oh, they're stupid. There's no way. But if we can change that perception and make it a little bit more like, all right, flat Earth is kind of cool. It's like a little alt. It's like goth. That would be fun. I'd love to try.
I got a question for you. Is Helios Skeptic with SK or SC?
SK.
SK. Okay, that's the big bearded guy with the sunglasses.
Oh yeah, shout out to Helio.
Okay, then I found it. Thanks.
All right, so let me just I'm gonna switch over to my computer here while there's a little downtime. I've got a minute and 15-second clip. You should check it out. It'll drop it in a lot. And shout out to Rayleigh for dropping the Rumble link. Let's see right now. 8:28. So, almost there, guys. Road to 900. And welcome back, Bear Pelagic Coffee. Bob's here. Timbo's still here. Let's check out the clip. You guys are gonna love this.
$10 million in donation to a charity in his name.
Body double.
It's all fucking fake.
Yeah, body double.
We live under the empire of lies. Everything that we know as a reality today is all based on propaganda and CGIs and AI and lies. Have you ever seen a real photograph from space?
That's a good one.
Why are they all CGIs? Why? Why can't someone just take a fucking picture from the International Space Station? Why can't I see a picture from the moon or from a satellite? Why? If I go to fucking Disney World, I take my camera and I take pictures because I go down some stupid ride, with my daughter, the flume or whatever, because that's exciting. You're not going to take a picture from outer space? Like, you're going to fucking space, bro.
Yeah.
And you're not going to take a picture?
Yeah.
Nobody has ever taken a picture from space?
That's a good one. So, documentary highlights.
That was it. Because I was not familiar with this guy until I heard him on this pod, and you heard what he said. Dropped off the bomb. So shout out to him. That is Stu Peters. Stu Peters. I dropped the link to the video in the chat.
Yeah.
So that was cool, man. I mean, obviously, see, to make my point out, you notice how they didn't really engage with it. They're like, so they kind of moved on. It's not cool yet to engage with it. It's like it still gives people a bad rap if they do. So I think we need to just change the narrative a little bit. At least they would talk about it. Oh wow, that's interesting. Mainstream media is not really meant to do that yet.
I just took back on Monday.
That was a good example of it. Yeah, that's the tech here. Haven't heard from them in a while. Feel free to chime in. Critical primal king. That's to be shy if you don't. And W. Kim, I guess. A little intermission, a little downtime right now. It's all good.
Can anybody watch the Veritas exposing what flat earthers really believe video?
How recent was this?
Yeah, I skipped forward to the stuff that I wanted to laugh at, and I went to the boats disappearing. one and just laughed my ass off.
I haven't checked in with the Veritas whole channel in a while. Seems like they've been doing good stuff for a while though, and props to them for engaging with the topic. Respect.
Well, there's got to be some other stuff going on here, because why would they just suddenly decide to cover a topic that probably never covered before, and then do it in like almost 8 hours of video? And then plus most of the video clips they use from the other anti-flat earthers are just some of their weaker stuff anyway. So
Welcome Doves here as well. New AI profile. Nice.
Hi.
Oh, that's not AI. That's a real story. My bad. Yeah, long time no see. You still on the flat side, or did you go back?
Why do you keep asking me that?
You know what time it is.
It's flat time.
Atta girl. Good stuff. Have any Globers pressed you?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm gonna switch to a better mic here in a bit,
Oh,
but
press me. Have the Globers press me? I don't
yeah.
really. You can press me all they want. You know.
All right, bet. I like that. The confidence. So no one's tested you though. You never like sweat. They make you sweat. Not like that. Pause. Like you never got in a heated argument or anything.
you never get hot and bothered.
I mean,
No, not really. I mean, like I told my mom about it, and she keeps sending me stuff from NASA now.
see,
And it was interesting. Like she was getting so triggered by it, and I mean, I was able to just like sit back and not get triggered by it because I realized it's just like a conversation, you know. But I think whenever you, but she believes everything she sees on TV, right? So, but she's constantly sending me stuff from NASA, and I mean, it doesn't really. She's allowed to think what she wants, you know. I mean, that's.
facts.
I'm not trying to force anybody to do anything. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want that done to me. So you could just have a discussion, present issues and or ideas, and they take it how they take it. But I think if somebody's having a really bad reaction, I mean, I would just back off. I'm not trying to, start a war over it. I think it's a little
Yeah,
unnecessary.
I agree. Even if you had something very valuable, you wanted to give it to somebody, you shouldn't force it to them. You know what I mean? You should almost
Well,
make them want it from you.
Well, people can only, if they're not ready to receive it, there's nothing you can do about it. So, like you can bring the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. It's one of the oldest sayings in the world, and it's very true. So, I mean, it's not about forcing somebody because then it becomes a different agenda.
Also, I see you in there, Dev Lead Germany. I see you slide in. What's happening, G? Good to see you.
Damn, I thought I'm gonna be undetected for like 10 minutes or something.
No way, dude. No way. I've seen you slide in, bro.
How
It's
you
good to see
doing,
you.
brother?
It's
Good
fine.
to see you.
Good. Good. I was putting on an accent earlier. I was faking a Glober. It was beautiful work, honestly. And I was using your
Nice,
accent the whole
nice.
time. I feel like I was like, "Come on, brother, listen." Like, it
Yeah, I
was awesome.
remember the last time we did this. That was fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. So they, honestly, there was like 3 flat earthers in here that believed it wholeheartedly. So it was amazing. But yeah, man,
Nice.
what's new with you? I just played a Stu Peters clip. Did you see that clip where he talked about space being fake?
No, I
Like,
haven't
peep
caught
that.
up with it yet.
Yeah, dude, peep that. Actually, that was a great interview they had with Stu. I've never heard of him before, but he dropped on. He was looking dead, fresh, dead in the eyes. He's like, "How come there's no pictures, Fresh?"
Nice.
And Fresh like, "It's a good one." and Myron did not. Myron definitely didn't engage. He kind of moved on to something else, but it's all good. It was just good to see Stu like just drop the bomb on him, and I wish Chris was there too because he probably would have engaged with that a little bit more.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
keep the video in the chat, or I can play it again if anyone else wants to hear it again.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll just throw it over. It's only a minute long. All right. So what guys? Stu Peters on Fresh and Fit.
$10 million in donation to a charity in his name.
Body double.
It's all fucking fake.
Yeah, body double.
We live under the empire of lies. Everything that we know as a reality today is all based on propaganda and CGIs and AI and lies. Have you ever seen a real photograph from space?
That's a good one.
Why are they all CGIs? Why? Why can't someone just take a fucking picture from the International Space Station? Why can't I see a picture from the moon or from a satellite? Why? If I go to fucking Disney World, I take my camera and I take pictures because I go down some stupid ride, with my daughter, the Flume or whatever, because that's exciting. You're not going to take a picture from outer space? Like, you're going to fucking space, bro.
Yeah.
And you're not going to take a picture?
Yeah.
Nobody has ever taken a picture from space?
That's a good one. So, documentary highlights.
Mine is switches quickly.
He did, and you can hear Stu. If you watch his face, he laughs. Stu laughs because he's like, yeah, he's not gonna. Shout out to Stu Peters. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, and I have the screenshots from the chat. I'll put them in the chat. There was a lot of positive flat earthers or whatever in the chat, so I'll put those in as well.
Nice. Yeah, the numbers are going up for sure of people waking up.
Someone mentioned Witsit. Here, I'll read them out for you guys who are just listening.
Especially considering like in recent months, where even somebody who is in mainstream like Candace Owens is comfortable enough to talk about the moon landing being fake.
Nice.
So that's a very, very closer step to realizing about the flat earth, because what I've noticed, a lot of people who are not dumb but they're just straight brainwashed, like you guys were talking earlier, you lead them to the water but they don't drink. Those kinds of people, their biggest hurdle is just how much they trust NASA, how much they love the fucking CGI. And once you plant the seed of, listen, these are CGI, these are not real, NASA's not not, it's a government agency, you shouldn't be trusting them, then they start thinking.
Exactly. We had this discussion earlier too with somebody. It's like, well, why do you guys focus so much on like the NASA glitches? I said, well, dude, because you're all NASA fanboys and you believe in them that they can't lie. So here's the examples of them lying. Well, maybe it's explaining that they're not really lying. Like, come on, man. What the hell? But yeah, just quickly in the chat there, this is what people had to say about that when he was cooking, saying space was fake. Moon landing is fake. We need Zerka right now. Okay, this guy just became my new favorite. Witsit. W Stu. He cooking. W space is fake. Stu was on motherfucking point. My man Billion. Let's go. Bring on Zerka. Globetard seething. Flat Earthers up. Zerka. W Stu. W Stu. Space is fake. Photoshop. And Zerka would love this guy. So there's a bunch of people in there saying positive things about flat Earth. So that's awesome to see. Not too far off from this is going to be a good year. It's going to be a great year for the topic, I think. So I'm here for it.
Yes, sir.
In terms of like the NASA fakery and the videos and stuff like that, personally, that's not really part of my presentation. I don't often, well, look, NASA faked it.
Yeah.
But I can see why people do that, and I understand it.
In a lot of cases, I have to do it with some people because You know me. I can prove the Earth is flat and all of the globe model is wrong in 5 different scientific methods, 5 scientific, ways from 5 different angles. No problem. I can go as deep as I want to. Pause. But a lot of people don't want to hear that shit, bro. A lot of people don't want to hear about the Michelson-Morley. They don't want to hear about actual the objectification of relativity and what that actually means, and what if you actually read the relativity theory and all of that bullshit, and what Einstein actually himself thought. They don't want to hear that. They a lot of them can't even comprehend it. So you go like, look, picture, fake, where is real?
So Clipboard put in the chat there these AIs of like NASA fanboys. It's funny how accurate they are, but I'm curious, like, what would the AI say about a flat earther? Is there some sort of conception of what a flat earther looks like? I don't know if Clipboard's in here or listening, but put it in the chat.
I mean, show me I'm jacked as fuck and I can fight.
I know it better. That's what they better show.
We're much more athletic than the fucking NASA fanboys, bro.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we see it literally, like McToon and fight the fat Turt or whatever the hell his name is, like
Fight the tight shirt.
fight the tight shirt, yeah, like. And then we got Indio. He shoots hoops, plays basketball, like semi-pro or whatever. Like Quantum Racer shoots bows. You know, you fight,
Yep.
I fight. Like Sheepdog does jujitsu with Eddie Bravo. Come on now.
Nice.
They better not put in. They better not have like no like celebrity boxing, event where they have flat earthers versus globe earthers, because it's over. It's over. I would love that. That would be a great way to make flat earth cool. Put us into like a little celebrity, I don't know, some type of
Should do that instead of the
organization.
final experiment.
Sorry,
CB,
what's
you can battle Logan Paul.
Oh, he's not in my weight class, bro. That's not fair. Logan's like, I mean, I would fight him. Fuck it, I'll take his knees out. But
yeah, you can take him down. He doesn't know any BJJ.
he probably can't fight. Yeah, honestly, he probably couldn't even fight for real. He does WWE and shitty boxing. So yeah, I'd fuck him.
Yeah, his boxing skills are like normal. He did learn, but
I would connect my heel with his chin. A straight T kick right up the middle, kick his chin. So, and I'm oblique kicking the side of his knees. Like, he's not gonna touch me. But dude, honestly, that would be really fun. I love that. We should do that. There are promotions out here that do like circus shit. They'll have like 5-on-5, 2 guys versus 1 guy, a fat guy versus 2 little guys. Like, people are willing to put on crazy fights. So I could definitely see Flat Earth versus Globe Earth being popular. It actually would get a lot of like people would want to tune into that. Yo, what? Like Flat Earth versus Globe Earth fight? And then we whoop the shit out. Oh, that would be epic. We should do that.
Remember the early days of UFC where it used to be like a free for all? You'd have guys fighting guys who weighed like 600 pounds.
Yeah, so we can make that happen, bro. And I just wonder who's gonna be on the globe. So, what's funny? There's gonna be a lot of globe earthers that will pussy out, but there's gonna be those just how the same way they are with arguments. Oh no, this will be so easy.
Egoists.
They're gonna.
I'm willing to get whooped.
Whooped. Oh, I'll take these flat earthers. They're all stupid. There's no way.
That's not ego. That's cognitive dissonance.
Right. They get dropped in the first round. Wait, what? That was just gravity. So, sign me up.
There's a big panel today here. Usually it's almost empty, and a lot of times when I look.
Hey.
Yeah, we're getting paid today, so we all showed up.
From CB's pocket, he's poor as fuck, bro.
We're all getting free coffee, care of paraplegic.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been great. It's been a good panel, guys. So, Dev, we do have a glober here at bottom of the panel. He just got his globe, pink tag or whatever you call it. What is that when you have a car? You're pink some shit, pink or whatever. I don't know. I used to play a game, Need for Speed, back in the day. You could take someone's car, it was like a pink sheet or some shit. I don't know. Maybe you guys don't. But anyway,
Pink slip. I don't
pink
know.
slip. Is it a pink slip? Let me look it up.
Racing
Y'all
for
never played
pink.
Need for Speed? Yeah, you race for the pinks, man. In 2024, that means like something completely different.
Yeah, we're
Racing for pink slips. Yeah, pink slip. Racing for pinks is a slang term for an illegal street race where the winner takes the loser's car or certificate of title, also known as a pink slip. Term comes from the
yeah.
color of the
Okay. Yeah.
certificate of title, which is So, yeah, he just got his pink slip today.
Yeah. The funny thing about
Nice.
certificate of titles means that there is a title out there, but you don't hold it.
Right. Isn't that crazy? But anyway, Dev, if you want to cook a tree, I mean, welcome tree to the panel. By all means.
Oh, that's fun. Here to talk, anyways. So glad to participate. Very lively in here.
Are you red pill or blue pill, sir? No, I'm just kidding.
Is that a real question?
Nah, I mean, you don't have to answer that.
I actually, well, I don't know what that means. Is it political?
So he's blue pill, yeah.
Are you
It can
in the
be
Matrix
different.
or out been released from the Matrix?
Yeah. Have you seen the movie The Matrix?
That's something I need to watch. I've heard so much about it. It's on my bucket list.
What?
I just hit summer vacation. I got to catch up on those movies.
So he hasn't taken the red pill yet, fellas.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what the red pill is. Watch the movie The Matrix, all three parts, and then think about the message inside the movie, how it relates to the real world around you, who could be lying to you, what institutions, all of that.
Now, the Matrix won't make perfect sense because it was a stolen script from another author, and therefore the Wachowski whatevers screwed it all up. But the general gist of it is still there.
Yeah, it sounds like it has a interesting message. I'll definitely check that out soon.
Harry Clampton, bro, come on, dude. So what we were talking about in the chat, we said, or in the live stream, we said, so if you can put to the AI search bar, make me a globe NASA fanboy, and it produces a fat person with pink hair and a NASA merch on. And I said, okay, well now ask it to do a flat earther, and it didn't come up with anything. So
Ask it what proofs NASA has provided about the globe.
Yeah, it's not going to have anything. It shows a globe, well, yeah, because it doesn't have like a negative. Like, what is a? There's no conception of what a flat earther looks like. I mean, GigaChat, maybe, I don't know.
They definitely put in some code to stop any replies about flat Earth. They do, yeah. They have restrictions, filters.
Okay, Clipboard drops something in the chat here. So let's see. Wow, he just said debunk this and posted the black swan. That's crazy. He said the image presents an argument against the Earth's sphericity, using the modus tollens logical structure and observational data from offshore platforms. Let's break down and address the points made. Argument breakdown. The modus tollens structure, premise 1. If P then Q. Okay, that looks good. All right, let's see. Debunking the argument. Oh my God, refraction.
Or is first thing mentioned.
Okay, so geometric horizon versus visible horizon. Well, that is a painfully redundant to say visible horizon. That would be like saying the flashing lightning that I just saw in the sky. Like lightning by definition was the flash that you saw. So saying visible horizon, that's redundant. The horizon by definition is visible. So that's stupid. The geometric horizon is the limit at which the Earth's curvature would block a line or sight in a vacuum. In a vacuum is crazy. Okay, see the conclusion. The argument presented in the image fails to account for the effects of refraction, atmospheric refraction, the visibility of distant platforms does not contradict the spherical model. Wow, correct. The Earth is indeed a sphere, as corroborated by extensive evidence from various scientific disciplines. Vague.
They literally debunk their own debunking in point number 1. So they say the calculation of the horizon distance is not taken into consideration atmospheric refraction. In the third point, they say the atmospheric refraction conditions is 7 to 8% on average. Great. Take the calculation, add 8%. Matter of fact, add 80%. And then you'll still see shit behind the physical horizon. So they debunk themselves by even giving 8% estimation. And this is not even considering the whole atmospheric refraction bending light, which direction bends up and down based on however they like it to be for miles and miles.
Flippy, if you're listening, bro, ask it. Maybe you could ask it like, was were refractive conditions considered when the claim that boats go over the curve was made, something like that? Because that's my biggest issue when they come back and say, yeah, but you didn't consider refraction. Well, in fact, we did after they said boats go over the curve. And they said that there was no, yeah, that doesn't matter. It's still the curve. But now they're saying, well, there's other conditions. But that's been our argument from day one. It's not really a debunk.
And this is the type of stuff that uneducated people are like, yeah, they just fall for this. Oh yeah, refraction, by the way. Yeah, okay, globe. That's it.
Yeah, I've been trying to disabuse ChatGTP that ships going over the horizon proves that it's a globe, since that's all caused by diffraction.
Yeah, Chat. I mean, AI has been working, or Drace has been working with the Chat GPTs and stuff like that for a while, like training it. So I wish you were here right now. I could probably talk a little bit better about that.
Yeah, this is a great idea. This is definitely feeding it data. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't used it really, but I know people have been pushing it to this extent. But also, you're right. It is probably a lot of data collection. That's why I'm scared. I don't go on there and be like, I'm having this, or I'm having this problem, or this is where I live, and what should I do about that? Or like, you know what I mean? I don't put personal stuff into the chat GPT. It seems a little too creepy. But I see that it does have some powerful tools, and you can use the chat GPT and stuff like that to your advantage. I guess you have to know how to push it to its limits.
Yeah, it does take some time. I haven't started with it properly, but it does take some time to learn the phrasing and to get that to spit out the information in the way without any filters and in the way you want it to have, especially if you're doing things like complicated mathematics or you want like pieces of code that's gonna increase your code, decrease your coding time and stuff. A lot of times I tried that. It releases a lot of mumbo jumbo mixed up together that doesn't make any sense, but some of it is good. So it needs refining for sure.
All right, so for the claim, so what's refractive condition? The claim that boats go over the horizon and thus disappear from the view is primarily based on the geometric curvature of the Earth. Duh. This observation has been a piece of the evidence. However, refractive conditions can indeed affect how and when this phenomenon is observed. Yeah, no shit. They're so slimy, dude.
Okay, ask it this. If boats go over the horizon due to the geometric curvature of the Earth, how are we able to zoom in after they disappear and still see the boats?
Yeah, but they'll claim that it doesn't bring the hull of the ship back into view.
Welcome, Wolfgang, as well. We got some people in the lobby, guys. Let's see if we can bring them in here. There's a Mr. Chad talking about gravity.
What's up, boys?
What up? What up? Hey, thanks for controlling the situation earlier. It was getting a little spicy, but
That's all
you
right.
steered us
Yeah, it
back on
was
track.
nice and spicy.
You know just how we
What
like it, man. I was like, "Fuck you," and you're glitching on the ISS. Oh man.
Damn,
Then
what
Mike.
happened?
No, it was good actually. We got it reeled back in pretty quickly, and then
Like
Mike
some
just
people just have a way of talking that makes them sound more unreasonable than they actually are when you speak to them a bit more. Like sometimes I start with someone and I'm like, man, you sound like a total piece of shit. And then I start kind of going at them, and then after a little bit, I'm like, oh, maybe that's just how he talks.
right.
So yeah, that turned out into an all right conversation.
It did. And then Mike threw a freaking wrench in the whole shit. Well, actually, flat earthers should not. They do not
Oh
understand
yeah,
science.
I can talk on that, but I was listening. I was like, man, who's this guy trolling Sonny? What's going on here?
Oh wait, you
That's
you
what.
were listening for that?
Yeah, I was here. I was like, who's this guy just trolling them all? Why have they not noticed? And I was like, who the fuck is this guy? I can't see a new guy. And then it was you. I was like, oh my god, they're not even looking at who's talking.
I know. No, none of them were looking. It was like a straight 30 minutes straight. Like 5 flat earthers were like, they didn't look at my name. They look who was talking. Sonny was even like,
Bro.
post examples in the chat right now, and I posted it from me, and I was like, yes, Chris Creation, but posted it for me.
Oh, poor Sonny.
I love
That's
it,
out his
man. It
wheelhouse.
was great. That was good. I want to go back and watch it on YouTube.
That's a lesson learned for them. Always look at who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Duncan McLeod. You're VC verified. Feel free to chime in. How's it going?
So that's McLeod.
Duncan McLeod, McLean McLeod.
Sup, Dunk?
Hey, top of the morning to you, Duncan.
Can there only be one?
Aye, from the Highlands of Scotland.
Me.
You better not be some fake Scottish person, Duncan McLeod. I won't tolerate that.
What, you don't believe I'm Scottish?
No, you sound awful.
Oh,
English at
all right,
best.
all right. Well, I tried.
There's American.
Yep,
Even worse.
from America.
You sound like a Scot pretending to be a Spaniard.
What's happening, Duncan? What brings you to the Flat Earth server today?
I saw there was an interview going on earlier.
Yeah, it's still going.
Oh, good.
Interview.
Yeah, we're interviewing you.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So what you got for us today, Duncan?
My meeting canceled, so I was bored.
All right, sweet. You believe the Earth is a globe?
No.
No.
We observe, measure, and navigate flat Earth, so it's definitely
shit.
flat.
Oh shit. You trying to tell me that all these space pictures aren't real?
Yeah, it's like, pictures from Middle Earth or yeah.
But then,
Why would they lie though? Why would NASA lie though, Duncan?
Yeah, bro. Why would they lie to me?
Well, I can speculate. One reason is if you look at I think it was the 2020 budget for NASA, they make like $52 million a day. So that's one reason, right?
Chump change.
Yeah, but that money is clearly necessary so they can go to space and build rocket ships and stuff, you know.
Damn,
Well,
now I have to
space
double
is
check and see if this is CB talking again or not. Now you've got me fucked up on the English, on the foreign
Just in
accent.
case.
I think a better motive would be they're trying to avoid prison time.
That's another
So,
reason.
what made you start? Like, tell us some thought. Like, what made you start thinking the Earth's flat? You crazy science denier.
Do you guys ever remember those threads on Godlike Productions, those websites like that? Anyway, there's a couple websites that were just big conspiracy websites long time, several years ago. And I was, just looking through them, and all these flat Earth threads kept popping up, and I was like, "What is the deal?" So I clicked on one, and I found this video, and this guy was just talking about it, and he was like, the first thing you see when you go into school is a globe, and we never see a globe. And I was like, "Huh, that's a good point." And I started just doing more research, and I learned more about physics and science. I learned how space is fake, how we observe and measure flat Earth, and so I've been a flat earther for several years now.
All right. So, if you were to be on the street just speaking to a random normie, what 2 or 3 points would you give them to consider about flat Earth or globe
That
Earth?
we observe, measure, and navigate flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Fair. Anything more specific or
Well,
anything
we
else
can get
you look
into any
into?
details of any particular one if you want. But
Well,
I
what
would
would
also
you?
point out, sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying. Well, like, what kind of points would you bring up to them? I mean, I get the observe, measure, and use as flat. That's fair. Anything else that you'd bring up to them to think about?
I would explain how space is fake.
How would you explain that?
Because gas pressure needs a container. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Okay. Fair. That's true.
And then
Anything else?
I would explain how there's no scientific evidence of gravity, and we would probably get into the scientific method, and I would explain that.
All right. Look at you, Duncan McLeod. People knows his stuff. Fresh.
Yeah, he's been in
Don't even
VC
have
a
to,
couple of times, I see.
don't even have to teach this one. That's good. It saved us some time. All right, Duncan. Well, join the ranks. Pick up your sword and shield. You'll be in the battle tomorrow.
A battle! I'll bring my bottle of water.
Yeah, you could do that.
Sweet.
All right.
Aren't you Irish? You're supposed to bring your whiskey.
Ah, darn it. I get it mixed up. I'm trying these accents.
All right, sweet. Another FE.
Let's go. We up, boys.
So,
Gary Clampton.
that was almost
Calling
reasonable enough
you out.
to get you an FE roll, actually.
Sure.
That was fairly
Mickey's here.
solid. Though I don't really know you. I've not really heard you around, so I might have to stick around a bit more and talk, Duncan, and then you'll get your FE roll.
Right. I'm trying to clamp down on Gary Clampton. I'm calling you out, G. Get your mic.
Gary?
Gary.
Gary. Get on the mic, Gary. Do it. Tell those flat earthers what for.
See if he's in the chat. He's AFK. Maybe he's scared.
Ooh.
Oh, we still have
Perchance.
Tree, guys. I forgot we have Tree still here. Go ahead.
I've just been listening.
Okay.
Some good stuff I've been listening to.
What have you heard?
What have you heard? Let's see. I was around the point where Duncan was talking and you were also conversing to him. I saw how that conversation went, and Then I started doom scrolling in lobby.
Doom scrolling.
What made you interested in the topic tree?
The fact that it exists and it's active. It's like it clearly wouldn't be active if there wasn't some form of thought put behind it. So then I decided to look a bit into it, and I'm like, wow, there is thought, a lot of thought put behind it. So I thought it was very interesting.
Did you hear from outside or think maybe yourself like, this sounds so crazy, all these people, they must be stupid?
Definitely before coming here. After coming here, I see there's a lot of reason.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, I didn't have this. I didn't come in with ad homs. Just came in out of curiosity.
Cool. What would be something in your eyes that is like a big red flag or a big black swan, let's call it, where you go like, if I see this or if I do this test and get this result, maybe I will reconsider or think about this topic in a different way or see the other side, for example.
That's actually a good one. What would be the nail in the coffin for me that the Earth is flat? I guess since I didn't have that, I never did get a nail in the coffin that the Earth was flat, judging by my role. That I have no clue. What would be the determining factor?
I mean, it doesn't have to be like the nail in the coffin where you say, okay, now I'm convinced 100% the Earth is flat. I'm asking or saying something along the lines of, okay, this is such a big red flag. Now I have to consider everything that I have heard about the other side and then about the globe side and then re-examine it with a fresh eye. You know what I mean? Like, let's give you just a quick example. Let's say you're in a relationship with a girl, and the whole time you thought she's loyal to you, and then one time you saw something that is such a big red flag. Now you have to go back and consider her previous actions. Go like, was she doing that thing because she was probably cheating on me or not? You know what I mean? Like this.
I think to me that was quite literally it was Black Swan, right? The Black Swan. Definitely. That's why I didn't affirm a side for a while, just because I'm like, damn, this might make the globe not accurate. So I'm still looking into that. My journey isn't over. I'm still learning. I don't think anyone here completely knows the topic 100%, but we've all came to our own conclusions. I've came to mine, but I'm still learning nevertheless.
Okay, and you're referencing the Black Swan, the oil rig picture, right? You've seen that and you've looked into it.
Yes, definitely. I love it.
Okay. What is stopping you, or what is in your head that maybe not putting you, or maybe not allowing you to see, okay, this picture actually does debunk it. This picture is more than enough proof. Like, is there something in your mind that maybe the Black Swan is wrong on?
What I think is this, in the picture of the Black Swan that I've seen, there was the if P then Q, if not Q then not P. Let me scroll up so I could actually get it. Yeah, that. So just because there is 100% optical effects on the horizon, I would say that that doesn't mean that there isn't a geometric effect as well, but that's also something that I can't assert for certain because then I would have to get proof of that. And I currently don't have any proof of that claim. So that's what I'm currently doing right now.
Okay. What if you actually grant the other side that argument? You can grant them that, or grant the globe model that there is atmospheric conditions, that there is light bending, without going into details, but we have to somehow have a way or a measurement or a method to figure out how much is that refraction and how much is that light bending and for however distance, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so maybe you can go into that and then make an estimation. Is never going to be 100% number, but let's just say the estimation is if the geometric horizon, without considering those effects, let's just as an example number, let's say from a 6-foot person is going to be 5 miles, and let's add those effects, and those effects will turn those 5 miles into 10 miles, just for the exaggeration purposes. In that case, don't you think it would be like a really easy experiment to say, you know what, the math says 5 miles, I added another 5 miles for the atmospheric conditions. Now I can put something 15 miles far and I can see if I can see it or not. Because now, like, we definitely made sure the effects of the refractions and atmospheric conditions will not be a determining factor.
That's exactly what I'm hoping to end up doing. I agree that if that is a determining factor, that it's something that you could probably go out and measure. I don't think I haven't done that yet, but it's definitely something that I want to do. Like the Bedford level experiment did something like that, where only after that they accounted for some refraction did the visuals match what they had claimed. But again, that's like only one specific visual matched their claim. I'm pretty sure Indio had a really good point about the Bedford level experiment, so I'm going to see if I could bring that up. But it's when you make the observations fit a claim, that's bias in itself. So that's exactly what I can't do. You have to make the claim, and then if the observations match, then that's your start.
Great. It sounds like you already understand the concept and you're already on your way to verifying things for yourself, which we all encourage here. We never tell people like, hey, by the way, this is the fact, or we think this is the 100% truth, just believe us. No, then we would be no better than the people who we are criticizing, which would be the globe model. So yeah, you should verify it. You should look into it. And I did, a lot of people here did as well. Do your own tests, see what results you get, account for all the variables you want, or you should.
Of course.
Yeah, just remember that Samuel Robotham lived before the time of we figured out how diffraction works and angular resolution.
And that was who? Was that?
Yeah, Samuel Robotham. He died prior to the 1896 when John William Strutt figured out how the Rayleigh criterion works.
Got it. Yeah, I've seen this guy before. Nice bit of information.
Because people will bring up Robotham, and I'm like, well, Robotham got it wrong. Of course he had it wrong. He didn't have all the correct information.
Doesn't the Rayleigh criterion match up with the claimed curvature of a sphere with radius 3959 miles?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
The Rayleigh criterion just basically says that when you observe an object through a circular aperture, that if the 2 points of light, the 2 images you're looking at, are within the minimums of resolution, then the 2 objects will start to merge into one.
Okay, I thought. Well, that's refraction, right?
No,
Or
that's
no?
diffraction.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the light waves are starting to interfere with each other. That's called diffraction.
Very interesting. Copy that.
Yeah, it's usually when you look it up on the like on the websites or stuff like that, that's pretty much just the kindergarten explanation of what it is. It's somewhat more complicated, especially when you apply it to things like using microscopes. It's pretty easy to use it for telescopes because it's like, oh yeah, we got 2 stars up there. That's pretty easy to define how 2 objects work. But when you're looking through a microscope, you're looking at potentially thousands of objects all at once, right?
Good segue into looking at stars. Has anybody looked at those, like with a telescope?
Yes.
Well, I've seen videos where I've never have. I've seen videos where they look like they're moving electricity, not
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, those are terrible. Just videos. That's all it is. They're out of focus. So
All right.
I can do the same thing with my camera. I just got to take it out of focus.
So what do they look like then? Or do
Just
you
like
know?
points of light. Some of them have slightly different colors to them, but
Hmm.
the only way they determine that is by using real proper telescopes. You know, the P900 was never meant to be used as a telescope.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
not
because
designed for that.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Because they're using the cameras instead.
Yeah, that's always a problem. And it's a problem for multiple side things. Like they're installing a brand new imaging sensor into like a very expensive telescope. Well, the sensor itself cost $20 million to build. Now, now that $3 sensor you have in your camera is hundreds of magnitude inferior to a $20 million sensor.
So who else we got in here? We got any new people? The Bal Diablo is here. What's up, Bal? You want to unmute Bal Diablo? No? Alright, let's pop you back on mute. If anyone does want to ask a question or bring up a topic, feel free.
What I would still mean the gravity without container, that will say we see pressure gradient, and up to 10,000 mile, let's say, you'll be almost next to zero pressure psi. So that's their argument that there can be pressure next to the vacuum. So what do we have to say about that?
Well, they keep forgetting to also explain that there's a temperature gradient as well.
Indeed, yes.
And that the air we breathe is also not homogenized. It's all different chemicals in there. So they all have separate their densities. The lighter ones go to the top and the dense ones go to the bottom.
Right. I just thought
Did
it's
you say 10,000 miles?
yeah, I mean how high do they experience to the weather balloons so they can measure pressure?
Not 10,000 miles.
Well,
That's for
my
sure.
bad. Maybe not 10,000. I was.
I think
How
most weather balloons, I don't think, go higher than 30 kilometers.
again? You were
Maybe like
about in
30 kilometers.
30. Okay.
Not unless they have some special material that doesn't burst under low pressures.
So you don't go higher with that with the atmospheric balloons, with the weather balloons?
Well, I assume with a better balloon, you can go a little bit higher, but mostly what the amateurs get is probably the same they get with like the NASA balloons.
Yeah. How high they go? Do you think?
I'd say no higher than say 150,000 feet.
Okay. We should all pitch in and build a cool balloon.
Well, even the cheap weather balloons, they're pretty pricey. They're like $1,000 to $1,500. Plus, you have to pay for your gas to fill it up and everything like that. So it does get somewhat expensive.
That gas will require a container. Factor that in.
Yeah, they come in pressurized cylinders, and you transfer it over to the balloon through a tube, something that can contain it.
Yeah, they can speculate on all these things, but what can they actually verify?
Well, they say that somebody sent up a GoPro camera up to those altitudes, and with its short focal length and widescreen lens, they determined that there's curvature there.
Any aperture will observe a curvature. Any aperture.
Yeah,
At that height.
Yeah, the GoPros are not known for being good cameras over long distances. They're meant to be action cameras to capture images
Right.
within 100 meters maximum.
But his point was more about the pressure
The
system
pressure, yes.
rather than the curvature.
I can give you
Which,
another. There's a couple of
yeah.
ways to counter that as well. One way would be it's pointing out that it's circular arguing. The whole point is we are trying to debate or determine that the positive claim that they are making, which is gas pressure existing without a container on Earth. We're talking about Earth. We're talking about the air we breathe. This is the positive claim they are making, and we're asking them to scientifically, and their demonstration or their comeback is, well, here is air, and if you go up there is less pressure, so there is gas pressure on Earth. So they're proving their own theory with circularly with their own theory. Yes, we see there's gas pressure, we see that there is a gradient, but that has nothing to do with any sort of scientific demonstration or experiment to show that it does actually can exist without container. So that's one thing, one way to combat it or to
Because
counter that.
the oceans have a pressure gradient as well, but the oceans don't have to be any proof of a globe.
Right. I just brought that up because I oftenly hear that argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient still requires a container. So
To me, this topic would go more about gravity. So
Yeah.
called gravity.
Yeah, just tell them, show me a 100-kilometer long, tall container, and then tell me what the pressure gradients in there are.
How can you have a bowl, a gas bowl? Prove that. How does the sun burn without oxygen?
Well, they'll tell you like the same as an incandescent light bulb. You know, it's a filament trapped inside a vacuum, and you give it proper amount of heat, and it will glow.
Yeah, but it has to have a container. You cannot have incandescent bulb without the glass around it.
Well, you can. It's just that the material you're glowing will burn out very quickly, as in matter of seconds.
I've seen some videos recently where it has a like a chemistry tube, and he was doing some flame out of some gases, and then it will bend those lights. So that light is just one horizontal line of light, and it will bend it with the shoe horse magnet. That's pretty interesting. So I mean, like a proof that magnetism it's influencing the way that the light waves propagate.
Yeah, I'm certain metallic ionized gases would have some sort of magnetic property.
And all in one, after all, it's all NASA fraud, right? Not even able to prove that they have a suit that they withstand such a pressure, or maybe the less pressure. But yeah, guys, China landed a rocket on the dark side of the moon the other day, right?
yeah, they said Boeing did some launch today as well, which I need to go and have a look and see if there's any bloopers. I imagine there will be. Don't know if anyone saw it.
Well, that sounds hilarious.
This CGI is gonna be fire.
Anyone else for anything else? Any new people? Don't be shy.
Everybody knows everything.
It seems so. No further questions. Earth's flat. Fair enough.
Well, let's imagine if I would have to make a marketing campaign. I mean, it's just a hypothetical funny, and I hate that crap anyway. But if someone should do it, well, let's say we would like to convince people. I mean, to not to convince, but to put them in front of valid argument that the world, at least, is not a globe. I would be targeting electricians and just, people that works with this kind of stuff, because in my experience, my recent experience, since I'm looking more onto these subjects, I encountered electricians that they were very skeptic of it. You couldn't say, oh, the earth is flat or something like that, but they were skeptic about a lot of the things they are putting in nowadays. I mean, not nowadays, because Einstein, it's it's a fraud for long, but I mean, those guys would be the target electricians. They understand about dielectric and how piezoelectric and how can that waves can propagate and how can sound can propagate it, and it also requires a medium and light doesn't, and they are skeptic of the fact that you can see millions of miles far, which is, fairy tale.
If Einstein was the smartest man alive, then why wasn't he involved in the Manhattan Project?
Do you really think so? He was the smartest man alive.
That's the claim. I think he's
Yeah, that's
one
the
of the
claim.
dumbest people alive,
Yeah,
but I think he had a lot of help from people a lot smarter than him.
indeed. But then again, what's that Manhattan Project again?
Yeah, the building of the atomic bomb.
Yeah. Do we have any proof that atoms even exist? And moreover, they can be splitted.
But you haven't seen an atom in your life? Come on. They're everywhere, right?
Right. We're breathing atoms. Although there is an interesting concept. I don't know if you guys heard about it. That the oxygen that we breathe, it actually has the role to carry in electricity.
Well, like I said, the oxygen has magnetic properties. Why wouldn't it have electrical properties?
It sure has. I mean, why do we have thunderstorms and lightnings?
Oh yeah, thunder and lightning, thunderstorms are very interesting events.
What I'm thinking recently is that we think, at least on these circles, that they are just inventing, that they are turning mathematics in science and calculations, and they are making science, and we think of them that they are dumb and they are just compartmentalized and that they are know nothing what they're doing, just their fantasies, fantasy numbers. But on the other side, I think they don't really stay in a place. I think they really evolved in somehow real science, because accidentally I was just looking at the paper of a professor of a university next to where I live, and then he was basically making additions to motors, and it's clearly specified there in the papers that they are doing levitation electric motors. I mean, they are, like they are enhancing the way that those coil works and everything. Like, how do you position and how do you make the fields? And so somehow under the scenes, that science is not stopping. I mean, it's not like based on gravity as they explain it. It's not based on quantum as as the general public understands it. And they really do a lot of advancement in science, but they are somehow used on the same manner. And we all know what that is. I mean, control. And the easiest part is money making, right? But further than that, how do you make money if you so my thing is that they are doing a lot of real science, but it's just so obscure, and it to us it looks like the science just stopped, but it didn't.
Yeah, we're so far behind in technology, it's not funny.
They are learning how to control terahertz wavelengths. They are doing a lot of crazy stuff. Why would you need 5G on your mobile phone? I mean, on 4G, your internet is running perfect, but you need 5G and then you need 6G. And why is that for? When you have landlines and optics.
Yeah, why do I need a mobile connection in excess of 150 megabits?
Yes. Well, because it has to scan everything around it, interpret it with sophisticated algorithms, and then we are shown a language model, and most of the people think, oh, that's the AI, like a language model, but that's far from reality. I mean, a language model is not everything they got. They have data analyzing, noise reduction on information that you have a lot of information coming through, and then you, like, a human mind cannot make anything out of it, but a sophisticated algorithm that's hooked on a powerful machine, it will create patterns and it will really learn a lot out of it. And in the meanwhile, we are stuck here with no curvature, which is a fact, though. But
Emergency meeting.
Flat, they mean not curving like ball on TV. Yes, hills and mountains exist, valleys exist, waves exist, tides exist, tsunamis exist. But the globe you've seen on TV, that's just embedded in your psyche. Simple
Yeah,
as that.
sure, but this room
So
isn't
no
called.
need to bellyache about the four-letter word.
Yeah, but I'm asking for people that make the positive claim that the Earth in its totality is flat. Does
Well,
anyone
now
hold
what
that
are
position?
you resorting to concrete thinking?
I'm just asking a question. If
It's
you don't want to
okay.
answer, you don't have to.
Well, everyone knows that topography exists. Do you?
You got
Oh
to
yeah.
be careful, Alabaster,
Okay.
because they really get triggered when you have this
No,
conversation.
he's resorting to concrete thinking. Yeah, potholes exist. Therefore, Earth isn't flat. Happy?
No, that's not at all
No,
what I'm saying.
no,
I think
no.
you're
Earth is
Yeah, it
mishearing
flat.
kind of
me.
is.
No, you're just not understanding my question. And that's okay.
Earth is as flat as a board.
So what is the Earth though? That is my main question. What is the
What's
totality
the
of
Earth
it?
in its
Yeah,
entirety? Who knows? It's the ground beneath your feet, sir.
Okay, so you're
yeah.
making a
It's
universal claim about
what
something
you
we never
interact with
understood.
when you go outside.
Okay, so you guys are
This
making a
isn't the
universal claim.
omniscient. This isn't the omniscience server.
Hey, old house, if you could not interrupt for like 3 seconds, that'd be fantastic.
No, you'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you've stumbled into the omniscient 24/7 server.
Shut
Yeah, no,
up!
that's not at all what's happening. So, if you do not know the totality of it, how are we making universal claims about it? That's my question.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. So no flat earthers are claiming to know the totality, right? So there's an issue, right? The mainstream when you think of Earth, right? You think of all things. You're like, well, the Earth system, the sky, the stars, the sun, the moon, the trees, the grass, the water. That's the Earth. That's
Yeah.
not yeah, right. So you're turning all things like that you experience into one thing. You're like objectifying Earth, which is just dirt and grass and trees, and then you got water separate from that, then you got air separate from that, then you got people walking on the Earth. So these are all separate things, right? But so it's part of taking it apart is literally separating it into its parts and seeing how they interact. So the Earth in its totality is something that is just in your mind, right? And then you're trying to make like sense of all things, unify them as one. Yeah, but so no, when people say the Earth is flat, they're not talking about this all things in totality. Like the sun is flat, then the moon is flat, huh? Then we're just a flat disk in space. The space is flat. That's not what the flat Earth is referencing.
So you hold to the position that just what we can observe is flat. That's what you mean?
Well, again, none of it's flat. Like the trees aren't flat, right? I mean, but what we do to measure, like if something is higher or lower, like the Earth curve is dropping away, the thing that you establish is a horizontal plane of reference to then measure the vertical change from that horizontal, like perpendicular, to see if something is higher or lower. Like, is it a concave Earth? Is it higher than that horizontal, or is it a globe Earth where it's lower than that horizontal?
So if we took that horizontal plane and extended it for infinity, would that always line up?
Well, that's the thing. Are horizontals parallel? Of
Well, I'm
course.
saying, do we know that the totality of this place called Earth is always going to line up with that horizontal line?
So
Right.
how would you know you would reached infinity? I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah. So, anyways, no tanks. If we
Yeah.
don't have a reference point to the extent of this place we live on, how can we say that it will always be true?
Will it always be true that a horizontal line is parallel to another horizontal line?
above
No,
or below it?
if we're
No.
comparing the horizontal line of our Earth and another horizontal line, do we know that our Earth extended for infinity or however long it extends for, will it always line up as parallel?
Listen, I don't listen. Very simple. Horizontal lines parallel to each other do not intersect into infinity.
I
So
get
I mean,
that.
you're answering it with
I
what
get
you
that.
already know to be the
I'm
case.
saying,
You're
are you
asking the
making
question.
the claim that just what we can observe is going to be that way, or anything beyond that? Do you know that, or we don't know that?
Yeah, we know it mathematically and geometrically that horizontals, right, parallels, whether they're vertical, horizontal, tilted, whatever, they do not intersect.
Yeah, my problem is, let's say we take
And
a
you
horizontal
want to
line,
know what's
and
going on at infinity, dude. Shake yourself.
let's say we extend that horizontal of the Earth for 100,000 miles, and at some point it starts dropping down. What do we do?
Well, then what you're saying is horizontal is bending. Does horizontal bend?
No, I'm saying the Earth starts bending down. I'm not saying the
Yeah,
line that we
then
can
that
observe now.
okay. Then that would be then that would be a change in the vertical down from that horizontal.
Okay, so that
Yeah, that
could
would
be
be the Earth. That would be the Earth curving. Like that's how we measure the Earth in reality. We measure like a valley, in the ground, like below a specific level, by it falling below that horizontal line. And hills, we do the opposite, but same. Differential leveling, and so forth. Yeah. Yeah. So the tools that we use to establish like horizontal, right, like a water level, right, two ends of a water level or a level, it, that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? So now somebody told us all that they figured out the entire Earth and like, wait, listen, we mapped it all out and it's 70% water, and now they're claiming the thing that we use, right, water, to measure or to establish a plane of reference that doesn't go higher or lower is the thing that's curving the most. So now, how are you going to measure a drop from the water level if the water level is also curving to conform to the curvature of the Earth?
How do we know that it's 100% accurate?
What?
Just like a water level. Like, I feel like if I put something on a water level that is maybe slightly curving at, I don't know, 0.000001 whatever per whatever, would I be able to tell that?
You have to measure it using the principles of geometry, which uses straight lines, horizontal, vertical. You'd have to,
Yeah,
again, bring in the tool that establishes the reference to measure against the tool to see if it's establishing the reference.
but does a geometrical straight line exist in nature?
Yeah, Alabaster seems to think that it sounds like he thinks you're talking about a spirit level.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
like
just
a
asking,
bubble level.
are there actual perfectly
Yeah, that's why
straight
they have
lines
water
in nature?
levels, dude.
Yeah, are there perfectly straight lines in nature?
Maybe.
What does that have to do with anything?
So you said maybe, no tanks?
Are there perfect spheres in nature?
Let me just turn this guy down real quick.
Yeah, that seems like what you probably should do.
He's the mod, I think, over here. So I don't know if you could turn him down. He might get.
No,
He
I
will.
turned him
Yeah,
down.
he
Yeah,
will anyways. He's
I'm not talking to him. I'm not
insta-rationalization.
sure why he's talking to me.
Yeah, system. Well, I'm just pointing out to everyone listening, your bullshit artistry. That's all. Your constant attempt of splitting hairs and resorting to concrete thinking. That's all. Carry on.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that that's the argument he's making. Like you're right. He's making the argument. Well, how could we ever measure the Earth to be a globe? Because there's no such thing as a straight line in nature. So yeah, how did he measure the globe? That's a great question
Right.
to ask him.
It's a great
Yeah, no,
question. It's a
I don't
great
hold.
line of thinking as well, and it's the same exact line of thinking that got people to flat Earth. So it's go ahead and continue, Alabaster.
Okay, now you're coping.
Yeah, no, I
Wow.
don't hold to the globe
Your mask fell
position
off,
either.
fresh
I
ground.
don't know how we would ever know that either. But
You're cheerleading for someone in a cope rationalization
I'm just
tantrum.
saying, if you're going to say that there's
Fresh ground.
a horizontal plane of reference, are
Well,
you saying that
why do
there's a
water levels
horizontal,
exist?
perfectly
Why do
straight
water
line in
levels
nature, like
exist
that
if
exists somewhere?
why do they exist if they are
As far
useless?
as I know, there's always a margin for error with any line
Listen
or
to this
shape
guy. Yeah, go
in
on.
nature.
Say again, Alabaster.
I was just saying, as far as I know, there's always going to be a margin of error when it comes to measuring anything in nature, just because nature does not reflect, or sorry, geometry does not reflect nature. It's just our best way to approximate things.
Yeah, flat is more, you can kind of substitute it in and out with like sea level. It's like a mean average, right? Overall, 70% of the surface is water. Water, for the majority of what we understand, has that level aspect to it. So, for the most part, it has that level, horizontal, flat aspect. If you want to get into the minute
There you
details,
go.
you're really going to start causing forks in the road for yourself and the community. Just a heads up, but it's not a bad line of thinking. It's not a bad practice, right? Is getting down to the finite understanding of everything instead of just generalizing things
Are
just
you
because.
guys saying you can't tell? Like, can't
Well,
tell
no,
what it is?
no. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, what if it is a sphere, but it's 10 billion times larger than what they're saying it is? Like, how could we ever tell that? It would be such a
Well, good luck
small.
convincing academia of that, because they're pretty dead set on it being with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
totally get it.
there's the laws of like sufficient, or the principle of sufficient reason, right? And like that's a kind of an arbitrary comment being made. Not to put you down, like I'm not putting you down for it, but you have to have some kind of sufficient reason to even claim it could be a sphere of a larger size. Otherwise, you're just being like illogical and arbitrary.
Yeah, I get that. I just
Yeah, like people say, well, maybe it could be a turtle, right? It could be you can say it could be. Is there any, and do you have any, not you, but would there be any sufficient reason for claiming this? And then you'd have to bring forth why you believe it to be the case. But until then, an arbitrary claim should be dismissed. As in, couldn't it be just a sphere of a larger size? Like, what would be the implications of that?
no, yeah, I totally
Yep.
get that. I'm not saying that that's like my argument. I'm just I lie awake thinking about like what could
You're
possibly
just
be on where we've explored. Um, and it just kind of racks my brain a little bit. Like
Yeah,
how can we know? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Well, the
you
size.
are having you're having an issue with the whole concept again. Like, it's not just you. Everybody has an issue with the whole bringing the stars, the sun, the moon, the ocean as the Earth. That's what happens. So no matter where you go, horizontal will remain parallel to a previously established horizontal. That doesn't mean that the Earth is anything.
Well, I mean, at least we can. What, maybe I'm wrong here, but we can at least say it has the same size, no matter what you believe, right? The radius has to be the radius. I mean, because the cell
Well,
nav and
no.
the cell nav and everything works
Yeah,
off of those
this
degrees.
guy wants to create his own
Well, I'm just
cosmology.
saying radius,
You'll have
for
that
example, that
sometimes.
refers to something that actually has like a limit. Like, unless you're talking about just a radius of what we know, like to Antarctica or ice wall or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
beyond that, the radius could be infinite for all we know.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of guys in here, they claim the 60 degrees or 60 miles for every degree, and they say that's for the flat circle. And that matches the same thing for the sphere as well, 60 miles for the degree, or 360. And they just say it's a ball instead of a circle. So, I mean, from outside looking in, it seems like the numbers translate the same exact way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like like geometry will work no matter where you go. Like, logic will work no matter where you go, right? Like, no matter where you travel in reality, right? A contradiction will never be true, right? It'll never be the case that something can be straight and be curved at the same time. No matter where you go, a contradiction will always exist. No matter if there were no human beings to exist, right? Three straight lines adding up, interior angles adding up to 180 degrees will always be a triangle, and two parallel lines will never intersect, no matter where you go, even if it's like beyond an ice wall. It'll never be the case that you are also not beyond the ice wall at the same time that you are beyond the ice wall. There's certain universals that you can carry with you everywhere. So to say, well, we don't know that beyond what we know, universals would change, that doesn't compute. That would be a contradiction. It's a universal.
Well, no, there's. I mean, yeah, but there. I do agree with when you said that I would have to have a reason to believe it, but there is no contradiction in saying that our tools have margins for error when it comes to like measuring stuff like that, and we have no idea of knowing whether or not the Earth could be so big that we wouldn't even notice it. That's perfectly logical and sound. There's no evidence for me to, make that belief to say it's true, but there is no contradiction in that.
If that was true, it would be true at the other place too.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like it would be true only in the area that we know, and then not in the area we don't know.
Yeah, so in the area that we do know, yes, I agree with that. As far as I know.
If you think that the world could be 20 times bigger, 100 times bigger than that throws out all space travel, because they base that whole slingshot based upon a 25,000 circumference blade spheroid. So you could just throw that out of the gate. We never went to Mars. All that stuff in your paradigm or in the Glober's paradigm. I shouldn't say it's yours. I'm just saying you can't just like extend the ball all of a sudden. Like that just makes zero sense.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that any of that is true. I don't hold to any of those beliefs.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so things would. I mean, to say like we can't. We can measure things. I mean, people do argue about this topic as if we're still like a bunch of guys in togas, if that was ever the case, right? I go to a city and I look at these skyscrapers and these computers on the walls, and people still deny, like, oh well, we might know nothing. Everything that we know may be wrong, but yet I'm driving a car to an airplane going in the sky, landing on the ground on my cell phone. I think we know some stuff. I think we're pretty good at using the physical world around us to map to reality. To our minds and map to the physical world around us. Yeah.
Yeah, the physical world that we're aware of. Yes, I agree.
Right. So that was going to lead me to the next. The thing that would have to change somewhere else would be the physics as well. So some of these things would have to be different, right? It would have to be physics would need to change, right? So if the tools we're using here, they work here to build skyscrapers and when I say skyscrapers, you might be picturing in your mind one skyscraper, but these cities are ridiculous. These bullet trains are absolutely ridiculous. Right? Even these rockets that go up in the sky and get crashed into the ocean or whatever, it's still ridiculous.
But
To be able
why?
to compute these things.
Well, no, in my hypothetical of the globe being astronomically large, the physics would not change. It's the margins of errors would still be there when you're talking about building a skyscraper, which is infinitely smaller than an Earth that could be 10 million times the size that they're projecting it to be, or whatever. The physics would still be the same.
The physics of water.
Physics of measuring it, yeah. We don't have the tools to measure anything with 100% accuracy. Like, for example, let's say I go to Lowe's and buy a shitty little leveler, and I put it on this huge, let's say I just put it on a huge ball. It's going to show level just because it's, and that's not an example for, I'm not saying we're using that to measure the fucking
a water level wouldn't. Yeah, we were talking about a water level.
But it's just an example of showing that.
Can someone enlighten him to that since he's muted me?
Or a 0% margin.
Yeah, he was talking about a spirit level the whole time.
We're talking about a water level. If someone could enlighten him, I'm just repeating what Old Hall. You got to unmute Old Hall.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't. He's got me muted. When I had him, I pointed out his error 20 minutes ago.
I have that guy muted. I don't really want to engage with him.
And now it's coming to you secondhand because it's being pointed out to you. You're talking about a spirit level, not a water level.
Man
Yeah, he
says
wants.
you're
He
talking about
wants.
a
Yeah.
spirit level, not a water level, Alabastard.
Okay, What well, was if he that? was pulling that stunt on a big ball, the water level wouldn't be doing what the
He
spirit
said if
level's
you're
doing as he's
pulling that
balancing it.
stunt on a big ball with a water level, it wouldn't be doing the same thing as the spirit level would.
As when you're balancing it on this ball that he's got at Lowe's or his hardware store of choice.
Well, now he's server muted, so he can't respond
Good.
to anybody.
It hopefully learns a lesson. He's arrogant.
There's how you have a constructive conversation, everybody. I'm
Well,
sure I'm
he was the one that muted me, Fresh Grown. You're too busy shaking your pom poms to even follow along here. This guy's splitting hairs that aren't there, Fresh Grown. Do you not hear him cope?
I see you coping by muting him.
I didn't mute him. Wasn't I, sir? I was busy trying to speak to him. He muted me on his end. Catch up, bro.
All right, so what were you saying,
The guy's balancing a spirit level on a ball and thinks he's doing something. It's a clown show.
Yeah, no, I literally said that's
So
not the
so
example.
not a spirit level, it was a water level.
Okay. So how do we measure?
Now he's going to carry on with the same BS. Go on.
Well, I unmuted you because you had something to say, so I just want to know what's going on.
So do you get it? You've crossed up spirit levels with water levels.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that is how we measure.
Yeah,
how
that's what you were
level water
talking
is.
about. You got a 2-foot level off the shelf at the hardware store and bounced it on a ball. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was saying I'm not
So
saying
not a
that's an
spirit
example of how
level,
we.
a water level.
Can you let me finish the sentence, please?
I don't know. Can I? Just go on, you clown.
Okay. So, anyways, I was asking, how do we measure the levelness of water?
If water levels weren't useful, they wouldn't exist, dude.
I didn't ask if they were useful or not, or if they exist.
Do you have evidence of water curving?
Laser beams.
Yeah, so
Sharks with freaking laser beams on their head.
Yeah,
how do we measure if water
water
is level?
fills your container.
Well,
Go
Haas,
fill up a fish tank, let some water evaporate, and measure around from the bottom.
Okay, and what would be the margin of error for that?
I know. What do you mean? Well, I don't know. Whatever the size of the crystal of the salt that evaporated.
Okay, so there is a margin of error.
Do you not hear yourself splitting hairs?
So there is a margin of error. Okay.
Do you not hear yourself splitting hairs?
Yeah, so that was my whole point, that there is always a
So
margin
do you
of error.
have any
Thank you for
evidence of
supporting
water doing anything else but
what I was
seeking
saying.
level?
Okay, I'm just going to go back to
Okay.
muting
Let's
him
make the
because he
globe
does.
unfalsifiable, guys.
Yeah,
Attaboy.
that's what this guy's all about. He wants to split hairs, resort to concrete thinking. I think
Yeah,
he's
so
the same
if
guy
old Haas wants
who
to,
talked about.
conduct himself like an
This is the
adult,
same guy,
we
I
can
think,
probably
who
have a
said to go to
conversation, but he
the
just likes
hardware
to
store
interrupt
and
and he
pick up
gets
a
really
warped
mad.
board, and then said, "Well, we wouldn't
I
know
don't
it
know
was
why.
warped." Well, how the hell did you
Kind
pick
of
it up in
weird.
the first place?
Well, it's always good to let outside perspectives into the conversation because you don't want to create an echo chamber.
Well,
You don't
dude,
want talking off the
time
cuff.
out, fresh grown. He's yet to admit that he had confused spirit levels with water levels.
What's that video you sent, Tanks?
That's a laser test over water.
Laser tests over water.
Freaking lasers.
Like, yeah, just he reminded me because he said about the laser show. Like, what do you think? What do you think straighter? A level water, like a level line, a line of sight, or a level line, level laser. Which one's
Oh,
more level?
definitely a laser. Yeah.
All right. So the level laser versus the eye level versus the water level. They're all different levels, you think?
Are they all different?
I mean, one's laser, eye level, one's laser level, and one is water level.
Okay.
Which one do you like? A line? What do you think straighter? Line of sight, laser level, or water level?
I'd presume a laser would definitely be straighter, yeah.
So this has got all three. It's got the laser, line of sight, and water level.
It says left right drop angle 0.0000071135. What does that mean there? Do you know what that means there on that little chart at 7 minutes and 33 seconds?
I can go look. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I don't know. On that timestamp, it's got. It's got the words next to the numbers. So whatever number you're looking at, it has the words next to it.
Oh, you see, you don't know what that angle is referring to?
No, I'm just. You can read the words next to it. It'll say it.
Yeah,
I see
left right
at
drop
that
angle.
timestamp. Yeah, at that timestamp, it was showing the predictions for a globe, and it looked like he had a calculator where he was putting in his height, his tool, and whatnot. So I mean, but maybe it's a different thing. I'm not sure.
Oh, I see, and that would be the Earth's projected radius. I see. Well, I'll be right back.
Yeah, listen, he may have just watched like a few I don't know TikTok flat Earth videos where it's like, how do you know the Earth is spinning? Have you ever felt it spinning? All you see is the sun moving, which is pretty easy argument. And just said, you know what? Why do I believe all this shit? Maybe I don't believe it. Let me go ask somebody.
So I guess everybody's done arguing about how flat water is.
Well, that would imply that it was ever an argument, which it wasn't.
Eh.
Have you noticed how some globers can argue over literally anything?
Yeah, they'll argue a flat earther for saying anything. Like, the sky's blue. Nuh-uh.
Well, actually, it's scattering. Yeah. It's funny how glober assertions are fact and flat earth assertions aren't. It's funny how they have that double standard.
Yeah, we know they feel justified because they think they have the whole body of science standing behind them.
But even about non-science things, that all of their assertions aren't fact.
Yeah, and I think that also stems from them believing they have all of science backing them up, too. It's a hubris. It's a technological hubris.
Yeah, I agree.
Was that science when he said maybe? Was it science when the guy who just left said, well, maybe the Earth's 10 million times larger? That didn't sound like science, but yeah, that was the same guy splitting hairs.
Isn't that more coping than science?
You know, we'll just call our friend Lorentz, and he'll contract all our friend Lorentz will, contract all the space and bring Earth back to its typical size after 10 million miles. We'll just plug this into Einstein's field equations. It'll make it all better.
Yep, equations, therefore reality. Sounds good to me.
It's funny, right? Like I was watching this one physics video about quantum tunneling as electrons, move up and down their outer shells. And I'm like, this is all just conceptual, guys. Like, and they built what they thought was a model to model the quantum tunneling. And the quantum tunneling that they propose existing is only proposed because they've created this idea of an atom in their minds in the first instance to work with. And it does work well, but it is a total reification.
Yep. It's actually a compounded reification, which is even worse.
Precisely. It's like, guys, I mean, the whole concept of like a Gaussian sphere that you draw around a point charge, that's all conceptual. It doesn't exist. You're using spherical geometry to help you calculate the charge density ratios. But people reify the spheres that they use mathematically into existence, and oh boy, there you go. There's an atom. There's an electron. And it all starts off as a mathematical tool, like everything else. It is unbelievable. And it's like, guys, do you not see that you're doing this? Do you not see the reification fallacy that you're creating right now there on the podium in front of thousands of your peers? Yeah, nobody calls them out on it. Nobody cares. I mean, I'm watching this lecture in this huge hall at the Royal Institute. I'm like, these guys are all just clowns, man. It really is about the same as watching an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. The Royal Institute is no different than going down to the engineering deck of the Starship Enterprise and talking to Geordi LaForge anymore. But they'll shoot back with the pragmatic fallacy, right? But it works, guys, it works, so it has to be just like that.
Yeah, it's funny because they seem to interchange the pragmatic fallacy for pragmatism itself. So what I mean by that is like it works, therefore it's useful. That's fair, right? It works, therefore it's useful is fair. It works, therefore it's true is not fair. But they seem to think that useful and true are the same, or they'll interchange them and hope that we don't notice it.
Hey man, either you're roboting or I am. I'm reminded of like I don't know, take like
You're roboting too, bro.
lines through them. Can I tell you exactly how that worked? No, not right now, but I'm like, wow, that's really cool. Like I remember doing long division where you put like the divisor and whatever the other thing is, and you create like a bracket, an L-shaped bracket, and then you say how many times does like 4 go into 20? Oh, 5 times. Put the 5 on top, and then you just keep going down the I guess the addition or subtractions or whatever in order to get your remainder, right? And then you combine the remainder into a fraction. Well, all of this is a mathematical process to solve a problem. Like division itself doesn't exist other than a process to follow. Same with the atom, same with Gaussian spheres, same with practically everything that we have right now. And we don't see a lot of honesty out of academia, the scientific establishment too, about what it is we're working with and what it is that we have before us, that it's all conceptual.
It's hard for the ego of men to exist inside of a conceptual reality.
Yeah, at some point you got to pay bills with real stuff. They even tried to make our money conceptual too with fiat currency.
Even more so now with the digital.
Yeah, I agree.
First step, strip away the value. Second step, strip away the physicality of it.
I mean, sooner or later, they're going to have like these big, I don't know, Neuralink pods where you'll go inside of them and they'll pretend to upload your brain to the internet and then liquefy your body. Oh wait, that already happened in a movie. You can join grandma, everybody. Join grandma. We know she died, but you know, we have this technology now. Go step into the pod, kids. You can go see grandma. Everybody, let's go see grandma. Can you imagine how fucked up of a world that would be? Grandma died, but her brain lives on inside of the internet, kids. Let's go step into the pods. You know, we can live forever there too with grandma. I mean, you could develop a whole religion around this, right? It's like, hey, everybody, give up all your possessions to the poor and step into the pod and get eternal life.
Mm-hmm.
So about that flat Earth, then, guys.
Just asking if Cam here can prove if Earth has any particular shape at all.
That's a good question. I do wonder if it's possible.
All right, I told off Matt Nuclear. He's
Oh, why did you tell him off?
he took the wrong side in the debate.
How dare
I know.
he?
I'm now on the flat Earth side, guys. Officially.
Oh, sweet. Now you're on the correct side. That's good.
Stop LARPing.
Flatsy Klein.
Nope, it's Jenna. Hi.
All right, okay, sound the same.
Silly Billy.
Don't worry, everybody does that.
Or flat.
You're roboting pretty bad. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
I suppose that doesn't happen.
Here's another thing, actually, Matt, just like on that note. If someone knows something with absolute certainty, how could someone conceivably prove them wrong?
Can't.
Why did you say the other person matters?
Well, they could still check whether or not it's true. I think that's what AI was.
But it can't be it could not conceivably be proven false. Because it's not known by someone with certainty.
That's where the correct terminology comes in. It can't be proven false. It can be checked to be true, basically.
Yeah. So it can't be falsified.
I think we can all agree on that one, though, right?
That's okay. Maybe he said something that I just did not understand. Right? What did I?
Well, I mean,
because I let you.
It's still falsifiable.
Yeah, but I let you interpret what he said for me, and I don't think if that's what you said he said was correct, then it would still be incorrect based on what I just said there.
What do you mean?
It's because now you have two people, right? One person knows with certainty, absolute certainty, right?
Yeah.
How could person B then prove him wrong if it is known with absolute certainty?
Well, the purpose of person B is not going to prove him wrong if what's already true is definitely true.
Well, because he can't.
But what person B can do, is check whether or not that data is still true. That's it.
Check the data is still true, but it wouldn't be false. It can't be false. It is known with 100% certainty. What do you mean check if it's true?
What AI was trying to say is that person B can still check whether or not person's A's finding is still correct, if it's true. He's not going to prove him wrong, but he can still check if it's true. Does that not make sense?
No.
I'm saying something wrong.
Yes, it doesn't make sense. If there's one person, right, in this world, one mind, who knows something is true with certainty, absolute certainty, he has access to objective truth, right?
Yeah.
Person B, who doesn't know one way or another, when they come along, outside of that person's mind, the other mind knows it's true with certainty. So whatever attempt they're going to make will always never result in a falsification. Always.
That's not my point. My point isn't that it's going to result in some sort of falsification where he's going to prove him wrong. If something is absolutely true, it can't be proven wrong in any sense. But what he can do is still check whether or not that truth is the truth. We do that every single day. When people make claims like, okay, this happened, Donald Trump got shot in the head. Okay. First thing we're going to do is we're going to check all the news outlets. If everyone's saying the same thing, or we've validated his body to be shot in the head, then we have checked that he's actually shot in the head. What's actually happened doesn't get falsified, but it gets validated when people still check.
Sorry, Matt, you're always going to run into an issue if you bring up a real-life example, because it's always going to be, for instance, falsifiable, right? We have to talk. We have to actually enter the fantastical land where someone knows something for absolute certainty, right?
Let's say that someone knows for absolute certainty that Donald or Joe Biden shit his pants today. Okay, someone knows that for absolute certainty. Now, how would another person go about checking that?
That's not about what. I think the issue is that you would expect that there is a method which could, for that individual,
Well, if they're saying that, that's retarded.
For that, yeah, but this is the issue. Like you have this other person that could, in their mind, could prove it false, right? But it is known already as a absolute truth.
Well, in that other person's mind, it's an unknown to them. So they're just checking whether or not to see it's true. It doesn't make it falsifiable because, in principle, it's not falsifiable, right?
Yeah,
like in actuality, it's not falsifiable.
Yeah,
but
in reality, it's not. But for that person,
for someone that doesn't know, but for someone that has an unknown state, it can be either or.
That's just like subject. That's just like subject. That's like turning falsifiability into some sort of subjective.
No. It's objective. It's objectively falsifiable, right? Or not falsifiable, right?
It's objectively not falsifiable. You cannot falsify it, right?
Exactly.
But
for someone else, they might think it is or isn't.
Yeah, to that subject, they might think that it is.
You can understand that?
To that subject, they might think that it is, right?
Exactly, but they just be thinking wrong. But that's all I think AI was trying to say.
That's a silly. I mean, look, it's just silly. It's just silly.
That's what he was trying to say.
Oh.
It wouldn't. I don't personally think that it would make the what's it called? Non-falsifiable falsifiable. If it isn't in principle, it isn't in principle. But for an unknown mind, he doesn't know whether or not it's falsifiable until he checks to see that, oh, this is not falsifiable. It doesn't change the fact that it was never falsifiable. He just doesn't know whether or not it's falsifiable or not. Very simple concept.
I'm doing a Gregory and I'm making a syllogism.
I mean, unless you're going to be able to like start telling people that they can't check stuff anymore. Well, it's already been validated. You can't check.
You could check, but it's not going to be falsifiable.
Yeah, I agree. With you.
The checking is like more. The checking is more of like an activity, right, rather than a reality.
Okay.
Is Jekyll being wrong about things again?
I'm always right.
I'm always right.
That's incorrect. So.
Well, on this unless on this particular topic, if someone thinks that there's such a thing as an unfalsifiable scientific claim, then that's true, then I am wrong.
Well, you had a question for Matt Nuclear earlier, which I was going to present a scenario to you for. So you said that how can you disagree with someone if they know with absolute certainty that what they say is correct?
No, how could you falsify it?
No, you didn't actually ask him how he could falsify it. You asked how it could be argued with.
No, falsify it. I said falsify.
Okay, so let's say that there's a score in a football match and it's 2-0, and then you say to me with absolute certainty that the score is currently 2-0, and then a second later, a goal goes in and it's now 2-1. Have you been falsified?
Wait, say that again.
I'm in a patchy part of reception. Give me a sec.
If I heard what he said, it's the score's 2-1, and then someone says I'm going to falsify that, and then 2-0, and someone comes along and says I'm going to falsify that, but then the score becomes 2-1 or was already 2-1.
Yeah, it becomes 2-1. A goal goes in.
Well, they wouldn't be falsifying that claim because at the time the claim was made, it was 2-0.
Exactly. That's what I was just about to say. At the time the claim was made that it was 2-0, so only 2-0 at that exact time. Not 2-0.
Sorry, 2-0 is not a score. That's an American thing. We don't do that here. It's not called soccer. We don't do that here.
You guys have some 2-0, whatever. I don't know what the fuck you guys just said in that accent, but I don't know.
Bloody Americans. But anyway, I'm trying to say to go over our sports to 2-0, right?
What the hell is going on in your mic, man?
Okay, yes. It's not my mic, it's my internet connection. Tardforce didn't realise the difference earlier, which was quite funny.
Oh.
He started talking about his mic, which was just weird.
One thing that I don't agree with AI when he said earlier, he said, I'm wrong because it is falsifiable, the distance to the stars, but you can't verify it, so it's not falsifiable. That was like, I didn't like what he said that because I was like, dude, just because you
They're not the same
say that.
That's not the same thing, dude. Just because something is not verifiable to you right now, or you can't, APOC can't go ahead and do it. Well, it sort of is. Doesn't mean that it's not falsifiable in principle.
No, fuck you, dude. That's like, because if you're talking about Narnia, because you can't falsify
Holy
Narnia.
shit, APOC.
You don't get it, dude. You're just small brain, bro. You don't get it.
No, you don't get it, dude.
I don't give a fuck what anyone else says, bro. I'm not worried about what
even AI said you're wrong because you were saying a whole bunch of stupid shit. Man.
No, that's why I disagree
it's
with
not
AI.
That Narnia it's not that Narnia isn't falsified. It's that it's not falsifiable. They're different statements.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the point.
Yeah. So, but it's the falsifiability which is the issue, right? It's the ability to be falsified that's the concern.
Yeah, but I get that. But the fact that you can't falsify it means it's not falsifiable. Like, what the fuck? There's intelligent people in this room. What the fuck aren't you understanding?
Okay, turn it down, Apocryphon. You're at a 10, Apocryphon. Let's turn it down.
Did you just hear what he just said? Did you just hear what he just said, though, before that?
Yeah, I'm not getting the aggro. I don't understand.
It sounds like we're debating on implications that, like, the globe is unfalsifiable, or did I miss something?
No, he's talking about the globe is and he's saying that because it's not falsifiable, or did you say because it's falsifiable or something? What did you say, Apocryphon? I mean, it was just so stupid that I don't even know what you said anymore. I think he said because it can falsify the distance to stars, it's unfalsifiable. Is that what he said, Jekyll?
Oh, fuck. Say that again.
I think he said something like, because I can falsify the distance to stars, it's unfalsifiable. Is that what he said? I think that's what he said.
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
No. What I'm saying is this. Can you hear me? You guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. What I'm saying is, AI said the distance to the stars is falsifiable. And then I would argue it's not because you can't falsify it. I don't know how to fucking put it for you to grasp what I'm saying.
Well, that's just a claim that has no substantiation.
Oh my god, bro. All right, so
your substantiation is like, well, I can't falsify it. Why? Because I can't falsify it, therefore it's unfalsifiable.
Okay,
that's not an argument.
I can't verify a globe, so
look at.
You can't. Okay, so if we get to the root of it, ultimately, from what I found, you can't falsify a flat Earth, and you can't verify a globe. So, what is that? Where does that leave us?
Holy shit, dude. Well, what we're talking about is distance to stars and APOC. Do you even know how they get the distance to stars? Because I mean, if you don't,
yes, we talked about it earlier, and it's all based upon, bro. And this is the problem with math.
It's called parallax. You use parallax.
Yes, it's these concepts that are all having to do with the mathematical equations and formulas. This is why I'm telling you, you can't falsify it. Because if they said 2 + 2 is 4 and that's what it is, how are you going to falsify that, bro? You just have to believe that what they're telling you of the distance.
It's not just 2 + 2 = 4. Okay.
No, you're not getting the fucking concept, bro. It's fucking retarded, bro.
Okay, look at the. I finally did the. I did the syllogism. Right, I did the syllogism. P1. Something cannot be known with absolute certainty and be possibly or conceivably
be proven false via the law of non-contradiction. P2, to qualify as a scientific claim, the statement or system of statements or hypothesis must be falsifiable. P3, all statements or systems of statements that purport to be ranked as scientific and unfalsifiable are pseudoscience. P4, some flat earthers claim they have scientific proofs. Conclusion, some flat earthers engage in pseudoscience. How about that? Any problems?
Can you say that again?
Just read it in the chat. Post it.
It's in the chat. You can read it. And I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Why are you on
Who's this guy with
camera?
his camera on?
Yeah, I got my camera on. Are you a globe earther or a flat earther? Flat earther.
He's not a flat earther.
Yeah, you can tell by the way he looks.
Flat earthers have a look to them, huh?
I'm a Muslim. And I believe in what the Quran says. Therefore, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, good. Thanks.
The earth is laid out like a flat carpet. It says like a carpet. It says it in the Quran. That's true. It does say that in the Quran. Also, the laser test is proof of the earth being flat. Laser test is hard proof that the earth is flat. Yeah. And the
just go
natural physics
outside.
of water.
Just go outside, have a look around. Does it look fucking curved to you?
Looks pretty flat to me. I'm looking out my window.
That's it.
Can you feel any movement? Are we moving?
Well, generally you won't know that you're moving until you turn or stop.
That's true. I'm not moving right now. Sitting down in my chair.
Okay, actually, I got it. All flat earthers. The conclusion should be all flat earthers who claim they have scientific proof engaged in pseudoscience. There we go.
That's not true at all.
Why is that not true?
Because I don't engage in pseudoscience, and I'm a flat earther.
There are some scientists.
Do you think you have a scientific proof
of a flat Earth? The burden of proof is on the globers.
I said, do you think you have a scientific proof
of what?
Of anything?
Well, if we follow the scientific method, that's how you can prove something scientifically. That's what you mean by scientific proof.
Okay.
How well do you understand chemistry? Just out of curiosity, like the sciences, the different sciences.
What does chemistry have to do? The scientific method.
For him. I mean, saying the scientific method is one thing, but like, what's your grasp of astronomy, physics, biology, botany, chemistry? These are all sciences.
Curvature. If you look at the formula of curvature in the Earth, you can tell that by a certain distance there should be a drop because of the curvature, right? In a global model.
Can you turn off your camera, by the way, because someone's trying to join them, but they can't because you're on cam.
That is not true. That's not how it works. That is how it works, actually. It locks it to 25 people when you're on camera.
Sure?
Yeah.
Ah.
But when you're doing a laser, a straight laser, over a body of water that stretches over, how long was Lake Michigan again? How long was it?
Lake Michigan is
I don't know the exact length,
not really like you
can see across Lake Michigan,
dude.
Like to the Chicago skyline. You shouldn't be able to see that if we were on the globe that curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Like you can see that observation. I've actually seen that because I live in Michigan and I go to.
Did you allow for
Althaven all the time?
Topography? Did you allow for the topography and raise?
Well, there's no topography. It's across water.
Yeah,
but can I just ask him a quick question, just off the back of him saying that he has scientific proofs? Wait, do you think that you can have an unfalsifiable scientific claim?
It has to be falsifiable.
So how do you have something that you know with absolute certainty, but it's also falsifiable?
It has to pass the scientific method, and you have to be able to verify it every time, and it has to be repeatable for it to be.
So is it a proof with absolute certainty?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think I mean exactly what I say.
What do you mean by a proof?
With absolute certainty. Known with absolute certainty.
I'd say that if it's testable and it's repeatable and you get the same results every time, then it's verifiable and that allows you to go through the proper steps, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that one.
So you do think that you can have a scientific claim that is unfalsifiable?
Yep.
I said falsifiable.
Sorry, I know
Well,
you
the
said that, but Jenna is
hypothesis is,
suggesting that there is such a thing as an unfalsifiable scientific claim.
I mean, if you make a hypothesis, surely your hypothesis is fallible or falsifiable until proven otherwise, right?
Yeah, but then it would still be falsifiable and not proof. With absolute certainty.
And then after putting it under rigorous testing and continuously getting the same results, then what?
Why were we done from
Then
the flat
you
Earth?
have a series of things that support your conclusion. But are you establishing proof? No. If you think, right, that you have a proof in science, that means that you have something that is unfalsifiable. Then you are engaging with pseudoscience.
Light, can you hear me?
Well,
Yeah,
I would like for somebody to falsify
Good.
that large bodies of water seek to rest flat, level on the surface. I would like to see that falsified.
Did you mute him, Light?
Who?
The guy, the globe
I
earther that was
didn't. I
talking.
didn't mute anybody.
The guy, Jekyll, talking over people.
Wait, are you saying I'm talking over people?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm talking
What did
over
he
him.
say? Is he talking about me?
What?
Let me unmute him.
He asked if it was him that was talking over people.
Okay.
Yeah, you were talking over people earlier. That's why I muted you, but I unmuted you now.
Who, me or Light?
You, Jekyll. You.
Okay, well, I'm glad that's resolved. Anyway, Light. You think all scientific claims have to be falsifiable?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have scientific proofs?
In relation to what?
Science. What do you mean, in relation to what?
Like scientific proofs in relation to what?
Anything. There will be no... It would break the law of non-contradiction to know something with absolute certainty, but it would still be falsifiable.
I think you're getting a little bit too philosophical here.
It sounds like a huge cope.
Yeah.
Are you coping, Jekyll? Sounds like you're coping.
That doesn't sound like you're addressing with what I'm like. Okay, just to be clear, when you say that you have proof for your worldview, you are engaging in pseudoscience, right? And if you're saying it's an unfalsifiable proof,
Nobody said that.
unfalsifiable proofs are pseudoscience. Falsifiable proofs are breaking the law of non-contradiction.
That's true.
Which one do you want to go with?
Why is it still an argument when we've done a test, right, over a fast body? How is there still an
right.
argument on whether the Earth is flat or not when we literally tested it over a vast body of water?
So here's the thing. Let's go on Jekyll's basis of things that are falsifiable, right? So okay, so it's falsifiable, and the globe or the curvature rate for a globe with a radius of 3959 miles has been falsified. That's the whole thing, because with these kind of calculations with this geometry, we're like, okay, so from a 6-foot observer height, you shouldn't be able to see past 3.1 miles before the curvature starts. Well, that's been falsified.
Okay, Jenna,
That's been falsified,
just
and you should probably.
I will be happy to address that for you, but we need to just make sure we get over the first hurdle before we go to
I
the
wasn't
second.
done, but have you conceded to that? Have you conceded to the fact that clearly, from even a shorter observation height, we can see a lot farther than 3 miles across the water?
I think that's
Surely you're able to concede to that.
Did you hear Spark Talk?
Yeah, I did actually. So I have the image here you were speaking about. The image that you were telling me to post.
Yeah, the image, you have it?
Yeah.
Alright. Post it in the VC chat of this so people can see for themselves the formula behind the curvature, the radius of the Earth. So how it works is basically, in simple terms explained, for every certain amount of miles you cross, the Earth should curve in a certain direction at a certain percentage. Get my point? So if you're standing on the ground and watching into the horizon, you shouldn't see past a certain point because the Earth has already curved that much. You got my point? Did someone say something? Because I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't hear anybody.
Yeah, so you see the picture that Light has shared? That basically is the proof of how it works. Where is the one from Lake Michigan? There is also one in...
Jekyll.
Oh, is that the skyline?
The second one, yeah.
Yeah, second
Jekyll,
one. That's the you took,
why
right?
are you chat skanking? Dude, I'm right here. You can just ask me.
You took that picture, right, Light?
Not this specific
Okay,
one.
since Jekyll is muted, he's asking what part of the globe is falsified, in my opinion. Well, it's not a matter of opinion, and there's no particular part of the globe that's falsified. Once you falsify that curvature rate, you have just falsified the globe.
No, I didn't. I wasn't. I said I'm not asking you what part of the globe is falsified because that's slightly different. A slightly different topic. What I was asking was, can you have a falsifiable scientific proof?
Falsifiable scientific. If
you guys
this sounds like you're double speaking. It's like,
what do you mean double speaking?
It's like a falsifiable proof. If you don't have proof if it's falsifiable, but if I falsify it, then I have proof that it's false.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're halfway there. Now, if we can't have a falsifiable proof, mainly because it would violate the law of non-contradiction, could you have an unfalsifiable scientific claim?
Wait, who turned
Can you have? Okay, I'm not exactly sure about that, but can you have an unfalsifiable observation, a measurement?
I would hazard an observation, kind of broad, but I'd say any scientific claim to be ranked as scientific requires it to be falsifiable.
But the first step of the scientific method is observation, is it not?
It's yeah, something in the natural world.
Okay, so the first thing that was done were observations. We observed that we can see a lot further than we should from a lot lower to the water. So, oops.
Yeah. I just posted something for you. It says Karl Popper described. I'm just going to skip this, right? For something to not be pseudoscience and to be ranked as scientific, statements or systems of statements, in order to be ranked as scientific, must be capable of conflicting with possible or conceivable observations. And that's Karl Popper, 1962, page 39. And I've linked the SEP, which is pseudoscience and science. So you would, I assume, agree that all scientific claims must be falsifiable.
The irony of this all coming from one of the hymnal leaders of the aimless refraction chant. It's amazing.
I'm the king.
You're the king of the hymnal
I'm your
singers.
biggest fan, dude. You
I
still have the
told
standing
you.
autograph.
I
Listen
told
to
you
the
it's all a
choir. The
setup, dude.
choir just starts singing.
I told you it's a setup for
Yes.
him to validate his false claims. That's all this is.
Wait,
You're right. You're right.
I just want to say, like, when every time I ask this question, just to like make sure that we are in agreement.
You got muted.
I wanted to hear what he was going to say. Not going to lie.
Observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. That is the crux of any scientific proof.
Bingo. Hey, Flatsy.
Hey,
How you doing, girl?
just got through swimming in some flat water on the surface, man. That water
Ooh,
was
ooh. That's what I'm talking about. I'm about to go out to some flat water after this weekend. Can't wait. There's this really cool place called Bathtub Rocks, and it's just this like clear running water and just these little divots, man. And they're always level in all of the little divots. Levels of levels.
well. We've been taking the kids out every day to the pool, so that's how I know
Right
that
on.
coconut oil will clear up your sunburn overnight. Just a heads up.
Yes. Yes, it will. I have already experienced this. So last summer I was out fishing and I was in my sports bra and a pair of shorts and I burnt pretty bad. But yeah, that coconut oil really helps.
Sorry,
So, Globers.
I'm French braiding my hair. Sorry.
Right on. These Globers can't seem to falsify flat Earth, but we've got what it takes to falsify the globe. It's kind of interesting. We've got the observations, been tested repeatedly, verified through repeated testing and repeated observations. So we falsified your curvature rate, which falsifies your radius for the globe. Now what do we do?
No, well, it's not really what do we do. It's what they've already done. They've attempted to make the curvature unfalsifiable. Because
Yeah, they
it
just
away.
parrot refraction.
Yeah,
Refraction.
they don't even know what that is.
I know. I'm like, okay, so yeah, refraction does a lot of things, but it definitely does not cause solid objects to be directly in line of sight. Refraction is not going to cause me to see you while you're standing behind a wall.
Well, I'll be double scrutinizing, and I'll even concede to say that most flat earthers don't know what refraction.
I would have to agree with that. Yep, I've run into that
There's,
too.
there's flat earthers out there that don't realize that the internal angles of an equilateral triangle is 60 degrees, or that the negative 17, they don't know that it's not a negative number. I mean, it's a decimal with a bunch of zeros, not a negative number.
Right.
That's aggravating. Like if you don't know these things, maybe don't talk to Looney Tune.
Yep.
Right, right. There's a lot of people still learning. Still learning. They're going through, this is like their grace period, right? Like, it's not very graceful for them, but they're learning. A lot of them have to learn the hard way. Oops.
Let's see. Can I quickly add on to what you just said about the equilateral triangle? Maybe.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Because my green window isn't showing up when I speak on my phone. That's why.
I can kind of hear you.
Okay. Um, the equilateral triangle can quite literally give you all the answers of flat Earth. What if you look at it within the Veshka Pisces? Everything from how many miles would 300 degrees be out of a 360-degree circle to everything else. It is very, very important that people learn that.
Yeah, what you're saying there in the chat's real nice and all, man, you factotum. But, like I said before, refraction is not going to cause me to be seen by you as I'm standing behind a wall.
Or does
Refraction
anybody
is not going to
claim it
cause...
would?
Right. Well, that's basically the claim on the globe side.
No. If that's what you think the claim is, I think you vastly misunderstood it.
No, that's what you might as well be saying. Refraction is causing us to see things that should be hidden by behind or below physical curvature.
Yeah, that's not behind a wall, though, right?
Might as fucking well be. It's a
No.
physical fucking obstruction.
Yes. So one obstruction would require light to bend, like in a U-turn, essentially, kind of decide where it needs to go to reach someone's eye. The other one is just a gentle curve over diluted air. That's it.
Yeah, it's not causing us to see solid objects in line of sight 10 miles away from 1 foot off the
Exactly
beach.
what it's doing.
It's just, no, that's not exactly what it's doing. You might as well be telling me that you'd be able to see some shit from behind a wall because of refraction.
Well, it depends how high the wall and how far away the other object
Nope,
is.
it doesn't depend on shit because it's not something that refraction does. Refraction does a lot of shit, but it doesn't do that.
Certainly seems to.
In your brain, in your mind, in mind of minds, that's not, it seems to, but it's not actually something that it does.
Is there a reason you say that it doesn't do that besides just the presupposition of a flat Earth?
No, because I know
Okay.
what refraction does and doesn't do.
It's basically just a guess because you already assume that the Earth is a globe. You assume that the light is doing a bending around that curvature. You're already assuming. The only way that you can't demonstrate this in the ambient air to be the case, the only thing that you can do is in extreme situations you can make a laser light bend through a solid medium.
That's one thing we can do. Yeah. Like, you know that we've tested refractive indexes, right? Like, we've cataloged these things, not just pulled them out of our
You
ass.
don't test it in the ambient air to be doing what you're claiming it does. You're guessing at best with the
Right.
assumption
Why
that
would
the
you
Earth
do it
is
that way?
curving.
Because you can't control the ambient air. There's too many other factors, right?
That's
So
the
you would have to do
problem.
it in a
So you're
controlled
making the claim that
environment.
it is, and then just assuming it's because You already assume that the Earth is a globe, so you assume that the light is doing that when you have no proof of either.
Well, the other alternative is that the Earth is breathing. We both agree that's not happening, right?
Purely optical with the ambient air. It makes sense. It's not like you have to go and say that light is bending around a sphere. It's just what you see is what you see. If you can't see it, then you can't see it.
Well, okay, forget about around the sphere, right? We agree that light is bending, yeah?
Light? What's bending?
What
Light is
that
bending?
I
What's light?
agree that light is bending.
Right. Forget about the sphere for a moment. Light is bending, yeah?
I don't understand what you mean. You're gonna have to clarify that one.
Well, it seems that either light is bending or the Earth is breathing. And if we agree that the Earth is not
No,
breathing,
no, that doesn't bending.
yes.
Not around a curve.
I said forget about the sphere. Forget about around the curve. Just light is bending. Yes?
I don't know if light is bending. Are you saying there's a
No, I would say that
reflection of
curve.
an image onto another like reflective surface, or that light itself is bending? Like, what is light? What
Reflection
is?
is
In the
one
ambient air.
example, but that's not really what we're talking about.
All right. So, what's light bending?
Refraction.
Okay. What's light?
What is light?
Yeah, the thing that you're saying is bending.
Yeah, I'm not gonna agree to that.
Electromagnetic radiation, ultimately, but I mean, depends how fine you want to get. I mean, for our purposes, we can just leave it at like Gaussian optics, right? We don't have to get into like
Okay,
wave
so
optics.
when you bring the globe back into it and you start chanting the terrestrial refraction without the terrestrial part, we'll know you're just chanting a bunch of empty words. Got it.
Cool. Until then, let's finish this conversation. So,
Well,
do we
you're
agree
telling
that
me
light is
that when
bending?
you before this flat Earth conundrum, you were telling yourself when you saw things off into the distance, oh, refraction.
On occasion,
Before the
sure.
flat Earth, you probably just
Bullshit.
said, "I see something in the distance, right where it is," and then the radius got brought up, and then it was something else.
On occasion, he says. Give me a
Yeah.
freaking break, dude.
Before I
What
ever started
occasions
thinking
were
about this
those?
stuff, I did see
Okay,
mirages,
what
right?
occasions? What occasions were you chanting refraction
I was
to the
never
people to
chanting,
your
still not
okay?
chanting, but when I saw
Yeah, you
mirages,
are
I
chanting. It's
knew
desperate
something
chantings.
wasn't exactly where it was, where it looked
Okay,
to be.
so you got light bending refraction. So
Mhm.
when you start talking about terrestrial refraction, we
What is
will know that
terrestrial
you've begun
refraction?
your chant. The curving around the ball that you insist upon.
How is that different from
That was
atmospheric
remember the thing
refraction?
you used to tell people that when you saw it in the distance on those occasions?
How is terrestrial refraction different from
That's what I'm
atmospheric
speaking of.
refraction?
Well, you want to say, oh, light bends.
Right.
The Earth is either breathing. Enough with that.
Yeah, I
Well,
didn't
no,
like
if we
I don't
all
like the
agree the
dichotomy
Earth
that
is
either
not.
the
Dude,
Earth is
now you've
breathing.
gone from light bends. Yeah, we can see that when you look off the hood of the car.
Mhm.
But now you're talking about seeing around. You don't like for it to be called a wall, but seeing around the ball. How about that? That's the
Sure.
Be
nonsense.
described as Earth breathing. If the Earth was flat, anyways, you would have to say that that's what a globe Earth would be doing.
Yeah, that's my point, is that
Yeah,
both
but
of
it's
us
not a
should
globe.
agree that light bends. I don't see why this is
Okay, well,
controversial.
here's what you could do, Manufactotum. How about you build a vertical wall that's curving at the rate of this 3959 mile radius spheroid, and you send your friend walking with their hand along that wall, and as they go around the curve, tell me when they pop back into view because of refraction.
Why would I need to do that?
It's nonsense, bro. Before this flat Earth conundrum, you never uttered refraction. On
Sure I did.
occasion, I did. Well, what occasions were those?
Mirages.
Oh, the class. Mirages.
Like I said, like
Okay,
when this
so not
conversation started.
examples of seeing things in the distance.
Sorry, what was that last part?
I never saw a mirage. You're lucky. I've never seen one.
Really?
Really.
On a long road in like the desert?
You're saying like on the black road when
Now,
nobody's driving by.
it's so
Heat?
funny. Now he wants to equate this refraction to heat rising from the street.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's called like heat
mirages.
haze or
It's
mirroring.
terrestrial refraction, anyways.
Right. Those are all under the
It's
larger
your
umbrella of
imagination,
refraction. It's the
bro.
same thing.
Prior to this Flat
Also,
Earth
light going through
conundrum that you've
lenses. That's
stumbled
also
into.
refraction.
Never, ever, when you saw something in the distance, did you question it for anything than what it was?
The moment I
You'll
started
be
thinking about
fine.
it, sure I did.
Do you not understand the word before?
Yeah.
Yeah, once you had to start cope rationalizing about it, you guys chant
Well, I
something that you
actually
deny is
paid
a
attention
chant.
in science class,
You
so
want to equate heat rising from the road to seeing around a ball.
yeah, they're both refraction.
It's pretty transparent, bro.
It's 5th grade science, dude.
Oh, okay.
Literally, I remember the teacher teaching us. It was 5th grade.
Oh, okay.
Candles and lenses.
So
Fun
what?
class.
So you're telling me the occasions that you told people that you were seeing things in the distance was prior to 5th grade?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so you're just all over the place then.
No, you're not listening.
You're just kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth. You were taught in the 5th grade the reason why you see things over the distance is because the light is bending around a ball.
I was taught that light can bend.
No, is
in the
that what
5th
you were
grade.
taught? Okay, there you go.
Right.
There you go.
So not
schooled
the
you.
magical terrestrial refraction chant that you're
You
so
still haven't
desperate to
explained what
get
that
back
is.
into. No,
Was
play
that
stupid all
just
you would like,
because?
sir.
No, I'm
Play
for the
dumb all you
class.
want,
Tell the
manufactotum.
class what the difference is between
It's
terrestrial
transparent.
refraction and atmospheric refraction.
Well, your example of refraction was heat waves on hot road.
I also gave the example of lenses.
Okay, and now what you're
also
saying
around
is
the
akin to that is seeing things in the distance beyond the geometric limitations of this 3959 mile radius ball,
Yes, that's
far
also
beyond,
refraction.
and then saying refraction.
That's correct.
Johnny, do you need to have the dunce cap put on and sit in front of next to the chalkboard? Can't you demonstrate your intellectual superiority by waiting until I'm finished speaking? You asked me a question.
Old House, you have the most
Holy
annoying
cow,
voice I've ever heard.
Are you finished speaking? I still don't understand what's so controversial.
Yeah,
about
because you were
light conveying.
yapping the whole time.
You just told
You were waiting to yap.
Let the man talk. Shut up.
Well, hold on. Why, if it's not so controversial, why did you tell us all to forget about the ball while you spoke of light bending?
So that we could agree on the very fundamentals that we should all
Yes,
agree on,
when
which
you're
is light
driving down the
conveying.
road, you
Old
can
House,
see
you're
heat
over talking
waves
him.
off
Old
the
House, you're over talking
road.
him. Shut up.
Well, he's the one that asked me to speak.
No, you're over talking him. Shut up.
Well, did you hear what I said?
No, because you were over talking him. You were talking
Okay,
over someone.
Manufactorum, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Manufacturer. So maybe you can tell me. So the road is black and dull. The heat haze is bright and shiny. What makes you think that it's the dull black road rising up into the air, and then I'm seeing just more road?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, I mean, you're giving that as an example of refraction, right? Saying that the road is lower in reality, but it's being loomed up into the air. But it doesn't look
No.
like road. It just looks like some shiny, something
No.
shiny.
The road example, a hot road is typically where you get mirages. So specifically, when the sun
But
is
I'm seeing
in
the
front of
hot
you.
air. I mean, it's not a mirage. I'm seeing the heat off the ground.
Yeah, you see the little wiggles in the air.
Yeah, like it looks shiny.
Yeah, mirage specifically is sort of when there's some reflection happening that you seem to see the sky sort of dip down into the ground, right? It looks like it's
Okay, so
something reflecting off water.
this isn't an example of akin to seeing something far in the distance. Then, thank you for
It's an
clearing that
example of
up.
refraction, like I've been saying since the beginning. All I'm saying is that there's different kinds of refraction. All of them include light bending. That's the very
I
basics
don't know
of
about light
refraction.
bending. I don't know if that's the case. It could be a horizontal hot layer
What is that, Mirage?
of liquid in the air that's shiny above the road.
Well,
What did you say a mirage?
no, because you see,
No.
because it changes as you get closer or farther. So whatever you're
Yeah, when you
seeing,
add
it's
more of
not
it
actually
together, yeah.
there. Right.
No, it is there. What do you mean it's not actually there?
Well, no,
The
you're
heat is
seeing
right there.
you're either seeing parts of the road missing, or you're seeing like what looks like reflections, like whatever it is. Once you get closer, that thing's no longer there.
What are you trying to
Yeah,
ask
because
him, Flatsy, in the middle of his mumbling and bumbling? You're trying to ask him something?
Yeah,
He
what I
keeps
was asking you
mumbling.
to say that there. What was required for Mirage again?
It's typically the sun is, I believe, in front of you. I think
No,
rainbows, it's in back.
no. What's required is a second image of something out in the distance.
Well,
All right.
not
You need
only.
you need like a projected image of something that is already there for it to be a mirage.
Right, but it has to do with the heat and the
That's what it
direction of
requires.
the sun.
Yeah, the turbulent air.
Right,
Yeah, it's not light bending. That's just the turbulence of the air mixed with the reflective surface
which
and the
makes
sun.
the light bend.
It's not making light bend.
So in this image here, for example, this is
You're just
not at all as big as I thought it was.
reducing it to absurdity of what's actually going on.
No, that is what's going on. So when you look at that lights, let me see if I can find a better picture. Here we go. Here's a better example. Okay, so here, right, in this, we see this car on the road. We see bits and pieces of the road still going forward. In between those bits and pieces of the road, we see a reflection of the car, right?
That's not a mirage, dude.
Yeah, that's an upside down
Exactly what
fucking
this is.
reflection of a car, genius.
That's what a
That's what,
mirage
that's
is.
what I said, manufacturer, and you told me it wasn't, the case that it's just a reflection.
Maybe I misunderstood what you were asking. But this is what a mirage is. This is a mirage.
No, that's a mirror, bro. I know
That's
it's
not.
not you in the. You're not
That's
in the mirror. That's just like a reflection of you. That's not. You're not stuck in the mirror. You
That
can walk away from the
sure.
mirror.
Yes, we all understand
Yeah.
that.
It's
Yes,
not a mirage. It's not.
it is a
But that's
mirage.
also not actually you in the mirror. It's just a
Oh, no, a
reflection of you.
mirror is not a mirage.
Okay, good.
Right.
So I don't want you to
That
like
image of the car is a mirage.
freak out. But that's not you in the mirror.
Yes.
Okay, so
You're
these
all
mushed up,
clear.
wavy lines. This is what's occurring when we see things far in the distance.
No, this is a mirage.
Okay, heat waves coming off the ground.
That's right. They cause mirages.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm the one who brought up the example in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
They cause mirages. So mirage is like. So
What
what's
does that?
the definition of mirage does not mean something that's not present, right? Because
No,
the
it's just
reflection, like you're present opposite the mirror.
right. So in this image, this graphic that I showed, right, there's no second camel under the ground, right? We're all clear on that.
Okay, so what are some of the attributes of these reflections now? The image must be like what opposite, right? Like raise your left hand, but in the mirror side would be the right hand, right?
It depends. So something that's just like a pure reflection, yeah. But some mirages are more complicated. Like Fata
Okay, so all
Morgana
these
is,
examples, yeah.
yeah.
Well, Fata Morgana, all you have to do is mess with the contrast, and you'll see where the horizon is beyond the boat.
Yeah,
You
I
could
mean, it looks like
drive by a Fata Morgana, and then 15 minutes later drive back by there, and everything's the same. No Fata Morgana.
oh, sure, that's not uncommon.
Okay, so
It's not an actual physical
you're
thing. That's
just
my
dying
point.
to
It's
get to
light
this
bending.
vague, magical, seeing around curve terrestrial refraction.
No, what I'm saying is that light bending
I
is not
know, dude. You're
magical.
saying, yeah, I get it.
Very mundane, in
And
fact.
if you put water in your goggles, everything will look watery.
Okay.
Okay.
Listen, maybe I should drop out. I just don't agree with the light bends thing. I look to. I mean, if we're calling a reflection light bending, I guess, right? But I don't. What is light that's bending that always in all these situations you're showing requires a reflective surface like a mirror to give you a mirror image which then is now being reified into a mirage. But it's just a mirror image. It's just a mirror on highly reflective water vapor in the air, reflecting the image in front of the in front of, but not behind, but in
Well,
front of
I,
the
I would
guy.
say I would say that
yeah.
the road surface, the asphalt, is probably the least reflective surface that you can imagine.
Also, in the examples that I don't remember if it was Flatzy or Jenna mentioned with people doing experiments with lasers in a medium, like all of those are examples of light bending. You can say that those are specific and they don't happen in the real world, but I would say that
Yeah, you
mirages are
told
one
us that
example
they
where
have
they
nothing
do,
to do with what's
and there's
going
plenty of
on in
others that show that
reality.
light
So
does
we
bend in
heard
the
that.
real world. Daza posted one, for example.
Oh man, they're stopped. Holy shit. I'm gonna try and prove again why people just seem to ignore this question like a trillion times. If I take a flight from New York to New York,
Oh my lord!
as straight as I can, what will happen? Will
You
I
won't
reach
move.
New York or not?
You won't. You won't
We'll have
move.
wasted a bunch of money.
Yeah, but
Imbecile.
manufactotum, right? Will I not reach New York?
If you
Right.
go
You can
from
do
New
it.
York to New York, yeah, you'll get to New York.
Yeah,
You
if
can
I
do it, dude.
circle the whole Earth,
I
right?
can get you the cheapest ticket. Just give me the money, and you'll. If you're wherever you are right now, you'll be there again. Just give me
That's
the
like
money.
when they go to low orbit. They say, we went to outer space. Really? Where'd you go? Well, we took off from Earth and
Well,
landed
that's
on
not the
Earth.
same.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Well, that's not the same. What?
So you flew, like when they say, oh, we did a manned space flight. You did. Where'd you go? Oh, you went to the moon. Oh, that's kind of cool. Any proof, bro? No, you destroyed all the evidence. Okay. Well, where do you go now? Well, now we just take off from Earth and land back on Earth.
Yeah,
Huh.
manufactotum. Sorry, quit. Manufactotum. They just they just got stumped, so they don't want to debate with you.
In fairness, the New
Uh,
York thing is kind of silly.
what do you mean? It's kind of silly.
You go to New York to New York, there's an infinite number of paths you can take. There's only one that's going to prove the Earth is round.
Don't steal his best globe Earth proof from him, Manufactotum. He
I mean,
thinks
someone's
that
got to take it.
Also,
he's
heretic.
imagining in this imaginary flight that he's going upside down and returning. The guy's lost his marbles.
So there's also
See,
more than one
don't take his
airport.
best proof left.
Also, heretic. Are you going to mute me if I don't go right now and have a video pulled up of that?
Well, is there? Can you
Or
take?
are you only going? Sorry, Kit. Or are you only
Dude,
going to
sober
mute?
up and come back. You're not allowed on airplanes already drunk. You can't
What?
take this flight yet. Sober up.
I mean, you guys seem to be drunk. Like saying the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
be. Yeah.
I think there's more than one airport in New York. So what if you took a flight from like northern or someplace in, I'm not even sure where the airports are, someplace in New York State, and then landed in New York City, and you could say I went from New York to New York. It's kind of like, and I did this in Georgia once, where I left from Savannah and landed in Atlanta. So I went from Georgia to Georgia. But that's a little bit different because New York would be the location. Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about doing something like that? That's a real
No.
short flight that.
Alright, so no, I'm not talking about that. I'm gonna just explain to you.
Okay, here.
I guess you're imagining John Wick that. Well, I don't know. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so I just this finally like something you kind of use Google for. How many airports are there in New York? So you've got Albany International, Greater Binghamton, however you pronounce that,
Alright.
Buffalo Niagara, and then there's three more inside Metropolitan. So what if you were to take plot a course or a flight where you could take 6 flights and stay all within New York? Like if you flew around New York, does that make New York
my
a
claim.
planet?
My claim. Alright, listen. My claim is that if I fly in a straight line from New York Airport, is it JFK Airport? Like one of the
There's
airports in
3
New
of
York?
them.
Yeah, so just say JFK.
JFK, LaGuardia, and New York Liberty.
All right, so if I take a jet from like to New York, okay, so what I sent is the map that I think, and a lot of people think, that is like the Flat Earth Society's like world map because they can't explain it in any other way. Like you can't. If if you get an argument in here against that, you're just dumb. You're going to embarrass yourself, right? This is a fact. If you want to, go ahead. I'll just sit here and be bewildered. But if I take a flight to New York, from New York to New York, right? Also, old Horace Burn, you're not funny, man. I don't know what you think you're doing. Right. So
Yeah,
if
see,
I
the
take a
main
He is
flight
problem
very
from
is
New
funny.
York,
all
all
those
right.
airports in New York are large enough that they don't have to go stay in New York to jump on another plane. Any one of those airports are big enough that you could go anywhere you want from there.
No, but what I'm saying is, you're not taking it like you're not taking my question into like consideration. What happens if I want to take a flight from New York to New York and it's like just go in a straight line until I reach New York? Maybe I'll drop in a certain location, like alongside like a straight line, like narrowly, and when I do land, I go back to like the same, um, like the same course, right? The same straight course, right? Like what will happen? Will I just fucking rift off the earth?
You'll
Will I
get
just
shot down. You'll get shot down by the Air Force.
that has no substantiated proof.
Yeah, as soon as you leave any sort of scheduled flight path,
But
the
people,
fighter, yeah, they'll shoot you down.
no, but okay, that's not about document. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. You people
Doesn't sound like
on
a
flat
very
Earth.
affordable flight to get to get to New
No,
York.
but if I'm a billionaire,
If you're
no
already in New York.
thanks. Right. If I'm a billionaire and I fucking do whatever the fuck I want and I want to show to you guys, right, then I'm circling the earth, right? I'm circling it on a plane with a lot of hookers and fucking coke on it or whatever, right? I'm filming it,
Wow.
filming everything on it, right? If
Wow. Wow.
anybody knows
So
the hookers and
so
cocaine lines,
so
those are
yeah. So what you should try then is you should divert from the preset flight routes and intersections and the whole net that has been created and is you know programmed within the flight computer or the flight instruments. You should then try to divert off from the pre-programmed flight route that is also known to the ground controllers. See what happens as soon as you go away from your planned route and you know try to fly where no one else gets to fly. See what happens with your aircraft. I can tell you in about 30 minutes your aircraft is gonna be in pieces on the ground if you don't react to commands, either from military or ground side. Because you know what? There's no such thing as free travel, even if you have a private jet. Doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale because every private jet is gonna, or every pilot is forced to follow the preset determined routes. There is no free travel in this world. With nothing. No boat, not on foot, not with a car, not with a plane, not with a balloon. You cannot travel freely. If you want to travel in this world, you're gonna have a passport. You're gonna have sometimes you're gonna have a visa. You're gonna have a person identification. You're always gonna be checked when you cross a border. I mean, it depends on if you live in Europe. At some borders, you don't automatically get checked. But let's say if you want to fly with an aircraft, then it's a must. There is no such thing as free travel. There is no such thing as free exploration of this earth. You can't do it, and if you want to do it, you're gonna live with the consequence that you're either gonna die or put into jail.
Yeah, don't be such a naysayer, Clay. People, you know, maybe like nobody's a lot. You don't shoot people's dreams down. You could travel.
Aw.
Try to travel.
Yeah. You can travel to the designated areas where you're allowed to travel inside of or to, but you cannot freely travel to designated areas that you're not allowed to travel to.
Well, yeah.
So it's kind of like in the
Yeah.
Truman Show, you know, like they give you a distinct radius, distinct land which you are able to travel in.
I don't think
But
that one's
even
stopping no one from going to Antarctica.
Rules
These
are
are
meant to be
absolutely
broken. Break them.
these are absolutely crazy claims because of how much confidence you speak with when talking about these topics. You must have very, very much experience about flying an aircraft, right?
He does,
yes,
yeah.
I do. I actually do know how it works. There's a system of flight routes that are or not flight routes. There's a net programmed inside of modern avionics, and this is a predetermined net which the the computer is going to follow. So there is no such thing as diverting off your route. If you want to fly with your private jet, let's say from the US to Germany, you're gonna give this route to the first of all, before you actually gonna fly at all, before you're gonna get into the air, the route is gonna be checked by the clearance, which is in the designated airport that you're in. So you're gonna it's the pilot's gonna say something like this: requesting IFR clearance, which is instrument flight rules IFR, requesting IFR clearance to Berlin. Via the whatever departure. We have information Charlie, which is the current information for wind and weather and so forth. And we're at gate whatever. And then
Confirmation ground control. The Coriolis has me. I'm going off course.
Yeah. And then some guy in the center is gonna have his route on his screen, and he's gonna be they're gonna fly like this, blah blah blah. He's gonna look at it, and he either can say no, IFR clearance declined due to this and that reason, or he's just gonna obviously say IFR clearance accepted via the blah 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 departure, score code 225 whatever. So even before you can actually start the engines of the aircraft, your route is going to be checked.
And apparently your excuse is that you have your communication working, so no excuses. We can shoot you down.
Yeah, literally. And if you're gonna then say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna just pretend I'm gonna use this route. At some point, I'm gonna divert and fly towards south. You know how fast it's gonna be a military jet next to your private jet, and you know what happens if you don't react to the command of either getting back on track? It's just gonna shoot you down. That's it. There's nothing else is gonna happen. You're just gonna be eliminated if you're not gonna do what you have been trained to do as a pilot. There is no such thing as free travel. It's the same with a boat. There's plenty of videos showing interactions with a fisher boat and a military ship that says, get away from here. You are not free to travel in this area. You need to divert in this direction.
I would just my only rebuttal. I'm not saying it's my rebuttal to that would be, if that were the case, that then people would never get lost at sea and die, or planes never found. I mean, they may. What I'm not that it's not a rule, but just maybe they can't always track you or something.
Well, I mean, what do you say by what do you mean by planes never found? I think the planes that are never found are also the ones that
they're like swept away. They're like hidden that they don't want the public to find out.
I mean, there's some weird instances where planes have disappeared with like 300 people on board.
Yeah, something like that, maybe. It's just that, I mean, if that were the case, that nobody would ever get lost in the woods, like kind of thing.
No.
Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's okay if you.
Flat. The terrorists are flat now. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's okay if you get lost in a designated area. If you get lost in some woodland area that is also free for you to explore, it doesn't matter if you get lost. I mean, you can starve and die there. No one cares, obviously. But I'm sure they protect the very layer or the very zone corner that you're supposed to not travel into, right? This is being probably protected.
Yeah, it'd be more
where can I
reasonable
find
than
the
protecting
map
the
of
border.
the terrains that are supposedly protected in the way that
What?
you can travel there? Where can I find a map of these regulated areas, these restricted areas?
Well, you can use Google and look it up. Which areas are restricted for people like you and me to travel in?
Alright. I came back to finish what I started.
You can
here.
fuck around and find out too.
Alright.
Oh yeah,
so-
sure. Yeah, try Embo, if you have a military base somewhere in the area, try getting in there without being checked at all. Or maybe try getting, not even that, even easier. Try getting on an airplane to fly somewhere, even regionally in your country. I think it's Poland, right? Try to fly just regionally in a short flight without showing your personal identification. Try do that. Try doing that.
Use any ID you want for any ID you need it for, and use that and drive on into a military base.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about just stand outside the military post or base with your cell phone and just pretend like you're recording the gate. Try that.
Yeah, see what happens.
See what happens if you just hold up your cell phone and just pretend like you took a picture and see what they from public, okay? From outside of the military installation.
Well,
stand
usually
on public property and just pretend you took a picture and see what they do.
Okay, so
Just
listen.
do
Usually,
that.
internationally, right? Especially like America, especially, the police and the army won't do anything to you. Like, right, if you stand like outside their base.
Yeah,
but
look
if
that
you
up
seem to
again.
be a nuisance and you seem to be like a threat to them, they can ask you to leave. And if you keep doing like things that they treat as harassment, they can use some force like to get you away. Usually they won't. Usually they just ask you politely to leave, then maybe
Yeah,
just
fuck around and
aggressively.
find
But
out.
you have the right. Yeah, no, you have the right to stay there. But
Now you're saying that you think that
okay, so
inside
listen.
your worldview, you're saying
alright.
that's okay with you, but somehow you're going to be allowed to fly an airplane over the top, and they're not going to say or do anything about it.
All right.
Hey, Crit, this morning at like 2 a.m, there was these two knuckleheads in here. It was just me and them two, and he insisted. He called me an idiot because he insisted that just because he can get in an airplane and fly it doesn't mean that he can't. So that was his position. And I was like, well, dude, I guess you can walk up to and slap like an old lady in a wheelchair, but it's probably safe not to do that, right? Like it's probably smart not to do that. He didn't get the argument. It sounds kind of like this guy. He doesn't understand it either. Kind of like he doesn't understand what you're saying. So I don't know.
The great thing is you're so free as an individual, right? That if you don't adhere to certain things, or maybe you even say certain things against that system, feel free to give these lovely and nice people that gonna show up at your door your car, your possession, your house, even your bank account, right? Because this is stuff this is literally happening here in Germany or happened the past 3 years. Some doctors losing their bank accounts, losing their possessions, just because some people want to take that away. So yeah, you're so free that you literally own nothing if if you want to look at it this way, because it can all be taken away, literally. Everything you have,
Every
everybody
single
in here.
normal citizens, persons, like things, can be instantly taken away by any government or military force if they choose to. Your argument
true.
is completely invalid. Your
And the
argument
very
is completely dead as water.
My
that
It's
whole
argument
as
is
dead as
true.
dirt.
and that
My
whole
argument
No,
is
argument this
true.
morning
your
and that
argument
whole
is true, but it's so
and
inclusive to everything that it just doesn't hold any value. Like,
and
sure,
that
if you
whole
go,
argument.
okay, go on.
Let me just finish real quick. Just that whole argument this morning was based upon him saying that he can fly over Antarctica. I was saying he can't because it's not a globe, but he was saying he can because he can get in a plane and just go wherever he wants. I said, no, you can't go down there willy nilly, and he didn't get that. He said, no, I could. So
All
no, you
right.
can't. But anyways, but I hope the audience at least understands what's going on.
No, I get you. All right, so I sent a picture in the channel, right, of a flight, like according to Flat Earth, right? This is the flight you would want to take from like where is
It
this
is
on the
a
map?
globe
From
projection.
America, right, to Australia. I think it is, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
Like
that's a globe
Australia,
projection. 1 second, this is a
yeah.
globe projection, and what you have there, that is not a flight. There is no such thing as a straight line intercontinental flight. Stuff like that doesn't exist in reality. This is not how flight routes look like at all. Most of the flight routes you're gonna see in that kind of distance is gonna be left, right, left, right, left, right, straight, 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 left, right. It's
Wait,
not gonna be just a
I
straight line.
couldn't
Yeah.
And they
understand
tend to
anything that
follow
you said.
close to land too.
No, that's not what I'm saying. All right, it's not what I'm saying. All right, so
Okay, then
what
give
I'm
me.
trying to explain.
Okay,
Okay,
1 second. Tell me the aircraft. Tell me the company that are doing this flight. What flight are we talking about? Just tell me. I show you the real flight route
I'm
how it looks
talking
like.
about a Santiago, Chile to
Yeah.
Sydney, Australia flight. Okay?
Okay.
Now that should take around 12 hours
So
or 14 and 40 something hours. Okay?
let's
Alright.
do Qatar Airways. Okay. Qatar
Okay.
Airways, is that good?
Or LATAM, actually.
Okay,
Like
we can also do
LATAM.
LATAM. Yeah, let's do LATAM. Okay.
Right. This is gonna blow your mind, Jenna. Man.
Yeah, so Santiago to Auckland. Or, yeah,
Blow
Santiago to
my
Auckland.
mind.
Yeah.
Blow it.
Yeah.
Blow it real hard.
Nobody
Okay,
cares.
Okay. Sure. Alright, go on. How long does it take? Tell me.
That was hilarious.
How long does it take? I'm gonna research it too while I'm at it. Alright, so it takes. I'm gonna fucking look at the flights directly.
Ten years of this, and nobody can falsify level, flat, horizontal water. Shit, that's the only qualifier the fucking globe needs.
Alright, I'm gonna prove my point here. Alright, so a flight, right, from Sydney to Chile, right, it takes 14 and a half hours. Alright, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, stay here with me now.
That's just a concept of how long it should take. Concepts are not
No,
reality.
that's a fact. That's just facts. Like you can, if okay, you know what? Next time I'm going to
Just a
book a
concept.
flight, and right, I'm gonna look up
No.
how long the flight is supposed to take, and then I'm going to film me and the plane moving. Right,
Yeah, you won't.
right. No,
Definitely you won't.
I am. Okay, of course I'll forget it. That was a joke, but fucking whatever. You had to ruin it. Alright, so what I'm saying is that a flight from Chile to Sydney, right, it takes approximately 14 hours and 35 minutes, somewhere along that line. Alright, so if I look for flight from New York, let's say New York, to London, right? London. United Kingdom. Right. So I'm gonna book a flight to the UK. Right. So can you tell me why the hell something like along that line, right? So like it's somewhere from London to New York, which are on your flat Earth concept of a map, really close, like way closer than Sydney and Chile. Why does it take 7 hours and 15 minutes, like 7 hours and 20 minutes, right? That shouldn't make any sense at all, right? What like what's your argument to that? Like if a flight from New York to London takes 7 hours and 20 minutes, and a flight from Sydney to Chile, right? It takes around 12 and a half hours. What's your argument? Like, what's your argument that we just don't fly like to the other side of the star, right? You have the star on the map, like that. It's still on the map, which is like flattened from your belief, right? Why don't we go
Yeah,
the
so
other side and curve the Earth? Like go to the
I missed.
like curve the Earth like this again.
I know
Go on.
it's crazy, right? Like, I missed most
Go,
of that.
go.
You should look up Max Eigen. I think it was Sydney. He took his compass on board and he compared it to what the screen in the back of the headrest was displaying. His magnetic compass, which is showing the true magnetic north, the true
No,
heading,
but that's
read
Jenna.
completely
That's
different.
one.
Okay, interrupt me. That's cool. Am I
Okay,
interrupting you?
go on.
Interrupting me?
What happened to
The compass showed a completely different heading than what the screen showed. I don't know if that's even relevant. It's to me, it's relevant.
But that was one. That was one situation. You can't take one situation and apply it to everything. I promise you.
Well,
I promise you, Jenna. No,
that
Jenna. I promise.
one situation. Okay, I
You're gonna
understand that
interrupt.
one situation brings up a lot of questions. That one situation makes us wonder if the screens that we see in the airplanes on the backs of the headrests in front of us are even giving us the correct heading. This makes me want to just go and take a bunch of flights and take a compass with me and see what the true heading is as opposed to what the screens are telling me. Because a fucking screen can tell you anything.
Did the person comparing the compasses accounted for magnetic declination?
Exactly. They don't. They don't. They just fucking ignore it completely. This is what blows my mind. Like again, also the flight thing. Nobody spoke to me about that. Why
Hey,
does a
John,
flight? Okay,
John.
I have to finish what I'm saying. Like, otherwise it's not gonna be fair. Why does a flight from the UK to like from London to New York take like almost over half as long as it takes for a flight from Sydney to Chile on your flat Earth map, which is your map? It's no debate on that. You
Hey,
can't debate it.
John.
Like, it's not.
What is magnetic declination?
Embo, can you explain that, please?
Yeah, yes, I can. This
No,
is the
I wanna know
Me?
John
Okay,
because he
listen.
laughed.
All right, listen. So what I'm saying is that I didn't research it completely, right? But you have. All right, I'm gonna seem stupid here, but my reasoning to come here is because the concept of a flat Earth is so completely wrong on so many levels. Like
That is magnetic
all
declination.
right, Cleander, right? You didn't explain to me,
Is
right?
that your
Why a
explanation?
flight? No, why a flight from Chile to Sydney takes just under half long, like just under double long, like the length of time it will
Bro, it
take
has nothing to do with
flight
the
from,
Earth, man.
London to New York. All right,
Could be
it has
wind. It could be
everything to do
anything,
with the
man.
Earth. Are you
Tell me
like
this:
that?
traveling over the Earth
Are
has
you
absolutely
is,
nothing to do with the Earth.
It's flat, dude.
is this
Are you dense?
magnetic? Is this the explanation for magnetic declination?
What?
John,
What I
I just
said?
want you to
No.
know, like, you
What I
might feel
said? No.
vindicated when people aren't talking to you. You sound drunk. I know you went to the bathroom and threw up. You sound like you're
What?
unreasonable to speak with. I'm just no. Listen, no big deal.
Alright,
There's a lot of steps that you'd have
funny
to go
guy.
through, like speak. No, I'm just
Funny
saying,
guy.
no big deal, right? So,
No,
there's a lot of
you're being really smug
steps you
about it
would have.
too. It's
Yeah, there's
funny.
a lot of steps you'd have to go. See, I can't even get through this. This is why people won't go through the next things with you. Right? There's a lot of things you would have to go
Guess
through.
you're
Would
wrong.
be like, yeah, fuck it,
Go on.
you're good. You keep going.
No, you go
Hey,
ahead.
bro, how fast would the plane have to fly before it caught up with the spin of the Earth, or before it went faster than the spin of the Earth?
How fast would it have to go?
Yeah.
Does it have to do that
I don't know
before it leaves
that.
the ground?
What?
What do you mean you don't know
I
that?
don't know that. What?
So what is it? Always just moving with the Earth, and it's always a constant
Alright,
speed?
no,
Doesn't matter how
just,
fast
it
it goes,
doesn't. It
or
doesn't matter because the facts show on a commercial airline from like Delta Airlines, right, from New York to London, it
so
takes
it
around
doesn't
7
matter.
hours. No, okay, so just listen to me, right? Like the company like claims, right, and it's statistically shown that the flight from New York to London will take approximately 7 to 8 hours, right?
You
And
got you
stay
got
with me
a
here.
you got
Stay
a
with me here, and if
citation
you want
there?
to interrupt me, I'm like, you go
Can you
ahead.
post the data for me?
Alright, I'm gonna fucking show you right here. Right. Let's see. Go on. Have a field day with this one. Alright, you see, right?
So
7 hours
is it the
and
same
15
every time,
minutes.
dude, that you fly that path?
What?
Is the time the same every time you fly that path?
No, it doesn't matter.
It change. It
The
doesn't matter.
distance,
Again,
the
it doesn't
distance
matter.
stays the same. The
No,
distance
so
stays the
no,
But we're
same.
the
talking about
time
the time,
changed.
though,
The
right?
distance got further. Yeah,
Go
the
on.
Earth stretched.
We're not talking about
What
the
you say?
time. What are we talking about?
I'm talking. No, here I'm talking about. It doesn't the distance it has to travel have to do with the time. It like it's in the air, right?
So what
The
was
amount
your
of time it's
argument then?
traveling. My
It's
argument
traveling
that it's
further one way than it
completely.
is the other
Oh,
way.
all right, listen. My argument is that a flight from Sydney to Chile, which on your flat Earth map, on your logic, should take as long as it should on the flat Earth map. No, listen to me. Like it should take like fucking a whole day on your like in your sense, right? So why does a flight that I can
Can
book a
you show
flight
me that
right
flat
now?
Earth map, bro? I want to see it just to make sure that
I am
you
gonna
got the same
send
one
it.
as me.
I'm gonna send it again. Right. Go on.
You would need
And
to
this
ask some
is
people who
I
actually
mean,
plan navigation routes, like for example for airplanes or the boats. I mean, it is important to know
no,
your
I
map
mean,
if you want to plan
what
your
he's
route.
saying is that like if it's a circle, if you draw a straight line from 2 points, Chile and Australia, then that distance, the minimum possible distance that you could make that flight on a flat Earth map, is greater than the actual time it takes for an airplane to fly that. So either they're lying about the speed of airplanes, or like you got the
what?
distances wrong.
Wait,
It's
what
like
do
the
you mean?
shapes are different. It's
In the imaginary flight
Pythagorean theorem, right?
in the imaginary flight that nobody knows if it takes place or doesn't take place at the moment, but if it took place, it should take this long if these things are what they're said they are, and if the plane is flying at this in this one direction, never getting off course, right,
But
and
even
at
if
this
it
speed.
deviates,
A lot of
okay,
things
sorry.
you're gonna have to
Even if
prove.
it deviates, the thing what he's saying is that in a flat Earth scenario, a flight from Chile to Australia takes at minimum flying at 660 miles per hour, right? Below the speed of sound, but because otherwise you'd notice, right? Should take 24 hours. But there are flights from Chile to Australia that take less time than that. How do you explain that?
Well, you have so
How are people getting
the
from
only
Chile
thing I
to
heard was
Australia in
what.
less than 24
Well, would you
hours
notice? Well,
without
who? Well,
surpassing
hey,
the speed
who's
of
getting
sound?
there? Who's doing this imaginary flight, right? But you
I
said
mean,
nobody would
No,
notice.
it's not no
I've made
imaginary
flights
flight.
from Brazil. I've made
Oh,
flights from Brazil to
this
Singapore, and that would
this flight,
personally have made those flights,
this
and that
this
would
flight,
make that would yeah. But
this flight,
the rule the logic still applies to the Singapore
this
Brazil example.
flight. You did
No, no,
This guy
no.
actually
The
made a very
logic
good point.
still applies.
If it was flying at the speed of
It's about
sound over it, you
geography.
would just see a sonic boom.
Yeah,
So
well,
you're
yeah.
saying
If you are the thing is
okay? So with the speed of sound thing,
commercial
you're saying,
aviation
right?
doesn't
Dude,
surpass
what's going
Mach
on? What's
because
going on?
as you
You all right?
approach Mach, the
Right.
fuel consumption of an aircraft increases dramatically because you have to get through the Mach barrier. So
All right.
most
So
commercial
with the
aviation,
speed of
all
the
commercial aviation.
airplane, we're saying you would notice the thing. Yeah, you're just a fucking dick, dude. That's cool, man. Two, like one drunk dick, and then one dude who just is inserting.
I like how you
photography.
claim that I'm drunk.
Not since you're thrown up in the bathroom. You're sobering up now.
No. Listen, just because I have like a European accent, right, and I'm talking a bit slow, it doesn't mean that I'm drunk.
Right,
No,
you're
it's
talking a
just
bit
no. You
faster
just sound
now.
like a privileged racist piece of shit, right?
You're talking
Like, sleep.
faster and more clearly as time goes
All
on. So
right,
I think you
no,
were
okay,
drunk and you're
okay, no
sobering up.
thanks, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks. You're also mad at the fact that me and the other guy that just came in here, Horatio, you're just mad that we're completely debunking you and you're starting to resort to like
Yes.
actual
We're
offenses.
mad. We're so mad.
Also, I'm the one
it's not
that's
that-
drunk. All right, let's be clear here. I'm the drunk one. He's not.
No.
So you got that mixed up.
So this map,
seems
you sure that's a flat Earth map, man?
I mean, certainly it could be a different flat Earth map than the ones that have been posted on the
Could
side,
it?
but like, yeah, I mean, you
Like,
could
I'm not
say
claiming
it's like a
that map.
torus or something.
I'm not sure what it looks like. Do you know what it looks like?
Okay.
Have you seen the whole Earth?
Yes.
You've seen the whole Earth.
No.
Okay, so listen.
No.
This is what I hate
Yes,
about
no.
your logic. Listen, subdued. This is what I hate about your logic.
I don't care what
You
hate
claim
about my logic,
no,
dude.
no.
Your feelings
Your
don't
logic.
count here, man.
All right, subdued.
It's not a
your
feelings
logic.
channel, brother.
All right, so again, you're.
All I asked is, are you sure that's the right map, man? Like,
what, the one I sent right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the map you guys claim to be true.
I don't claim that map.
Then what do you claim it to be?
Like I told you, I don't know, man. I've never seen the Earth. Have you?
Wait, so are you saying that all of our satellites, everything we put up, like on our atmosphere, is fake?
Who's we?
Everything, fucking humanity, everything.
Okay,
like,
hold on real quick. Let's dial back here. So this map you just posted, are you saying that map doesn't work?
No, it doesn't work at all.
Okay, do you know what that map is?
What is it?
That is an AE projection. That is a globe projection using math. So which part of it did you just debunk? The globe or math?
What the fuck are you on about?
That map that you posted that you said didn't work has exactly two variables to make that map. There were only two things. Number one was the globe. And number two is math.
I'm going to explain it to you.
Which one of those two things do you think you've debunked? All of math or the globe?
I'm just gonna complete. I'm sorry, I can't comprehend anything you're saying right now because I have to just
this right here.
do this quick
thing
little
that
thing.
You
All
posted
right.
an image. You right here at 59 minutes after the hour, just about 5 minutes ago, you posted a map that you said doesn't work. Right? This map does not work. There are exactly two things to make that map. One was the globe, the other was math. Which one do you think doesn't work?
Both of them.
Or math?
Both of them.
Okay, so you've debunked both the globe and math.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, well done.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
It wasn't just him though. He shouldn't get all the credit. It was also Horatio. He's in on that.
To be honest,
I
completely just I couldn't listen to what you said. I'm doing something.
You're showing us a globe map, dude, and you're debunking it. You get that, right?
No, that's not a globe map.
Multiple times.
It's a globe map.
No,
man.
that's okay.
That's the AE projection. That is a map of the globe projected using math.
All right. So what you're telling me?
You said doesn't work.
Okay. Go on. Sorry. Go on. Look at the map I sent here. Look at the map. Look at what I sent.
When you say
right?
go on, this is why I keep calling you a dick. When you say okay, I'll be quiet, and then you don't be quiet. What's that all about? What's that all?
You posted this globe map that you said doesn't work. So, do you have a working globe map? Would be the next question.
Yes, I do. It's not. It's not on a globe. It's a shape. It's in the shape of a fucking circle. It's in the shape of a
using
circle,
math.
right?
Yeah, they projected
It's in the shape of a sphere. Excuse me.
Using math.
So no, and you can't put a sphere on a fucking PNG photo, right? You
Yeah,
can't put a sphere in it.
they made this map, and they told you how they did it. They
Yes.
explained how they did it. They used math.
So what I'm saying, right,
That
is
you've
why.
debunked this map.
All right. No, what I'm saying, I'm gonna send the picture again, just in case you missed it. Right? How do you explain what I sent? Do you think it doesn't make sense?
Yeah,
Do you think that it doesn't make sense?
Yeah, which one does it make sense on? A globe or math?
A globe.
Yeah,
and math.
This is a globe right here.
I don't fully understand why you're asking a math because because to me, right, like just like on a conceptual like level, thinking about it, right, it makes zero sense that I would fly across, like all that distance instead of just going the other direction. What would happen if I fly the other direction instead of that?
Okay.
What would happen? No, explain to me what would happen to one of the flat earthers, right? Explain to me now. What would happen? Would I fall off the earth? Would I get shot down by fucking CIA, FBI, Interpol, by Mossad too? Would I get shot down by all of them? Exactly. You can't say anything against it
Wait,
because you're
you're
wrong.
like
You're
like
wrong.
a baby
You
Glover
lose.
then,
Good
is
day
that
to you,
right?
sir. You lose, man.
So you skipped like boats, you skipped cars, you skipped like looking at the earth, you skipped the sun even, like you even skipped the stars, and you went right to like a flight path. That's the evidence of the globe?
Yes.
Well, yeah, dude. Because I mean, you're making a claim that that the Earth looks like a thing, and we're saying, okay, if it looks like the thing, then like math should apply to this to the shape, right? Because when I draw a line across a circle, that's different than when I draw a line across a square. Like they're different shapes, and so the basic math about geometry should apply. And if you look in the side chat, this guy posted, the flat Earth model. I don't know if that's the model you subscribe to, but you can see,
no, they do. They
lines of longitude. The lines of longitude in the north of the map, right around Greenland, are significantly shorter than the lines of longitude around Australia. So, like, do you believe that Australia is 3 times bigger than what everybody says it is? Because, like, that is what the geometry of this map is suggesting. That Australia is not, 6 million square kilometers, but is in fact like 18 million square kilometers. Because the geometry of the surface it is on is different.
Crit already pointed it out to you guys like 3 times. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection map of the Earth as a globe. There's a legend. I mean, you're just looking at the pretty pictures. There's a legend on the map. So if you're debunking the map, you're debunking the globe. So, but is that what you guys are jumping to as your proof that you're living on
This
on
isn't
a
a globe.
wall?
Yeah, here I'll give the
isn't a
citation
globe.
here. I'll give you a direct citation with the map. So here is an
Also, how do you explain the seas, Crit? How do you explain seas on your map?
Yeah, let's go one topic to its full logical conclusion. Right here, here's a citation for that map. It's a globe. That is a globe that you're looking at, not a flat Earth. It says exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is that this is not a globe. That's a globe. It's a globe that has been it's been manipulated
with math
to serve a purpose. Yes.
Math, yeah.
But part of that math is an assumption.
Is wrong?
Part of the math.
Okay, so what part is wrong?
Listen,
the math part
before you interrupt.
Or the globe part?
The math. The globe part. It's not a globe. It's a projection of a globe onto a flat surface.
Which part is wrong? The globe part or the math part?
The math is this is not a globe. It is a projection of a globe onto a flat surface. Are you familiar with the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometries?
They took the globe.
Okay, yes. They are taking the Euclidean geometry. They are taking a non-Euclidean geometry and projecting it onto Euclidean geometry. There are inherent flaws with doing that. However, when you do that, you make assumptions. You change the shape of land masses, you change the distances between land masses, and often you reject the connection at the poles. That's why the bottom of the map does not connect. All right.
Description.
In reality,
in the link I gave
in
you,
a globe method,
projection preserves both distance and directions.
Yes, but it
The
doesn't
world
preserve
is
shape.
projected
But
onto a
it
flat
doesn't
surface
preserve
from
shape.
any
It
point on the
preserves
globe.
distance, but not
Although
shape. That's
the
the problem.
aspects are equatorial, polar,
Yep.
and oblique, one of the most common is the polar aspect, which all the meridians and parallels are divided equally to maintain equidistant.
Yes, because it's meant for
That's a globe.
sea navigation. Yeah, no, it's
That's
not.
yes.
You don't know what a globe is, dude. A globe is
I
a
just rammed
non-Euclidean
in the
projection.
citation.
I understand. I understand that you think that's a
No, you
globe,
don't
but this is
understand. Here it is
I
again.
really do. I really do know what I'm talking about here, dude. Like this is a.
You don't even
when
know
you
that a
take.
map projection is a map
All right.
projection.
I want you to do something. I want you to grab a basketball. I presume you have some sort of ball, and I want you to take a piece of paper, and I want you to try and wrap the piece of paper around the ball, and I want you to see how.
Just do this. Just do this. Read the citation. You are dealing with a globe in math. That's your only variables. So if you come in here and tell me the AE map is debunked by whatever method and practice you used, your next thing is to tell me which part did you debunk? Math or the globe? Or if you did debunk neither, then you're just read the citation again. They tell in the citation I posted, it tells you exactly how they made the map and exactly what it was used for. There's nowhere in the citation they tell you this is a flat Earth. Every single reference to the Earth is that it's a globe.
Alright, so Crit, on that point, right?
So what you did was you took the globe, debunked it, then pretended like you actually debunked the flat Earth.
He's deafened.
Yeah, I don't care what he does.
Also, when I like try, okay, you know what? When I'm thinking about it right now, you're in the middle of speaking, so that's kind of my bad. But so, like to your point, right, Crit? If I take like a square, okay, and I completely and I take its borders and I extend it, right? You know what I'm saying? Instead of making it like a enclosed cube, I take the sides and I spread them out, and it's like and has like 5 squares, like essentially, right? You know what I'm saying, Crit? You're following?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Crit. So if I do that with a circle, right? Although you can't do that with a circle. If I take like a ball, right, and I take a fucking hammer and I smash it,
let's
and then
take
I
the
rip
AE
it.
projection.
No,
Right there. What's the for usage?
but I want
What's
to
the use?
finish what I'm saying.
What's the
It's
use
not.
of the?
That's not fair.
We don't need to
He's
go down to.
interrupting me.
We don't need to go
But
down
he's
the
interrupting
Methfield.
me. I'm not gonna let you talk if you keep interrupting
Yeah, we don't
me.
need to go down the Methfield
That's not fair.
symposium. Just right
That
here,
is
the
not fair.
usage of the AE projection.
Alright, alright.
Read these 2 sentences.
Alright.
What's the
Heretic, are you
usage?
gonna do anything about it? Or are you just gonna stay silent? Because
being
you're
weird,
biased.
dude.
Yeah, if
No,
you
I'm
want
not
to
being
concern
weird.
troll,
I'm being fair. Heretic
I
is
can
being
just
a
bounce you out of here.
tyrant.
Do you want that? Do you want to be done for the
Alright,
day?
you're threatening like there's nothing.
All right. See, this is where these guys, once they realize their goose is cooked, they didn't fully think these things out. And you see right here, the citation for the evidence they presented directly says, although the projection can display the entire globe, its practical usage is often limited to a hemisphere. This projection is most commonly used for maps of polar regions, routes, air, sea, and navigation in appropriate aspect. The oblique aspect is sometimes used for important cities and surrounding areas. So not only did this guy use like tool abuse, he took the wrong map, then misused it for its intended purpose. He also believes he's debunked it, and then called it, just slapped a flat Earth sticker on it, and said that is your flat Earth. No, this is your globe. Cited. Citation provided.
Creed, you haven't debunked anything, because if you acknowledge that this map is a projection, then you account for the distortions in scale. The debunk
Which
that
one
we
is
used,
it? Is it debunking of globe Earth or flat Earth?
I'm countering your supposed debunk of the globe Earth.
No, this
Because you
is
said
their
that,
debunk. They said this map doesn't work.
yes, it doesn't work if you assume it isn't a
Okay, so
projection,
which
but
part
just a
is
scale
it?
map.
Which part doesn't work? The globe or math?
Both work.
Okay, you just said this map doesn't work though.
It doesn't work under the assumption that it isn't a projection and that it is a scale map of the Earth. But if you acknowledge that it is a projection, you have the exact formulas that give you in
So the
which
math
way
doesn't work.
it is distorted. No, it does. Because you use
So the
math to
globe
account
doesn't
for the
work.
distortions.
So
It
which one
does.
is it globe or math? Which one did you debunk?
If I didn't debunk anything, because if you use this as a projection, you have a variable scale. For example, there was a map from before the World War II used for aviation purposes, like for navigation for airplanes, that used this exact same projection, and it basically had a variable scale on the lower right corner, where it's
So math
depending on
doesn't
the
work
latitude.
now.
No, it works because you have to
Okay,
use
so
this
math works as a globe doesn't work.
both work if you
This is a
account for the
problem. You
distortion.
guys should look up your evidence before you post it. Because now you basically shot yourself in the foot and you said, here's a map that doesn't work. And you're right. It doesn't work. And it's a globe. So I would say the globe's wrong, not math. While you'll say math is wrong because you can't say the globe is wrong. So you've got to throw away all of math now.
Okay, so listen, Crit. What I said before you interrupted me is if I take a square like, and I spread it out, right? Is
Before
basically
what
what
happened?
you're doing. No, so you're not listening to me.
No,
You interrupted
I
me.
was talking to Embo and then you jumped in.
Oh,
So
Embo.
yeah, what
Okay.
happened? I did something. You said. You said I did something. Sorry, say again.
I think he's muted. What I'm
okay.
saying is that the math is wrong if you assume this map is a map of a flat Earth.
No,
Not if you assume it's a
assume it's a
projection of the
globe.
globe.
Yeah.
No, because if you
That's
assume
what it
it's a
is.
globe, it has to be a projection. So it has to have different distortions depending
So
on the
which part of
latitude.
it's wrong then? If this map is wrong, what's wrong about it?
It isn't. It is wrong because if you assume this is how the Earth actually looks like, then the distances are more distorted the further south you go.
Okay, so you misused the map and then slapped a flatter sticker on it, and now you look like a complete retard.
No, the flat earthers themselves are the ones who have stolen
No,
this
the
map.
only one who's posted this map is John Wick. That's the only person who posted this map, and then said he debunked it. So he's a globe guy, not a flat Earth guy, right? So he's posted a globe map that he says doesn't work. It's contradictory. It says right there in the citation. I just posted it again. Hear this. The
Embo
usage
won't
of
pick
this
up on
map,
that.
although the projection can be displayed the entire globe, not flat Earth, its practical use is often limited to a hemisphere.
Yeah, but Embo's on the same page as John. He's saying it's distorted, but it's not distorted at the same time in the same way. He's
What
saying
do you
the
mean?
distances are correct, but not correct at the same time in the same way. So Embo's on board with contradictions, like John.
All right. This is kind of annoying me at this point. You're completely. I'm just waiting for the next time you're going to meet me over like stupid shit. By going on what I said, right? Oh, I just sent a photo in chat. Why would I take a flight in the opposite direction from Sydney, right? Instead of taking a flight from Sydney to Santiago, like why would I take a different like route? Can you explain to me?
You want me to explain what? The
yes,
flight route?
Crit. Explain. Explain why I would take a different flight route because
Yeah,
on
if
your
I knew
map.
what you
Okay,
do and
Crit,
why
I
you
want to
do
finish my
things.
sentence. Please let me finish. Please, it's fucking 20 seconds. On your map, if I go in like
What
the
map?
middle of the photo I sent, right?
Show me my map first.
Picture I sent.
Let's go step by step. What do you think my map is?
The just a second ago. I'm just gonna send the photo. I can't be asked to crop it. Alright, so that's your map on the bottom there, right?
No, that's your map.
No, that's your map.
I
Okay,
don't
so
use that
fuck
map.
it. It's both our map.
No,
It's
that is
both
a
our map.
globe. That is a
Okay, so
globe
I'm
right
going
there.
to use that map as my reference.
As a
Okay, that is
globe.
my map. Yeah. Okay,
As a globe.
that's our globe.
That is
Okay.
your globe
Okay,
right there.
okay, Crit. That's our globe. Okay, that's our globe.
It says right there.
All right.
The
Crit,
world
I'm
is
gonna continue.
projected onto a flat surface
Crit, it's fine. It's our
from
world. Like, it's fine.
any point on the globe.
But it's fine.
It's a globe.
I agree. That's the globe. Okay, so
It's
Crit,
definitely a
why?
globe.
Okay, can you let me talk, please? For the love of Christ, please. So why would I take a flight from Sydney, Australia, which is at the top right there? You see that little island, that little continent? Why would I take a flight directly to a completely different continent in Chile, right? Like a completely different part of the map, right? On your on my map, right?
Yeah, your
Why would I
globe.
take a complete other route instead of going the other direction, right? To like the border of our flat Earth. What would happen?
That's not flat. It's a globe.
All right, Crit. That's not the point. What would happen if I go to like the border of the Earth? What would happen?
Yeah, on your globe.
It doesn't matter on
exactly what
okay, my
happens.
globe. Go on. Okay, so it's my globe. What happens?
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute myself now. Go on.
Yeah, just mark it. Just mark your path, and that's what you did.
I'm going to go to MS Paint, and I'm going to just in a very simple way show you why you're wrong. This is gonna blow your mind. Okay, stay with
Not
me now.
me, where I'm wrong.
No, I'm gonna show you why you're wrong.
Wrong with what? What? How am I wrong?
I'm gonna show you. Okay, so
I
this
think you
is.
said it. I don't think you made a claim. Like, Crit, what would you be wrong
I'm,
about?
Yeah,
I'm
I said
making
that's a globe.
an extremely solid and easy to understand
That's
claim.
still a globe. That's still a globe.
All right, so what I sent is
My claim is that's a globe. Am I wrong about that? It's not a globe.
Yes, you're wrong. Because if the Earth was a globe, then you wouldn't object to me going the other route instead of like that line I sent.
This is
what would
so
happen?
you drew a line, and that's a globe.
Yes, because that proves the Earth is curved. That proves the Earth is a sphere shaped.
How does it do that?
Are you stupid?
How's it?
Okay,
so
I'm
you've
done. I give
debunked
up.
a globe map, and that proves the Earth is a globe. How?
Hold up, I'm in the middle of a Valorant game. Yeah, I'm gonna finish it 2 seconds. I'm getting too
Well, here,
pissed. I need some.
No, you're right. If the Earth was flat, then a direct flight from Santiago to Sydney would fly over the North Pole, but it doesn't.
No, that's if
And that
there's a
proves the Earth is a
globe.
globe.
If the Earth is a globe, you draw a direct line between those two, and it'll look exactly like that.
No,
That's a globe.
If
So
the Earth was flat,
if this map doesn't work, which one is debunked? The globe or flat Earth?
if the Earth was flat, then the fastest flight from Santiago to Sydney would go over the North Pole.
Yeah, this is on the globe. That's a globe.
This is on a flat Earth.
No, that's a globe.
Did you test that using a great circle route calculator?
That is
this
a
is
globe
the
right there.
shortest route on the globe.
That is the AE projection using math.
Can you show us your map then? Can you show us your flat Earth map then?
No, I can't. But I know some people who got one, who maybe could get it from them.
The navigators would have to know it, right? Because they have to use their map in practice. So maybe ask some navigator and ask them, do they believe in the flat Earth and do they have the map of it?
Yeah, I got 3 sources for maps, flat maps, that you could use to get a map if you want.
So can we have them?
You'd have to contact them, not me.
You said you have one.
I have a
I
question.
said I got 3 sources I could give you.
Yeah.
I do it. Yeah, you could do it. How about make your own map? How about do that? Let's try that first.
How?
Question. I have a question. Since
Well,
when?
you don't even know how to make a map. How are you going to use a map if you don't even know how to make one?
Hey, a quick question. Since when are maps not flat? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because last time I checked, if I'm gonna use a map, it's gonna be mostly on paper. It's gonna be flat. It's very simple.
Very simple.
Yeah, it's
Here's
kind of
one
strange
from-
that all the maps are flat, right?
Very strange.
Here's a map you
Very
can look
strange
up.
that there's not a globe on as a map in every navigator's ship, for example, or when the pilot uses his plane, there is also not a globe, not even as a
Yeah,
3D model. It's
it's
just all
crazy
flat
that
maps.
it's crazy that in order to get these flat maps, you have to firstly know the globe and the positions of the continents on it, and then project these spherical coordinates onto a plane.
That sounds
Just
crazy.
how crazy
You know
this
that,
right?
right?
Yeah, and
Like,
then you say it's
it
wrong.
sounds crazy.
That's
In order
the
yeah.
crazy part. First, you say you've got a globe map that works. Then you ram math into it and project it into a usable form, and then say it doesn't work anymore. It's no longer usable. So I ask you again, which part is unusable? The map, the model, or the math? Which one are you no longer able to use?
The math makes it so some of the aspects of the map are distorted.
So you're saying the math is wrong.
It's not wrong. It fulfills its purpose. All of these maps are different projections and different shapes because they are designed for different purpose. They preserve some one condition, and for the sake of that, they have to distort some another condition.
What does this one say it preserves, Crit?
Well,
Like
they
for
talk
example,
about hemisphere
this
in
one.
north to south.
Yeah, this one, the azimuthal equidistant one, it preserves the azimuths, as the name suggests, which are the directions that you look at when you look at some point. So, for example, where you are the North Pole, which is the center of this map, and you look at for example, at New York, in the direction of New York, you will be looking at the same direction on the physical, non-distorted globe as on this A map. But for the sake of preserving these azimuths, it has to distort the distances the further south you go.
So it doesn't. So in your opinion, Embo, since maybe Crit will answer since I was saying Embo this time, but in your opinion, Embo, it does not preserve the distances, or it does not, even though it claims to. You're saying it does not preserve distance.
Yes, the A map doesn't preserve distances.
Okay, so that's the correct shapes then of the continents.
No,
What is it distorting then?
it is distorting the distances like between the longitude lines. On the latitude lines they are preserved, but the longitude lines get distorted the further south you go. That's why you have this like thick white Australia.
Interesting.
So it's the math that makes it possible.
Yeah, so the math is wrong. I knew the globalists will throw the math under the bus because they can't throw the globe under the bus. They got to throw the math.
If you want to name it
for
like
the
that,
globalists to do because they don't know math to begin with, so they'll just pretend like it's somehow.
Just take it.
Yeah, they'll just dump it.
yeah, if you want to name it like that, I can admit that the math is wrong when it distorts these aspects that the map isn't designed to preserve. If you
So
want to
you were
word it
wrong
like
then.
that.
Okay, so it boils down to 3 things. You're just wrong.
How?
You took a model and a map in math, got something that was usable, and found a way to make it unusable.
Yes, by assuming the Earth is flat.
There you go. You fucked up. And now you know why. You fucked up because you didn't understand the model. You didn't understand the map. And then when you tried a practical application, you then debunked it.
Yeah, the only way to fuck up with that map is if you assume the Earth is flat, and this is how the flat Earth looks like.
No,
but
it's
if
a
you
globe.
know,
That's what the globe looks like.
yeah,
Using math.
yeah, we know. I acknowledge that this is how the globe looks like,
And it doesn't work because you misused
and,
it.
and because you
So
know
you're
that,
wrong.
then you
You're
know in which way the map distorts it.
You're just wrong. Yeah.
So you can account for that.
Let's look at all those mathematicians and map makers work really hard to give you a map that they thought you could use, and you just don't use it.
So my question is, what is the true projection? The 100% true projection. What is the 100% true projection you can use when you make it into a flat map that you can like fold up and put in your pocket and get it out and put it on the table? What is the 100% working projection for that?
There is no such thing. It is geometrically impossible to create it.
Well, not according to NASA.
So there's no working maps?
No, NASA
No,
says they got a flat map, a flat working map.
There is no map that works for all purposes at the same time, but you can have separate different maps that
Blue
separately
Marble.
work for different
Yeah.
purposes while not working for another ones.
Right here, Blue Marble. He says we wrapped the flat map around the ball. Oh, you can use a flat map. You can use a flat map and wrap it around a ball and then Photoshop the shit out of it to give the expectation of what people might think like the Earth would appear from outer space.
So
that's how you can use a flat map.
So
you can
Emma,
wrap
for
it like a Christmas present. You can take your flat map and wrap it around a Christmas present.
And then you Photoshop out all the creases.
Yeah. And there you go.
Every flat. I just wanted to say something to address Creed. Every flat map that you have, if you know the type of the projection used, you know the formulas that you can use to make it back into the globe. So there is nothing weird in creating a globe out of a flat map because the flat map was made from the globe in the first place. So in order to make it into the globe again.
Not according to NASA. They used a flat map and then wrapped it around a ball. They didn't use a ball map and wrap it around.